Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for yet another day of Pakistan versus Australia. We did see a surprising little moment in day 3, which was the fact that Pat Cummins, he says, you know what, boys, we're going to have another bat here. We're going to really take it to Pakistan. Currently, Australia have a lead of 489. Mumshi's got the BBL cap on for the Hobart Hurricanes.
It's just a bit big.
It's a bit big. Well, I have the Melbourne Stars one on, and you can hardly tell. Other than the fact that I've got a floating Yale on the side of my head and just a brim of a hat. But that whole part, it's pretty much gone. We decided, we were like, hey, Mum, what's your favourite team? She said Melbourne Stars. Why didn't you pick a team that didn't have green? The Thunder.
You have to put something else on the green screen.
Yeah, that is true. Who knows? Maybe we get a blue screen as well. Fancy there. But currently we are just waiting for this day to get underway. And I was like, your late set striking down and under, or are you late? No, we were about a minute late. Unfortunately, we were trying to work out why this hat. I mean, we know why this hat's so weird, but we do, I guess, get to see it in action. Do I leave it on? The fact that I've got these parts missing as well. It's as if I've just chosen as much green stuff as I can find and just put it all on. And also TDBS says, Ollie Wilson, welcome in, mate. Currently Pakistan making their way out into the field. Labuschagne currently sitting 37 off 38 and Khawaja sitting 35 off 48. Now, you missed the action last night, didn't you?
I did, yeah. By the time I went to sleep, I think they were about 6 down.
And how many down were they when you
4
left? 4.
Four, and then I saw 5. And then by the time I'd got to the bedroom, there was 6.
I just noticed I've left the sticker on, but that's all right. You've got yours too.
Which sticker?
It's just a unique code for ourselves with the BBL underneath the silver part. But that's cool. Do like it a lot. And I was like, g'day, mate. Says Scotty Burns, welcome into the live stream, mate. Do let me know how many runs are Australia going to want to lead by before they decide to declare? Do they bat this whole session?
Why would they?
I don't know. We couldn't work out why they didn't enforce the follow-on yesterday. I'll be honest, it's so weird looking, my hat, but I'm kind of liking it at the same time. It looks like I've just bought a brim. Who knows? Maybe future fashion trend.
Wow. Start something. Why not?
Test career, 84 innings, 3,434 runs, average of 45.18. He bats very well, Usman Khawaja, doesn't he?
He does.
And he will be looking perhaps towards another half century, and 20 more runs should do. And there says Aussie Mozzie, and even though we probably have enough now, says Aussie Mozzie. And the big thing, it's so weird, the choice, and also Cummins as a flock, and there's this chucking down under. Yes, captaincy was questioned last night quite a bit.
Yeah, it always has been, though.
I think the thing is, I feel like there was someone in his ear. I don't know whether it was Steve Smith. I don't know who it was, but someone was just maybe saying a little bit, because Warner didn't look like he had warmed up. Like normally Warner, you kind of see him going.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
In the field, just spending a bit of time stretching out the arms. He didn't do that this time. He's just straight into it. Speaking of straight into it, it is now going to be Kanu will be bowling the first over of this day 4 of the match. And also Shannon has said hi as well. Welcome in. And also we have got the hi Kiwi says Ryan, welcome in, mate. And Kiwi Lads, Corey says hi. And there, so we got everyone here early on, which is awesome to see. Currently, Usman Khawaja looks up at the sky. That is not because there is rain on the forecast, but if there was, Australia would make, that decision even more questionable themselves.
They did say that there wasn't going to be any rain for the next few days anyway. So.
That's an Arlene nicely bowled. So I'm still questioning how long they're going to keep batting for. I assume they're getting 550 again or somewhere around that mark. Maybe they bat 2/3 of the session and then send them out there just before lunch. But Labuschagne, it'll be, I think he would have known that the batting was coming. I think him and a couple of the others might have had a bit of a chat. David Warner, he did not look happy when he went out last night because he only got dismissed for about 8 runs. In fact, that reminds me, we need the thingy down the bottom, don't we? We'll go down there. That's not it. Is it? No, that's not it. That's a few thingies. Go down here. We go here. Nope, it's not there. Where are they hiding? That's an old one.
That is.
Is it this one? Yeah. There we go. Warner, he was dismissed 7 off 16, and also 1 hour is enough. Come on, Cummins. And there says Dan De Castro. Yeah, 500's plenty. No one has ever chased down 500 in Test match cricket.
What's he worried about?
I don't know. It's like that's the thing. Maybe he's worried about Pakistan batting, but then you'd think if he was worried about Pakistan batting, you would have had them batting yesterday. Try and get a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah.
Keep that momentum going. The last thing they would have wanted is to lose one of their two openers or both of them. And Kiwi match already starts. Says Ryan, it has indeed. And our scoreboard is on strike once again. We will have to jump start it. Bzz. There we go. That's good. And also, Ryan, you must have thousands of frequent flyer points. And there's says chucking down under. They won, Kiwi Australia will win, confirm. Says Ryan, they should. If they don't, Pat Cummins is going to be on the chopping block, I would think. And someone was saying last night, Justin Langer will just be laughing.
He will be. Nothing to do with him now, though, is
No,
it?
he's rumoured to possibly coach England.
Good on him.
For the upcoming Ashes.
Why wouldn't you? That'd be quite a hard case, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But I mean, it seems to be more like his coaching wasn't the problem. It was, I think they were trying to say it was more the relationship with senior players in the team. A few other senior players didn't like him, so that's why he got sacked.
Yeah, is it because he was strict on them and they wanted pampering? Or, I mean, some of these guys are getting paid big money to play IPL and all the rest of it. Do they think they're just a wee bit better than what they are?
Ooh, firing the shots early on day 4.
It's a professional game. If you don't like your coach, you got to look at yourself as well.
And Kiora says Nazi Williams, welcome in, mate. Currently first boundary of the day. That was Usman Khawaja hitting it out through, I believe, third slip. Somewhere through that region. Once again playing it and does get himself the nice single. So that takes them closer and closer to being able to get to the 500. And hi everyone hope that everyone's day is good as well, says Paddy Wagon. How are you feeling at the moment? I did see earlier on you did mention that you weren't feeling too great. But yeah, hopefully you are feeling a bit better at the moment. Kiwi, Mustafa Rahman and David Warner will go to India together, says Ryan. And also I award that Stars hat 9 out of 10 Stealth Stars. I love Stealth, says Sebastian. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Like you wouldn't actually, I think it's the brim. If the brim was also green, you probably would be like, why is some of his head missing? You know? But like just that little tiny stars and also Yale on the side. Lucky that's yellow. But yeah, we decided that we would put on the BBL hats today, didn't we? It's quite fun.
You did, yeah.
I did.
I just get handed one and told to wear it.
Yeah, it's good fun, isn't it? And also Aussie senior players are soft-spoiled children as well, says Trucking Down Under.
Exactly.
He hit to the leg side from Labuschagne. He's done pretty well there to be able to still field that from his back. They're going to be checking that one. He doesn't look too happy with the outfield for that one. About the same, to be honest. And then I Betty wish you a speedy recovery, mate. And sorry, I lost. I was making the last 2 videos. More Brandon to give said 2 videos for a say thank you. As well, says Brandon there. And also Kiwis is better. Australia declare 500s. Oh, okay. Is that hand on the boundary rope? Might have been all right.
Yeah,
I think he saved it. He's done that nicely. That is the end of the first over, 88 for 1. Currently, what is today? Tuesday, isn't it?
Yeah, I was asking that earlier. I can't remember.
It's weird, isn't it? The way that the week's gone. Like, it feels like we're already near the end of the week.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Except I don't know what day it is until I see a calendar normally. Like, I thought it might have been Thursday. And I was like, oh, I got to do the lineups this morning. And then I was like, hang on, it's Tuesday. So then I slept in a little bit further. My alarm's being very annoying at the moment. I was going to do Super Rugby Albuquerque and my alarm didn't go off.
Oh, I did try to ring you.
Yeah, that's true. And then after that, yeah, it actually only went off at about 4. Or it was going to go off. We were actually on the phone at the time it went off, weren't we? But then the game had already started, unfortunately.
Wow.
So I think I need to start setting 2 alarms, one on the iPad, one on the phone, or get an alarm clock, perhaps.
No, that's easy enough done.
I'd love to get one that you smack in the morning, even though that would probably really hurt my hand.
Have you heard mine?
Yours, like, you have to bash it up against the wall, don't you, to stop it?
No, it's the way it turns off. You just push it down. Sounds like I'm bashing it, but no, just turning it off.
And also, thanks, mate. Yeah, I hope so, says Betty Wagon. And also, Kiwi, what's your prediction, Australia, to declare how many? I think they're going 550. The only thing that would make this worth actually investing in this innings would be 550 for Australia. Other than that, like, only getting an extra 100 on the board, that's pretty much nothing. You could have gone that at the end of the day if you really needed it tomorrow or the next day if Pakistan did somehow chase down a total that is pretty much impossible. And also, we have got the Kiwi forward alarm. I say the boundary as well, says Ryan. He didn't do that's off the outside edge of Manus Lavashane. Didn't carry, though, to Mahavar Rizwan. Rizwan actually dropping about 2 or 3 last night, unfortunately.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Not what they wanted. Usman Kawaja dropped. Also, I think Manus was dropped as well.
Well, it's their own fault then.
And also Warner, I think. And one is why our plans with Zombie down and is a little funny one as well. There's Brandon there. But Mahavar Rizwan, he certainly doesn't have an easy day. Anytime he's keeping, it always bounces to him and just smacks into the fingers, which is the last thing you want as a keeper. It's a nice shot from Manus, sitting out to deep cover for the single, and also should have just enforced the follow on A, says Deegan. Yep. 2 days to bowl Pakistan out, plenty of time. And that's the thing. Worst comes to worst, somehow Pakistan bat 180 overs, right? If they do that now, they draw. If they did that the other time and they somehow get like a 20-run lead, Australia just takes it down in like 5 overs and they win. Like, this has just kept the draw alive, I guess, for Pakistan.
Yeah, it's given them a lifeline.
Which I'm sure they're very appreciative of.
Of course they will be.
Do you think it's because, who's a few players going to the IPL? Do you think it's a little bit of friendly, like, hey, you might be in my team in the IPL, even though they do know their teams, don't they? Is Babar Azam and Pat Cummins in the same IPL team? That's the big question. Conspiracies. You know?
Match fixing.
Oh,
sports betting. Anyone got money on them?
I don't. My account still got 0 in it. Yeah.
And I am mine.
Again, Mahavar Rizwan is injured because Pakistan don't extra wicket keeper. And there's Ryan. But yeah, it's certainly not going to be a fun day for him if his fingers, and I think it's also his thumb is injured. Like, as a keeper, every time that ball smacks into your glove, it just sends that reverberation. That's a good word. Reverberation through the hands and also into the phalanges.
Okay.
Which are the bones.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yep.
I'll go with that.
Or right at the end.
Okay.
If you're looking at those, you're looking at your carpals and your metacarpals. I did PE.
Yeah, I know. So did I, but we didn't have to learn that shit.
And also, worst captain decision ever. Still baffled, says Dan.
Oh, everyone's going to be talking about it.
See, because we were talking about it before the live stream. We were like, so why did he do it? And we were trying to come up with reasons. And every time we came up with some sort of, I guess, not really great reason, we'd just straight away have the counter for it that made more sense for them to bat again. Or not bat again, sorry. Have Pakistan bat again. And Kiwi gets his left hand injured. And also, how we go and says, Xavier, doing very well, mate. Hope you are excited for this day. Do you think Australia are winning it by the end of day 4? Do let me know. I was trying to make a video again on both YouTube channel. It is not easy, so I said to head to 5 videos on more Brandon and 3 videos on Brandon and Hamish. Do you have a cowboy hat? Wear it. It will look so good as well.
We did have.
Yeah, whereabouts is that got off to? I think it's hiding.
That will be.
Hiding somewhere. I do have a cowboy hat somewhere. I got the Melbourne Stars at the moment. Oh. Look at that. Isn't that weird?
Very good.
There we go. And there's no one agreeing with Pat's decision. I know he's a captain and we're not, but surely if all of us in agreement with the fact that he's dribbling all over the place. And there's Sebastian. Yeah, because that's the thing. I want to say it's Pat Cummins as well, who's chatted to maybe Steve Smith. I think it's Steve Smith, just in the back of my mind. And you both watched the Warriors as well, says Xavier. I did miss their game, but I am going to be watching the replay. And probably tonight or tomorrow night, depending on how long this game goes for. We thought it might have been over by like session 2 if Pakistan were batting again. But they just didn't. I think it will be a draw. If it is a draw, Pat Cummins will be in a lot of trouble.
Yes, he will be. It'll definitely be match fixing then.
This looks so weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're fascinated by it, aren't you?
It just looks like I've got no head, like the top, and there's just this random hair that grows on my forehead, you know? Apparently now there's going to be another ball bowled. We have to wait and see whether or not I got a 47 tattoo above my head. Oh, leg side-ish. Well done by Muhammad Rizwan. He's still fighting. That man's sore. He is almost... I mean, that's the thing. He's anything but defeated at the moment. He just keeps on going. Elizabeth Cummins has destroyed the theory that bowling captains are very aggressive. As a bowler himself, how can he be so defensive, and why is he fixing this match to be draw? Says Coding. You think someone's giving him some big old wall?
Yeah, I like that one.
On?
Stop playing with your hat.
I just go,
Yeah.
no, he still...
Yeah, you can still. Oh, man. Up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at that. Right? Wow.
Magic.
Wow. Well, sorry, I'll stop now. And also, what's my chances of convincing the government to bring back public floggings for the one off of Cummins? I mean, they're probably... I consider it at the moment, depending on the result. What's that? Is that my hair? Hide there. I look acceptable, don't I?
Yeah, I suppose. Whatever you say, Hamish.
Yeah. Usman Khawaja, first test 97 out, second test 160 in the first innings, and then after that, I was able to add a few more runs in this one, sitting on 42 not out of 58. Labuschagne actually scoring quicker than him. It's quite impressive because he was relatively slow getting started. Also, Kiwi congrats, Australia woman beat West Indies woman. And there, so yeah, Australia is certainly looking like they're going to be near the top.
Oh, they're the informed team, aren't they?
Do you think we make the top 4?
Well, if we do, we want to be 2 or 3.
Because we got Australia.
Because if you're number 4, you play number 1, and that's Aussie.
Yeah. I was going to ask Boris Johnson the same thing for Rory Burns, a wonderful event where everyone can freely shame him.
It's a bit harsh today.
Yeah, but Rory Burns, he was a bit rough, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's got the same ponytail as you.
He does. Credit to him, though. He used to have a yellow bat handle and a yellow bat, and I used to like that, but then he changed it, so now I don't like him. No, he's all right. He's just misunderstood at the top of the order. He doesn't do well, but like he's decent in county cricket. It's just test match. He just doesn't quite carry it over.
No.
As I think Aussies are worried to give follow on after the famous defeat that they got from India when Ponting team gave India follow on and lost from there, says Coding. I mean, but if you're always looking at things like that, you'd never quite get out of the blocks.
No.
Like, you'd think about it and you'd be like, right, like everything would be a second guess. Cummins, he's in the background. He's got the floppy hat on. He's just watching something. I think they just wanted more time to analyze Pakistan. But the thing is, you'd bowled them out pretty cheaply. 148. You don't need too much time to work out what they did wrong. Just bowl at line and length with your pace bowlers. If they're tired, bowl spin.
Well, now that he's got a bat for longer now, doesn't he? To basically answer everyone's question, why'd you bat for so long?
And also, but you just need bowlers to have a rest. Yeah, I mean,
how many overs did they bowl?
They bowled 54, I think it was.
And how many bowled last night?
Yeah, it was the kind of 54 or so. I think it's got to be the only thing that he could have gone off is the fact that maybe himself and Stark were feeling a bit tired after bowling 13.
So he asked Stark, not Smith. This is a bowler's decision. It's not a batter's decision.
That's well fielded there. I think that was forward. Yes, it was. He was actually the man who put down a catch, and Aussie is just too good. Just too good for any team. And there says only there. And also Kiwi Bangladesh can qualify. And there says Ryan.
Yeah, hope they do.
Yeah, also only 2 fast bowlers has been, although they've also, I saw they've got Cameron Green as well, which you could definitely consider as a quick bowler. I think he's about as fast as Cummins.
He is faster than our guys.
Yeah, New Zealand just doesn't have quick bowlers at the moment, though, do we?
They're always injured.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But I saw Marnus bowling some medium pace, and also they need to rest. He's been there. I mean, yeah, the big thing I think for it is if they really needed to rest, they probably could have gotten away with Lyon last night because he only bowled 9 and he certainly wouldn't have been tired.
And the other fella?
Cameron Green and Swepson.
I see you go.
So, also, but Hamish, do you go till you're on 556? I think they have to go till minimum 556, just so that Cummins can be like, that was our plan from the get-go. Okay, they actually broke some records there by the looks of it. And Warner can also bowl. That is true. They've also got Travis Head as part-timer, Labuschagne, Smith. But I guess it's just trying to make sure that that new ball stays new for the quicks, I would assume, is the big decision from Cummins. And also trying to wear down Pakistan just a little bit more. But as long as it doesn't end in a draw, I guess you could call it the right decision. If it ends in a draw, that's a little bit of trouble. That one. And also we have got Kiwi. You give Pakistan fast bowlers. You give Pakistan fast bowlers. You give.
I don't know that they're supposed to be Pakistan. I don't know.
I give Pakistan. They have got pace. And as I say, set a lead of 800 nights. I might as well go for it since we're already in this situation.
Yeah.
And then also, Hamish, do Pakistan have a chance to chase down this runs of 550? I would say no.
Well, there's always a chance.
Yeah, I guess there's 0.5 at the moment.
Yeah.
Somewhere along those lines. And also, we've got the high C's, James. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Currently, Australia almost bringing up another 100 runs on top of the lead that they have got of 504 runs. It's the question of whether or not they will declare in this first session or whether they're going to bat a little bit longer. Side of Stumps and left alone there by Usman Khawaja. And that's actually very tactical bowling because theoretically, someone mentioned it last night as well, if they keep on bowling it wide outside of off stump, like in Australia, if they leave it, that's good. That's another ball you don't have to face. If they play at it, it's unfortunate because they're going to probably get some runs. And Usman Khawaja can bowl. He has also always been a little while since I think he's had his last over in cricket, probably about as long as Warner. Warner was actually warming up last night with 10 minutes left in the day. Or 10 minutes left in the session, I think it was.
No.
When they were 9 down. But that is going to be the end of the 21st over, and it is 96 for 1 now. And also Kiwi Pakistan will try to make it in draw. Yeah, I think more than likely we'll see them play about as, I guess, defensive as they have in other innings. So far going at about that 2.5 mark. And also, yes, but it's been a while. And there says Robert. Imagine that. He bowls an over, he injures his shoulder or something from bowling.
And that's it for the series.
Yeah, he's gone for 9 months. And all 11 players of Australia can bowl. So insane, says coding there. And also, I selected no on the poll because Pat Cummins loves to overbat as well as his AFL. And one thing I didn't see anyone consider because too ugly to even think of some form of match fixing numbers shaving /prop bet. Says Dan DeGestro. But currently, as we sit, I'm going to do some quick maths. So we do love maths, don't we? Nicely played by Marnus. We'll go to the calculator. And we are going to go, we'll go theoretically, by the time they finish batting Australia, we'll go 170 overs. Okay? So currently, as we sit here, Pakistan will have to face 1,000 deliveries or so to be able to draw this test match. Every ball more is one less that they have to bat, and the higher the number of runs, they have the chance to win. As other more negative, the Pakistan will be the higher chance of Australia win, in my opinion. It is a good way of looking at it because Pakistan, even when trying to chase about probably 200 or 300, they still go extremely defensive, don't they? It seems to be more than likely like 2.5 to 3, whereas Australia is always looking for that 3 to 4 kind of run rate as well. Are you enjoying your hat?
That's been it.
Is it? Do you want the Melbourne Stars invisible hat?
No, you can have. Oh, you can have this one, and I'll.
Do you want your bucket hat back?
Yeah, I like that one. Oh, it might clash with this one though.
There you go.
Can't see.
Take that one off. And I'll put on the Melbourne or the Hobart Hurricanes. There we go.
That's better.
Is it? I see play once again right in the behind the ball. And Hamish Sheffield just laying a treated badly by Australian selectors to drop him after he won Australia the first test or first T20 World Cup. I mean, it was certainly like from what we hear, it was probably slightly different because I know that they were saying something about the behind the scenes stuff wasn't ideal. I don't know whether or not that was based more off Like, I know it was clashing with senior players, but I'm not sure what the extent of clashing was. And Michael Hooper's due to return round 7. So we'll get to see him up against Kiwi teams. That one. And also, Langer revived Australia cricket after ball scandal. He did. He did turn them around. Like, they were able to win themselves the Ashes a couple times. And also, that T20 World Cup. I'm question time, says Brandon there. And also, I want the Hurricanes hat. And in there says Ben. And yeah, it is quite a nice one. They do love to charge an arm and a leg because it's got that little BBL logo on the back. Other than that, I mean, it would be cool having all caps, but I feel like it would probably cost me a lot of money, unfortunately. But who knows? Maybe one day we can get all of them. Although these ones don't really work. The ones like for the Stars and the Thunder are probably the two that don't work with the backdrop.
And they're probably my two favourite teams.
As well. And one of the reasons you like the Thunder is because of the man at the crease, isn't it? Usman Khawaja. I feel like I'm a 40-year-old dad. Like, as in, like, a father who goes to, like, football, American football, you know? Go, son. Give it plenty. Give it your all, or else you're not eating. Khawaja now, 44. Getting closer to the half century. But then that's the other thing. Someone else also mentioned as they get closer and closer to certain milestones, they'll bat for a little bit longer. Also, that Tasmanian Predator as well, you know, he's referring to. Not me, luckily. And I like your hats, Kiwi lads. Can you buy me one? And there says Brandon. It's an expensive one. And also, you can't actually get them shipped to New Zealand. We actually had to do it through one of our friends or family members in Australia, pretty much. They had to get it sent to them, and then from there we had to get it sent back to us, pretty much. And how good Spain make the World Cup first time since 1999. Awesome for them. Wait, have they already qualified? So does that mean Romania miss out? Because if so, I would be sad for Sebastian, because I like Romania. You know? So we have to wait and see. And also we have got there, do your mama play for the White Ferns?
South Canterbury.
South Canterbury, there you go. And also Johanna said it, hello as well. Welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. And now at this stage, 97 for 1. Currently, how many overs have we had today? I'm just going to check to see what Australia was sitting on at the start of today. But Sheena Freddie now bowling outside of our stump. Marnus leaves it alone. Question time for you, Hamish. What is your favourite rugby league game in 2018? Oh, I mean, State of Origin is always good. I'm imposed a self-ban on my Australian cricket matches for 2 summers in support of Langer. Fair enough. Are you still going to be here, though? So I feel like it wouldn't be the same without him, would it? No? You are. I guess if she is the #1 New Zealand cricket commentator, you are her #1 cricket commentator supporter, isn't he? Your #1 fan trucking down under.
Davis, have I got a fan?
Yeah.
Give up work now.
I mean, I'll try and pay you well. It just probably won't be well enough, unfortunately. And also we have got there, you mate, as I was just tracking down under, and also, okay, I will cash $358. Says Brandon there, and also AFL action tomorrow night. I do see that it is going to be on Wednesday night, isn't it, for the AFL, which will be quite exciting. See how it goes. And I think Australia after lunch session will declare, says Naveen there. And yeah, Spain made it overnight. And also, we have to go through the repertoires, blah, blah, blah. That one, also, Romania. Little bit longer, but it just means that it'll be all the more sweeter when they do make it, hopefully. And when percentage Australia, 99.99 and Pakistan 0.1, although I will. Okay, Marnus has lost this wicket. 44, Sheena Freddie picks him up, and he is fired up. Now, Lavashane won't be too happy about not bringing up another milestone. What does that do to Pat Cummins? So I would say it's probably maybe Australia 95%, and then also the draw's still probably on the cards. But Marnus chopping it on till it starts 16 overs. They batted till 4 till stumps, and then we'll real quickly update there. Labuschagne, let's face 48 balls of now 49. But Labuschagne, Labus Skakani, as they say in South Africa. 44 of 49. Well, now they've declared.
Yeah.
Kawaja will be sitting there going, what? Like, you've made me go out here. At least let me get my half century. You asshole. Also, if we qualify through the repechage, we have Wales, Australia, Fiji, and Georgia in our pool. And also, the side bet, will Australia enforce follow-on? Would have been paying higher for no, as should bet another half hour. But now, because so that actually, I mean, if that doesn't almost confirm what I mentioned about how someone was in his ear saying that give Marnus a bit of a bat because he got a duck, I feel like that's pretty much summed it up right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
44, probably 550 target. What do you think? No, they've just thrown in the towel, or not thrown in the towel, but they've said, nah, we're finished now.
Do you know what I hope?
You hope Pakistan draw?
Yep.
I mean, it's such a... Does have substance issues? And I go, what was the bloody
find
point?
out one day.
I lost all respect for Australia. This is ridiculous. As I declared Aussies. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm
What's the bloody
stumped.
point? Exactly.
Like, what did they bet? 28 minutes? Something like that. They scored an extra, like, 20 runs.
Of that.
So like that, Marnus goes out. He got a little bit more inflated. And now...
His ego.
Yeah, and now they're all good. That man, Pat Cummins, what is going on? What did they declare they did? And now we got 505 runs. I've been so confused for the past 24 hours, and that's probably made me even more confused. And also, I can stream AFL tomorrow. I will see what time it is taking place. I mean, if the cricket's finished, it probably won't overlap, to be fair.
No.
Do you like AFL?
I don't mind. I'd rather watch it live.
Isn't it the ground? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they did truck in, this is bollocks, this is Sebastian.
But then they do replay all the smash hits and shoves and punches and off the ball and shoulder charges and foot trips. And
it starts at 9:10, which isn't a terrible time, really.
Who's playing?
Melbourne and the Western Bulldogs. Oof. I don't know who's in either of those sides.
Neither do I.
Yeah, well, we'll learn it together, eh?
Is the old fella from Franklin still playing for Sydney Swans?
Franklin.
Is it Franklin?
Don't know.
No, not Franklin. Yeah, Franklin.
I remember Cyril. You remember Cyril? He's apparently retired. Oh, he's not retired. He's retired from international. There's also that bald fellow who's angry, isn't it?
Yeah.
I remember someone told me it was a shocking decision. I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have batted again to start with. And I'll help. Says Xavier there. Yeah, he will give us some info, some stats about Melbourne and the Bulldogs. Oof. I wonder if Bulldogs fans hate when people do that. Probably. We're just like,
imagine.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the live stream. We're going to be doing
Franklin, that's the one.
Yeah, we'll be like, we're watching Melbourne versus the Western Bulldogs. Oof, and then we'll just get everyone just pulling fingers at us and all sorts from the Bulldogs. As I sweat some more, enjoy this day 4 pitch. Says yes, boy. I mean, yeah, they will. And like, even if Australia bowled them out for like 200, you'd have to still wonder. But it is what it is. As long as they win, there won't be too many like kind of questions asked. There'll still be questions, but there won't be as big of a question asked. All right, and also follow on Pakistan win chance was 0 or bat till near lunch. Also 0. I agree with Sebastian's substance issues.
We'll start a rumour, eh?
No, we can't do that. He might come on the channel one day. We just have our first question.
Yeah.
Pat, what the were you thinking?
Yeah. He'll go, I heard about the substance abuse.
It'll just hang up. That was the best commentator image, bro, for New Zealand ever. And then it says enough. I feel like I've been very animated today. The commentators on the TV probably can't say what we say, which is why this is a lot more fun, I think, because we can just say, well, not completely say what we want.
And we can take the piss.
Yeah. And like, no one takes it too seriously.
Would you know? It's only a game of cricket.
That's true. And it's only 2 random people in a lounge.
Yeah.
You know?
He's got nothing better to do.
Yep. We don't have contracts that say you're not allowed to mention certain things.
No.
You know, we're just pretty much going. And even
still looking for a sponsorship of pizza and stuff, though. Yep.
If anyone owns a pizza place, keen
as.
And also, I might have had the stream going. Hamish says right there, maybe out on the field. Well, he wasn't doing much in terms of the captaincy.
Maybe that was us on the
on the screen.
Yeah.
You just see him all of a sudden go. You're like, yeah, he's watching us. On a serious note, even for Fend, should the win slip through the Aussies' fingers, I think Pat shall be removed from his position as a captain. So he's making no sense.
But who's going to replace him?
I'll probably give it to Steve Smith, and he'll probably do the
though?
same thing.
Can you, though?
Yeah, he got it when Cummins was out with the old disease.
So why can't Dave Warner?
Oh, because he was also in the...
Yeah, but so was Steve Smith. Steve Smith was the captain.
It's weird, isn't it?
It is.
This is the...
Aussie always forgive all the top sportsmen of... If they're any good, they'll always forgive them.
Go Australia goes. Says Reed, and also how much Australia will regret this loss of time if they manage to pick up 9 wickets and unable to pick up the last wicket because time is up. That would be so silly on part of Cummins.
I'm going to enjoy that moment.
It will be at 2 a.m. You up for it?
No.
Yeah.
What, 2 a.m. Thursday morning?
I'll just be asleep in the morning and I'll just hear you open the door and go, ha! I'll be like, yep, she saw it.
I wouldn't do that, would I?
Because I guess the other side of that declaration is that it was probably slightly unexpected. You'd have to say. So maybe trying to throw Pakistan off their game.
Oh, but as they said, it was going to be expected at some time.
And also, Anapa said your commentary, your expression, your smile are phenomenal, just awesome. As well, there we go.
That's you.
Is it?
Not that small, though.
Hey? That one gets you on a different system, doesn't it?
Probably lost about 5 viewers there.
Yeah. Also had an email saying I'm not allowed near primary schools. Unfortunate.
There's one round the corner.
I have to move. Good evening, team. I hope you're doing well. And this is Daniel. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Currently, we have seen now that it is going to be Australia bowling from here on, and also Australia will be on top of the points table in the World Test Championship after winning the series. And Buddy Franklin is still playing for the Sydney Swans, and is 5 of 100 or 5 of 1,000 goals. If he gets 1,000 goals, people will run on the field. Are you allowed to do that in current times?
He must be over there.
I guess so. Right as well. Hello.
Yeah.
And Australia declared.
Yeah.
I know.
How far ahead are
Marnus got bowled.
505. Marnus out on 44, and Pat was like, that's enough.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you want a bucket hat?
No.
So they batted for about 25, 26 minutes.
Straight fire. You are?
A bunch of ticks.
Yep.
Hey.
That didn't go very far. There you go, that.
You sound like a girl.
I don't want to hit the lights, did I? Looks all right, doesn't it?
Oh, good on you, dear.
It'd be a very flamey boy. Look at that, eh?
Oh.
Isn't that nice? And also, Legend says Usman is still waiting for his half century. Well, that's the thing. He was on 44. You've sent him out there at a time where he didn't really want to bat anyway. You let Marnus get to 44. He gets out, and then you go, rather than letting Kawaja get 6 more runs, we're done. This is the time to make our way off the field and now have a bowl. So not only is he pissed off Warner, he's now pissed off Kawaja as well. He's trying to get the whole top order against him, but luckily he's got his 2 new buddies in Levershane and Steve Smith, who are both very friendly with him at the moment.
Obviously.
Interesting. There was
Yeah, I see there was 2 run-outs yesterday.
Stephen Smith, right?
Mm.
Is it possible that he was going to be the next batsman and he went, nah? And that's why they didn't send someone. It could all be Steve Smith here.
Oh.
Controversy.
Conspiracy
Yeah.
theories. Steve Smith's captain.
Steve's the secret captain. They've just put Pat Cummins in the position so that he can be the front runner. And also, World Test Championship points table, please share season up. I'll have a quick look. And also, do you have any holidays planned this year? Nah, not really. Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't take days off.
I suppose it has to be between the cricket and the rugby
Yeah,
season.
pretty much. Pretty much.
Is there any break between? No, there's not.
And also, we've got there, greetings, fellow hominins. Hope everyone is well. That's a fancy word, isn't it?
Isn't it?
You've done well there. And Australia can easily qualify for World Test Championship finals. And there, I think India is having a chance to qualify. Your opinion? I think it's going to be India versus Australia in the final.
Yeah.
At the moment, and also match fixing, frankly, are becoming only result. I'd investigate 2 winning sides bet that don't affect result. Follow on yes or no, bet no. And will Australia reach 552 or 550 lead? Bet no. there as well. But we will mention anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back with day 5 if we do get a day 5 today. Or that won't be today, it's day 4
I'm
tomorrow.
hoping that goes well into day 5.
You think it's going to be a deep one?
Go the Parkies, come on.
Okay,
Bet for 2 days.
I'm
Yes.
liking it.
Yeah.
And also, Hamish, do you go for the Hurricanes, or have you just wear this hat? Says Zach. I do like the Hurricanes, although I do also just have this one. We've also got the Melbourne Stars, but as you guys can see, not the best choice of hat for a green screen, as it kind of makes everything disappear, unfortunately. And also, who wins this match? I would say it's either a draw or Australia at this stage. I'd love to see Pakistan fight back, but I don't believe I mean, that's the thing, though. They've got 2 full days. Maybe they can do enough to be able to score themselves some runs. They just need about a run rate of about 3. Also, and Norman has said, brother, I've got a request for you. Would you mind saying Ghana and nodding your head left and right? Interesting.
Sounds a bit dodgy.
It does a bit, and now Sebastian's going to snipe him. Well, it looks it, because I would say more than likely he will end up timing him out.
Well, after repeating it so many times, I
yeah,
don't blame
it's
him.
only about 50 times, isn't it?
Yeah, come
Just
on.
quickly go like
Because
that.
You need to.
There's another one there from Coding. Amish, will you do Oh, nicely bowled by Mitchell Stark. Will you do commentary for this year's WWE WrestleMania? Please do it. Must see matches. Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns and Stone Cold Steve Austin returns. Also, we'll have to see.
How do you do a commentary of wrestling, though?
It's a tricky one. You've got to decide whether or not you're actually going to tell people what's happening, or whether you just watch along and make little comments. It's quite tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Because like UFC's different. UFC, you can kind of explain the action. WWE is a little bit harder. As that looks like Norman got stumped. This is Muttley. And also, speaking of wrestling, Hall has passed away. Loved him in the NWO, yeah. Also known as Razor Ramon. You remember him?
Not really.
Not really?
No.
He passed away yesterday.
Oh, that's a bit sad.
Yeah. Not ideal.
No.
Pakistan facing 2 deliveries so far. No runs for Shafiq. And also, that was well said, Seb. And there it says Robert. That was sad, Seb. Sorry, not well said. Well, it probably was well said as well. And Norman was run out for 6 brain cells. Yeah, and also Sebastian is like a mosquito. He doesn't miss anything. Yeah, mosquitoes are so... Although the difference is mosquitoes are annoying, Sebastian is not. You know? Although Sebastian is from Romania, so maybe biting is something. You know? He has mentioned before he's a vampire.
Okay.
Outside of off stump, and he's tried to play at that one. Almost end up missing it completely, Shafiq. It's a good ball from Mitchell Stark. I think they've got to try and lure in Pakistan early and try and get them out within, if they're 2 or 3 down, it's happening here. Pat Cummins giving everyone a bit of a high five.
Oh.
Okay, so all the bowlers just go over and pretty much...
It's a bit over the top, isn't it?
Go like that. They all love each other. It's a good team environment, that's for sure. And also, we have got what's the current temperature in Romania. I'd assume you're probably sort of -10 or somewhere around there, but hopefully it is a bit warmer for you. Pitched up delivery from Stark, fielded by the captain Cummins. Throws it into the keeper. Okay, Rob Key said it's either to give the bowlers a rest or to come back in completely fresh for their next bowling. Someone's got a massive horn at the crowd. Well, it sounds bad, doesn't it? A massive ear horn. Better?
Yeah. Better.
I just thought of another reason Cummins are not as smart as we thought, got confused and just overthought the whole thing and simply had no idea what to do. And there says dedication and also goes Stark's bowling and scorecard's gone on holidays. One moment. We'll go like that. Where's he gone? He's hiding. Boom, there he is. He's popped up and Coding bloody cold, mate. -9 here, Coding Central Transylvania. Yeah, a bit chilly. Probably don't want to go outside with only, as they call them in Australia, budgie smugglers. You know what they are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't need to see them.
Probably fair enough, isn't it? Yeah. Sometimes walk around in the house in them, don't I? That's a complete lie.
No. I only giggle because just the thought of it.
Now Shafiq. Oh, nice ball outside of off stump from Stark, and that closes out his over. It's a maiden, and Pakistan's sitting none for none off the first over. That's 1 down, 170 to go.
What overs?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Not completely sure of it yet, but I assume it's okay. It's 172, in fact. So now we get to do fun maths.
Okay.
I feel like people, when they hear me say fun maths, just go, what is this kid on about? Because maths shouldn't be fun. 100 or 1,026 balls left. And also, is there a real?
500 runs.
506. So if they were, divide that by 506. I've done that wrong. One moment. So 172, no, 506 divided by 172 equals, so they need about 3 and over.
3 and over.
3 and over from here on out. Maths can be great fun. And they're at 171.
Yeah,
Says
some
Robert.
games back when you were kids, on the computer.
I feel like the thing that helped was making maths more of a game than a kind of thing you did.
Yeah.
You know?
Otherwise it's monotonous.
That's a good word. You also did English.
Failed it.
There you go. I mean, if that's not inspirational for the children of the world.
What, that failed English?
She failed English, yet we are doing a commentary live stream in bucket hats. Follow your dreams, kids.
Yeah, pass maths all the time, though. Not a problem.
Oh, look at that. And also, sorry if that was offensive, not intended as well. Is there a real hotel in Transylvania? And also, we've got there are lots of hotels named Transylvania, Dan. And hello, Hamish and Mum. Aussie bowlers are on a rock or on a roll. You reckon too much pressure for Pakistan to handle, says Joshua.
Hopefully not.
Oh, your mum's completely done a switch. And pretty much now she wants Pakistan to be able to bat this out. I assume you either want a draw or a Pakistan win.
Yep.
I'll still say the Aussies get it done. I just don't know whether or not they finish it by the end of today. But someone should grab that horn that someone's got. I was thinking more put it in a bin, but you want to prove more of a point.
No, violence is not the answer.
No.
It can be sometimes. No, not at all.
It was offensive. You should have seen me unload on the Scottish. Yeah, he was brutal in the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we've got the Six Nations coming up. That's going to be exciting stuff. And who's your dad want to win? I would say with the decision that we've seen from Australia, I feel like he probably wouldn't mind a draw. He might still want Australia to win this one. The target of 506 runs, needed of 172 overs. It's a lot.
Just because of Australia's weird tactics, we want Pakistan.
Oh, run out. Almost on the cards.
You don't need a run out. No. I see they had 2.
Yeah. And then Australia also had 1. So it was
a
bit weird. Wasn't it? 3 run outs in a test match between 2 first innings. It's just strange, isn't it? Steve Smithy liked that one. Marnus liked that one as well. Currently now, Imam Al-Haq yet to get himself off the mark, 0 off 4. And Australia also have been yet to concede a run here in the second innings of Pakistan's batting, or the 4th innings in the match. I'm curious to know how long until they go to spin. Because if they did go to spin after not that long, it just makes me think more about last night's session, how dangerous they could have been. It looked like a good day for bowling. And that evening looked perfect for, a little bit of something there. And good on you. As on there says Dad, and also we have got there, yes, Manus. And there says Robert for that one. I just want to keep both of these men too.
What?
You know what he says?
No.
Close.
Oh.
What does Manus always say?
Oh, no run.
Yeah, he wants to keep them the no run.
Oh, sorry, I sort of zoned out there. I wasn't one. Forgot what you were talking about.
It's because we've got an ear horn just blasting in the eardrums.
And they're talking in the ear. You're talking in this guy. It's hard to concentrate. It really is.
Mum's having a breakdown. It's like, that's okay.
I just want Pakistan to stick it to the Aussies. Sorry.
It's obviously what's good day for bowling. Pakistan 148. And I was like, come on, Australia, says Ben. That one early wicket on the cards. This is a good question, Ben. Who gets the early wicket? And this is also to everyone in the chat. I'm saying Mitchell Starc gets it. His just unpredictability of where that ball's going to be going. And also he gets quite a bit of swing early on. I'd say about 3rd over, he's going to maybe pick up a wicket for caught at second slip to Cameron Green. It's not Cameron Green there. It's actually Steve Smith. And also Pakistan would have to have one of the biggest last innings batting performances of all time. And Stark in there, says Ben. So we are on the same wavelength there. If you want to go one more, who's going to be the batsman who goes out? It's quite tricky to predict. It's all those colours on your hat. It's like the
Sunny.
pollen, yeah. I also just talked to Hamish about him. I reckon Australia will win. I don't, on the other hand, support Pakistan. And there says Zach and also Hamish Black Caps. Oh, that disappeared. One moment. We'll go, yeah. Black Caps were there in the place of Australia. Do they enforce the follow on? Yes. Or I guess it depends as well, though. As Kane Williamson as a captain would enforce the follow on, I believe. BJ, or not BJ, sorry. Tom Latham, though, a little bit more questionable.
He would have batted, possibly.
And let Stark pick up the wickets. Cummins doesn't deserve them. As else says the mission there. And also Stark says Robert and Pakistan will or win would be talked about in 1,000 years.
I'd say.
And yeah, it would be the biggest chase down, not just by, I think it's by about 80 runs or something. I can't quite make out what old mate is trying to say. And then, I haven't quite worked out that one. He's got, I know that KKKKKK means laughing.
Okay.
I actually learned that from a Brazilian. There you go.
Fair enough.
And I was like, g'day, Karis, and good day, Kiwi lad and mum. Welcome into the live stream, mate.
How's it going?
And good day, all, says Karis a little bit earlier on. And also, there was a hint of swing, son, as well. I say the right-handed batsman will be the first to go. There you go, eh? I like it. I enjoy predictions just because when they actually happen, I just get too hyped about them. You know? Like, because it's like when I try and predict who's going to score the first try in a game of rugby, and they actually do, my brain goes, what? Like, I'm terrible at predictions. You know this, don't you?
Yeah, just ask Dad's TAB account.
Oh, nah. Oh, you. Oh, just look at my TAB account. It's on 0. Ooh. The whole cricket matches back to back. I win EMU and WhatsApp. That's what he said. I see. Back to back win. Okay, so he knows who's going to win the matches before they've happened. Maybe he is the one who was in Pat Cummins' ear. Giving him a little bit of cheeky banter.
Yeah.
Saying, oi, mate. I got some big bucks. What is the currency in Pakistan?
You can't say something else there.
I was like, burn. Susan Mutley for that one. Yeah, but just Stark. Little bit of swing there. And how's the wicket holding up? Time for spin, Gazza. As well, not quite Gazza's time. Last night would have been Gazza's time.
Yeah, so
just now, not quite. Big call, Swepson, first wicket. Liking it. The youngster. Yeah. This thing is, I call him youngster. I think he's 27 or 28.
28.
Yeah.
I think 28.
Yeah. But like, he's not really young, but he's still young in his career.
Yes.
Definitely international. That's Marcus Harris. You think, what he's doing out there? He must be out there probably for Warner, who's just thrown in tantrum and gone, nah.
Yeah.
Like,
throwing his toys out of the cot.
As you would. You know? Like, yeah.
Oh, put your big girl pants on. Man up.
Well done by Mitchell Stark. Once again, keeping it on the money. And also rupee it is. So yeah, he said, I got a whole heap of rupees on this, Mark. You know? A whole heap of rupees. Just make sure that Pakistan draw. Pat Cummins has gone, who is this? But yeah, all right. No worries.
Yeah, I'll let the review board know about that later. Or integrity board, is it?
And also time for a Heineken or two, Mum. It will make more sense. And they're 10 minutes away from the Heineken drink break with the bucket hats. We're actually already wearing the bucket hat. Do you like the bucket hat?
I like this one,
Yeah. I mean,
I like the colour.
I feel like the Hobart Hurricanes cap, it does suit the occasion because we are watching cricket, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think who plays for the Hobart Hurricanes.
Ricky Ponting used to.
I mean, Matthew Wade, he's not there at the moment, of course.
No.
Who else plays for them that's in this team? I don't think they've got too many representatives in Test match cricket, do they?
No, I don't think they have.
I'm just looking through at the side and...
So who's Swepson? He's Brisbane, isn't he?
Yeah. So I think they don't have any...
Who's Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris, I think, is Melbourne Renegades. Oh, anyone's seen those ones? I think Rob Key is sick of the ads, isn't he? Like you just said on the commentary, oh, they're coming thick and fast now, the ads. Sensible.
Yeah, the T and the 6-line.
But he was the first one to say, like, that KFC bucket is in the stupidest position on the ground. So I think he just doesn't care. He's just like, right, I'm going to just call it how it is. And Matt Up, funny movie with Simon Peake. Oh, Bolin, but he's on the bench. Does he get to come in for the last test, do you think?
Depends what happens in this one.
If they draw it, if they don't make any changes, people would get angry. And also, no one, unless he's been pretorious for that one, and also Pakistan will not be drawn, says Muhammad Ali. That one, and also Summit Singh has said, hello, welcome into the live stream, mate. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Just hugely appreciate you guys all being here. Yes, Scotty Bottling for the last test. Well played once again. And behind the ball for Amawa Huck. Currently yet to get themselves off the mark here for Pakistan. So straight away you'd say that the win taken off the table.
It has been, yeah.
Unless, of course, they absolutely just dominate spin. Because spin, you can get more than 4 runs and over. Babar Azam, I feel like his whole mind, like all of last night, would have been just completely confused. Like, he would have been like, why were we bowling? And now he's like, so wait, why are we batting now rather than just a little bit ago? Pat Cummins charging in. Short ball.
Well played.
Right on the money, but well played by Mahal Huck. And also I'd say they will. I want to, as says Robert, for that one. For it changing up the side a little bit there. Simon Pegg, is he the one in Shaun of the Dead? Is that Simon Pegg? And also, what else is it called? The Golden Mile? No, Golden something. See that guy?
I think he might be.
He was in was he in Star Trek or something as well?
Is that the one with the alien one?
Paul. Yeah. I believe so. That's a nice shot. It's at the stumps at the other end. They want yes, no.
Oh.
They don't get the run though. Oh, a bit of aggression there. And also, yes, Shaun of the Dead. And there as well says, it was from Dan Decastro. If Pakistan can somehow win this one, it would be miraculous. A real cracker of a match, one for the ages. And there they are just showing Mitch Swepson getting himself his first run out. And that was in the first innings. Then we also saw Imam Huck go out trying to advance the Nathan line. So if that doesn't tell you, maybe wouldn't be a bad option to bowl spin soon. Don't know what will. But now, next over is the one that I said that Mitchell Starc will get the wicket.
You did.
So, you think I will be right?
I hope not.
If I am,
Oh, here we go.
do I? We'll film that video of you batting sooner. Oh, I'm getting a Discord phone call.
Why?
No. It'll ring out in our ears for a little bit of time, but then it will disappear. And also over there, always fun, satirical or satirical. Satirical? Satirical.
Something like that.
I know it's satire, but I don't know what the other side of it. Satire. Always fun in satire roles, Simon Pegg. He is. Is that well transition?
Mm-hmm.
And also, why Pakistan not getting a run? It's been 2 overs now, says Zach. And one moment. Here we go. Now it has been 4 overs. Oh, everyone's disappeared for Australia's bowling because they are confused at who it's going to be, but it will be Mitch Swepson now.
Wow.
Does get added in. My prediction is Pakistan 250, 260. Bye-bye. Goodbye as our season up there.
Yeah.
So we'll see you later on, mate. Mitch Swepson does like to lob it up there a little bit. He's replacing Mitchell Starc, which means I don't get my prediction of Starc getting one in this over. I have a question, which still, I guess, makes my brain tick a bit more. If you were just going to take off Starc in the first 2 overs, could he have not done that last night?
Yes. I think Dad just yelled out yes too.
And also, we have got there satirical.
Yeah.
Satirical. That sounds right, doesn't it? We just had to sound it out. Good old I do enjoy a satire movie.
Yeah.
You know, one that's like not too serious. It's like like I probably prefer to watch like a satire horror movie than like an actual horror movie.
Oh yeah, no, I don't like horror.
Just because I'm so jumpy. Like I jump when the microphone clicks, as you know.
Mm.
And yeah, like if anything falls over, I just jump
Yeah.
to the roof. That's why there's that hole there. Got respect for you. Cheers, Norman. My brother.
No, he's the one that.
Yeah, I know. The fact that he's come back and tried it again is impressive. I'm going to put him on a timeout rather than blocking him.
Oh, so he might come back and
Yeah, we'll see whether
be
or
a
not-
nicer person.
No, we'll see whether or not Norman has got it one more in him.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah.
See you soon.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, getting the easy single, and that is going to be now a single. And the
Woo.
first run off Mitch Swepson. In fact, the second run. So now both batsmen being able to score themselves ones. Bang, bang. So what do we do in the Shadows classic horror satire? So that's actually a Kiwi one, isn't it?
I think it is.
What we do in the Shadows, Takawai Titi.
Mm.
And who else is in that one? Probably that other fellow who's in everything.
Oh, Reese? No.
Reece Darby.
Yeah,
Yep.
Reece Darby.
He's in everything, isn't he?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
He's in that new. Have you seen Our Flag Means Something?
No.
Is that like a pirate satire one, I think?
Oh, okay.
Was along those lines. And also in the Muppet Ram Ranch in there as well. And also we have got there Norman, I have a request for you. Bugger off. He's struck it down under. I was like, yep, and Jermaine Clement. And there. I say that correctly? Jermaine Clement.
Mm.
And also, hi, Amish Mama. How proud are you of your son? Where you when he hit 10K?
That was pretty awesome, eh? Yeah. Nah. He's done well. Haven't you?
Yeah. I don't leave
Modest
the
with it.
lounge, you know.
Yeah, I suppose 10K subs is.
It's weird. It's real weird.
Well, considering what just over a year ago, you were
Yeah.
hoping for a couple of thousand.
And also, like, our town is less than the amount of subscribers we've got,
I know.
which is weird because, like, you go out in the town and it's like there's quite a few people out and about.
Nobody knows you.
Yeah. Which is probably good. Probably a good thing.
Uh,
Because, like, people know where I live, don't they?
yeah. Well,
Mm.
your dad ran into one of your teachers at the grocery shop.
They know who I was.
They do now.
Oh, no. Which subject?
History? No, classics.
Just muted it.
Yeah, he was asking after you.
He'd be into that kind of thing. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's
he's going to have a look.
he kind of technology kind of like, hello, you might be on now. And Bold and Norman, Norman the Muppet gone 2 chances wasted. That's Zach for that one. See, I was going to just whisper it, but then I realized that mic picks up everything.
Oh, okay.
So, like, they would have known.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to name them.
Name and shame.
No. Oh, there's no need for that.
But
I
currently,
just thought it was quite cool that he was going to look you up.
currently now, Mamo Huck facing off with Nathan Lyon now.
Oh,
Nicely played. Oh, playing hot potato in front of the batsman, just trying to confuse him a little bit, I think. It also 505 target is like the Pacific for Pakistan. And there, yeah, it's big. It's huge, in fact. Now, Nathan Lyon. Oh, that stayed low.
Mm,
And it seemed like he was a little bit, I guess you could say, off balance playing it.
mm. And as you say again, if this is what they were going to do last night, why would you want to rest your fast bowlers? Because they weren't going to bloody bowl anyway. Sorry.
Nicely bowled by Nathan Lyon once again. And Swepson has a real talent. Leg spin. It's the hardest bowling style to master. It is.
It is, yeah.
It's very difficult, which is why when we do, I'm thinking about making our one of you facing 100 balls a series. I'll do off spin for one video, leg spin for another. You know?
You're going to do seamers for a start so I can get me in.
Yeah, could do. A little bit of seam, although I normally bowl bounces with my seam.
So, yeah,
As you've seen, like
Oh,
I ended up.
I'll just hook you.
Yeah. All right, hello, says being welcome in. So hopefully we can, who knows, maybe we film that within the next few days. Or maybe the next few weeks. Oh, that's good. That's good. And that is going to be possibly the wicket. I don't think you can really argue that one if you are the batsman. I mean, you've got 3. Do you go for it and hope that it's skidded on a little bit? He's going, I'm feeling pretty plumb. Abdullah's going, yeah, mate, you are pretty buggered. He's gone upstairs. Okay.
Oh, it's a waste.
You think?
Yeah, he's gone.
I thought there was a Brumby shirt for a second, but I think there was a Parramatta Eels, wasn't it?
Mm,
It's quite a cool kit.
that was
The
actually.
plane on the front. Oh, the hiccups.
Do you want to go?
Nah, he's all right. You're right. You're right. Oh, yeah. Right.
Oh, no, it's
Plum. Plum. About as plum as you can get there. So we're going to have to add a name to the list, unfortunately. For Pakistan, every time I see something, it just makes me think, why not? Why not last night? You know? Early wicket last night.
Mm.
Give them confidence. Soft spoken at the moment, but Imam Al Haq is going on his way. Unless this ball does weirdness. No. Cleaning out the middle stump.
Middle stump. You're out of here.
And Imam Al Haq is going to be gone. 1 off a total of how many balls? 18. 18 balls. There we go.
Oh, who said that? That was a left-hander. I
Although
said the right-hander.
that was for Stark, wasn't
Oh,
it?
okay.
Once Stark gets the wicket of Shafiq, we'll all be able to have a big smile.
Okay.
And although we've got the Wednesday tomorrow, yes, and we need wickets. Come on, Aussie, come on. There's an up. I think your prayers were just answered. That one, it was a delayed reaction. Aris Darby is a Kiwi treasure. As well says Dan De Castro, and also nice catch, says Marvity. Thank you very much, mate. We do have a Melbourne Stars one here as well.
Oh, you just love that, don't you?
Although, as you can see, green screen and green cap. I can just be like, right, I'm taking a break.
Oh, leave me there.
Look at that, isn't that fancy?
Dad, drink spray.
It's very blurry, isn't it?
Oh,
There you go. Look at that. It's as if I'm not even here.
no, that's pretty cool.
And then
No,
all of a
it's not just
sudden,
me. Hamish is here.
boom, I'm here. That looked quite cool, didn't it?
Oh, if you say so.
I love technology.
Yeah.
And also absolutely Hamish says an up. And they say, yeah, I think you brought them a bit of good luck there.
Hmm.
And now, Azhar Ali, 93 matches.
He's 37.
Yes, they've got quite an older side, Pakistan, but then also a couple of young guns who are making their way through. Best of 302 not out. Imagine if he got that today.
That'd
And
be
tomorrow.
awesome.
It would be absolutely incredible for him. I'm
Yeah.
not sure where that would have been. He scared me. Don't do that. It's that one. I guess, yeah, because that's the thing. For anyone who just hopped on,
Yeah, it would have looked good. It would have.
it's a half and 148 all out in first innings Pakistan. I think it gets worse from here. And there says Zach. And I guess the big question, is this going to be over by the end of today?
I hope not. I just want Pakistan to show a bit of fight.
Nathan Lyon now. Gaza, as he is known in the cricketing community. Also, Pakistan playing wrong. I just bat normal.
Yeah.
Not scoring. Won't work on this pitch. Yeah, as soon as you go into your shell on the surface, you can't get out of your shell. Like, you just get trapped. And it's actually what happened in the first innings for them a little bit, unfortunately. They did end up getting stuck there, going, right, we're just going to keep on, just going to try and rebuild. We'll just have a few dot balls. But that's when those wickets fall, because if you just push it a little bit too hard, straight to second slip, and Cameron Green goes, yeah.
Yeah, he gobbles him, doesn't he?
He does. He's got a very good catch on him. Good set of hands. Probably quite large hands as well, I would think.
Yeah, but de Gronholm's got large hands too. And how many does he drop?
80% probably, to be honest, but yeah.
Sorry.
Poor de Gronholm.
Sorry, Colin.
Love the fact that we insult the Kiwis. Oh, while we're at it, I'm going to go like this and like this. Oh, that's too big. One more. That Mitch Swepson now going to be added into the bowling attack. Well, he was already in the bowling attack, but he's going to get another over. I should say, I'm just going to go like this, and we're going to go like this, and like this, and like this. We're actually going to put on Super Rugby Alpaki in the little corner.
Okay.
Just because women Super Rugby, you love women, don't you?
Do you want to rephrase that?
Okay.
I like women's.
I love
sports.
women, don't I?
I don't know, Hamish.
Full toss. Oh, misfield from Pat Cummins. Uh-oh. Oh, no,
Oh.
Nathan Lyon has got that one. I was a Pakistan playing wrong. Oh, no, I read that one.
Yeah.
I'm good at that. I
Yeah.
sometimes double up on my reading. Extra practice, isn't it?
It does.
Mm-hmm. Did you used to... No, wait, no, sorry. You were before the time of... Like, back at school, I was going to say, at school, did you used to have, like, how you put on a set of headphones and, like, they'd give you a book and you had to follow along with your finger, like, the words that were being said. But then I realized, like, you know...
We only got electronic typewriters
Yeah.
about a year before I left school.
Yeah, we used to have, like, and, like, it was a story about a bear and some fish. And I used to think, geez, those fish look all right. You know?
Yeah.
Not in a sexual way.
Why would it be? Jeez, boy.
Just more in a...
Too much information.
more in a...
You don't have to share everything.
No, I do need to work on my filter a bit.
Yeah, especially when I'm sitting here.
I think
Doesn't
it was...
matter when you're here by yourself, but...
I think it was Wikawaja should be player of the match for his performance. Said Sebastian, and also reckon Smith will have a few overs, says AFL. He will, if it was anything to do with him in the declaration as well. Or nicely bowled by Swepson, right on the money. Apparently 87.7 kilometres for that one. Like they're saying, speed is important for a spinner. And it was also, surely Usman will be. Yeah, I mean, getting 200 runs combined as a batsman. Like, I mean, a couple of the bowlers have gone all right, such as a Stark. The only thing that gets it taken off Khawaja for me is maybe if we see Stark get a 5-for or something along those lines. Oh, he's just taking some pictures. As he scored half the runs, yeah. Very impressive from Big Usman Khawaja. Big match Usman Khawaja, I should say. Not the largest individual, is he? But
No.
he's still got some decent size. Oh.
Wow.
Okay, so there's a couple large cracks in the pitch by the looks of it. He actually put an ear pod in the pitch. Of course, couldn't leave it in there, unfortunately.
No.
That'd be weird, wouldn't it? Like one day pitches are going to be like completely like kind of electronic.
So you ask the question again, if the pitch is like that, why would you bat? Again.
Because like in my mind, I'm thinking about, you know how they've got, I can't remember what organization it is in mixed martial arts, but they've got a smart cage now that like kind of tells you everything about like the foot movement and everything like that. I feel like pitches, like, yes, we have the technology currently that they use, such as show them where the ball is going and whatnot, but I feel like they're going to be able to like continue to increase fanciness. I know that yesterday they were talking about, I think, trying to get something on the ball that allows you to calculate revolutions and whatnot. Now, it's always advancing technology, isn't it?
It is. It's amazing.
It's weird at the same time, isn't it?
Well, we never had cell phones until I was pregnant with your sister.
And
they were big bricks.
Yeah. Would you say it was a simpler time back then?
Oh, definitely.
Do you think technology has ruined the world?
Well, it's ruined the bullying side of it in a lot of ways. And the crap that's on Facebook and that. I mean, you almost know when someone's gone to the loo. That's how much they share.
And they take a photo of it.
Yeah, it's just all right. There's some things that should stay private.
I'll run them for the two. And they will be able to get there, Pakistan. Yes, they do. Not the best throw.
No.
From, who's that in the deep? Kind of looks like Cam Green.
Yeah, I was going to say looks quite tall.
Quite the beanpole.
Yep.
Can you say anyone who's more than a few meters tall is Cameron Green? You know? Right, now they only need 499 runs to win. Pakistan on fire, almost reaching 1 per over.
Yeah. It's enthralling stuff, isn't it? So.
Nicely done. See, I guess this is a similar feel to what we saw England set up against the West Indies. Big difference was West Indies only had to bat about 60 or 70 overs,
No, okay.
whereas Pakistan still have to bat a lot longer here. Like they're saying 172 overs they would have to face. I missed the glorious return of one they call Norman Muppet. As I said, Sebastian,
Yeah.
miss him already.
Got rid of him though.
See, I feel like it would really hurt his feelings if I did it now while he's not here.
What?
Oh, whatever he said. I don't even know what he said, to be honest. He wanted me to shout out Ghana while also shaking my head and saying something else as well.
Mm.
Which makes sense, of course, on an Australia and Pakistan live stream.
Yeah, because everyone will understand what you're saying.
And also, Donna, expression priceless. He says Dan De Castro. So I guess the big question, how many more wickets do they need in the next 48 minutes for you to join us for the whole of session 2?
How many wickets for Pakistan?
Yeah, how many wickets in this one? 48 minutes?
48 minutes. At least another 3.
3?
Yeah.
How about we negotiate down to 2?
No.
That's
on top of the already one.
Okay. So you're saying they need to be 4 down at the end of 48 minutes for you to stick around for the whole of the last session. If not, she will leave
Second
a minute
session.
early. Yeah, second session, sorry.
Not last session, sorry.
No. And then if they don't, you stay till like 10 minutes left in it. 10:30. Sound good?
No, I'll leave after this.
Drinks.
No, after this.
No, we're still going to be back
8
for the first hour of the day. Yeah, that
I've got
was
shit to do.
although similar answer for me to stay awake as well. That's true. It's also middle of the night for yourself, isn't it? Also, Pakistan will still have 170 overs of batting, says AFL. Slowly working through them though, down to 165. Which, if you were to do quick maths of 165 times 6, what you get into, mums there? No?
No.
150 times 6, 900?
Yep.
And you add yourself another little bit on top of that.
Exactly.
930 balls?
Okay.
Something around there? Maybe? No, I might have done the maths wrong there. Oh, well. I was like 2 a.m., yeah. As I was there, Dan De Castro, so yeah, late night.
Wow.
Commitment.
That is. You must be retired or something.
Canada. Canada's nice, though. I feel like Canada's the type of place you could have work the next day, show up about 4 hours late, go, sorry, and they'll be like, you're all good. It's all good, mate. Don't worry about it. Stuff happens. You must have been doing something important. I was watching the cricket. You're fired. Yeah. But someone else will hire you, Dan, and that's the main thing. That great life advice or what?
Don't listen to them kids. He sits in the lounge all day. Who are you going to listen to? Your parents? Hamish.
We should do a video one day. Hamish goes to work with his mum for the day.
Okay.
And I'll just cause havoc in your office.
Come on a Friday when Trevor's here. He'll love it.
And also, look at their mother and son. Charisma keeps me awake for these sessions. Is Dan De Castro. I feel like you'll be working and you'll just turn around and see me and your boss, like each on an office chair with massive long poles jousting.
Yeah, he's a big kid. Any excuse for him not to do any work.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
For who? It's a good excuse for me not to do any work.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It'll come in with a crash helmet and you'll be like, what are you boys doing? And we'll be like, right, we've got a cardboard box. We're going to go down those stairs.
Jesus, shut the door so you don't go flying out into the street.
It doesn't really have a lot of a gap, does it?
No.
Slide in, kind of slide tackle a woman or a man who's walking along.
That won't be a good look.
No. As long as you get it on camera, that's all right. Not really. It's probably more proof.
You get pulled out to the police station.
That's just across the road, though.
It
so
is.
all good.
It is not far to go.
I see bowled by Nathan Lyon, and also forever the greatest ice hockey nation on the planet. Love you, brothers, Canada. That wasn't how you say Canada, was it? Canada. That's what I was trying to say. 499 impossible to get draw, maybe, but have to bet well. This is Zach. Yeah, currently I'm going to have a look at the odds in terms of what we're sitting at. Anyone wondering about the game between Matutu and also the Blues? Currently sitting 3-0 in favour of Matatu, sorry. It's rather than Matutu.
So where are they from?
They are the South Island combined team. So they're kind of Crusaders and Highlanders.
Oh, okay. So
Combined.
they've combined them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh. So they got 2 bat pads. And also they have got a man kind of close on the onside, isn't he? And the opportunity. And thanks, indeed, and thanks in there. Says Dan Gastro. What was I looking up? Oh, yeah, the odds.
Got way late.
Pakistan versus Australia. We do drugs.
I was thinking it's some other.
Pat Cummins
Take it.
probably does. Right. Pakistan 0.9, draw 11.5, and Australia 87.6.
God, you think that'd be 90 at least?
Mm.
Wouldn't you?
But I think it's because of the timing.
Yeah.
People are going, what were they doing? Now, Nathan, line varying the speeds quite nicely. Lowest amount was 84. Highest is actually just over the 90 mark. But it seems like a spinner surface here, doesn't it?
It does.
Could have been useful last night. How many times do
We'll
you think we
never
can reference
know.
that?
We will never know.
But still fuming with the NHL of not letting the players make the trip to the Winter Olympics would have been easy gold for the Canadians. Yeah, they did stop them from leaving the NHL, so Canada lost because they didn't have any of their star players because they were all stuck in contracts.
Yeah, see, I don't get that. I know they're professional sports people and all the rest of it, but when they get picked for their country, doesn't country come first? Surely.
Yeah. Although I guess IPL's the same a little bit,
and
but
that pisses me off even more. But
I guess slightly different, well, definitely different circumstances because at the end of the day, like a medal, that's a good ball from Sweeps, and he liked it very much. He was the only one who thought that there was a little bit of a noise. And yep, Riddick, and there says it, Dan. Riddick is kind of like what you'd call a frog,
okay,
you know?
I love it.
Well, he goes ribbit, but you go, you Riddick, you know, as an insult. There was a bit of a noise there.
Because the All Whites, some of them couldn't play
In the upcoming one,
or the one that's been.
I think it's coming up very soon. I think it's
Another
this
one.
weekend.
But
Yeah. We're going to cover some games. Want to do New Zealand versus Papua New Guinea?
depends what time it is.
3 a.m.
Oh, no. Why you ruin it by saying it's 3 a.m.?
We can watch a replay of it.
Oh, I'll watch the replay. But
Although I guess the thing is as well, if we tried to do a live stream of watching the replay, someone would spoil it. Like they just would, wouldn't they? They'd be like, "Oi, did you know this ends 2-1 or something?" Like when we're 2 minutes into the game. Oh, so nice. Well, yeah, Papua New Guinea versus New Zealand, Saturday, 3 a.m. That one not quite tickle your fancy. Okay, that's all right. This next one surely does. It's on Tuesday, 6 a.m.
no,
New Zealand versus Fiji.
That's an hour early then. I need to be up.
Okay, I got a new one. Friday, 25th of March, 6 a.m. New Zealand versus New Caledonia. No? This one will get you. If it's winners Group B, which could be us, it would be 6:30 on the Monday. No?
Getting closer.
Okay. I'll keep trying. I'll find one. And also American dollars first, sadly, as our knock says, Zach, who is there? This is suspenseful, isn't it?
Cricket Cultures Nation always first. I mean, everyone's goal, I thought, everyone's sportsman's goal is to play for their country.
Yeah.
And then they go play for all these other clubs and all the rest of it. And then it gets time to play for their country. They're not allowed to.
Silly. So that would be silly who? I feel like knock jokes in a comment section don't run as smoothly, do they?
No,
They don't quite have that rollover.
Don't have that rollover.
But it's coming up soon. You know? Silly Cummins. She liked it. And yeah. Currently 7:21, so they still need another 2 wickets.
3.
Yeah. 3 wickets.
3 wickets in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like I'm having the night off after this.
Wait, so if they do get the 3 though, does that mean you actually are staying for the whole of the second session?
If I have to.
Cool. Yay.
Come on, Pakistan. Don't let me down.
We're just waiting for the ads. I don't know why we got ads here. I guess is it the drinks break?
It could be.
It must be an hour in, so I guess the drinks break does call for some hydration of the water and the beverages.
Barman's on strike.
I could have finished that, but I decided not to.
Pretty tough sculling a glass of water.
So baseball run rate, it won't last eyes wide shut, says Dan DeCastro. Yeah, they're going at literally, I guess you could call it crawling pace for the run rate. Not even really walking for me in a test match is about maybe 1.5 to 2.5, 1.5 to 2, somewhere around there is kind of your walking pace. Jogging's probably 2 to 3, and then running's like anything higher than 3 per over. This one though, they're learning to walk at this stage. And 33-minute ad in there. He's striking down under, luckily a bit shorter than that one. He goes on to strike Australia bowled Pakistan. His prints there. But yeah, they have already got themselves the 1 wicket. It was Nathan Lyon did end up picking it up, who actually only bowled 9 overs in that first innings. Damn, that would have hurt landing from that high, surely. I always find, like, as a kid, did you used to just jump off stuff and be fine?
Yeah.
And now as an adult, you get ground shock from, like, going down a step. You know?
You don't want to get too carried away when you get older because your bones break more.
Like, I remember at primary school, like, we used to be up on something and you just jump off. Like, it was literally like 2 or 3 meters high. You just jump head first. Well, not head first.
No.
But you just land on your side and be like, yeah, no, we're all good. Cheers. And now as an adult, you're like, oh, I'll try and jump. Oh, I've torn a muscle. I'm probably not very fit though.
No.
Like, I don't think I could run without breaking an ankle.
Or a hammy.
Yeah.
The hammy and calves are the ones that go when you get older.
I get sore calves from watching cricket because, like, when something exciting happens, I tense them. And then, I end up waking up the next day and feel like I've gone for, like, a run up a hill because I was watching cricket. Pretty impressive, really, isn't it? Who needs exercise when you can watch some cricket? Currently now, it's going to be once again Nathan Lyon. He's bowled 3 overs. Oh, for 2 runs. Pakistan, they need 489. That's a low. 498. And Healing cuts slows too in there. Slowly. Like, I haven't got too many cuts, luckily. Remember when I chopped my thumb? That was fun.
That was.
I shaved my thumb in like a chip cutter called the Nicer Dicer Plus and nicely diced my thumb, unfortunately, and the healing cut slowed too.
Wasn't allowed to use it ever again.
No, which is a bit of a shame. Does Donna still go for a run early in the morning to stay fit, or are those days over, says Zach?
Those days never started.
No?
No, wasn't a runner.
What about a walker?
Got dodgy knees and ankles, so nah. I used to be quite fit when I was at school playing netball and stuff like that, but as soon as you leave, you don't.
See, I was quick at primary school, then high school hit me.
Yeah, and you slow down because you don't have to do anything in high school, whereas primary school you have to do everything. Yeah.
And also the series was or not so exciting. I like India versus Australia test. That testing thrilling and exciting as well, says Prince. It sure was. Like, it's pretty awesome when you do get to see, like, that's the thing. That last test match between India and Australia, I believe it was, where India just played the game of, like, their lives pretty much.
Yep.
It's just absolutely insane. And hopefully we do get to see a replication of that soon for one of the two sides. Who knows? World Test Championship final. if we got that match for the World Test Championship final, that would be like just absolutely incredible.
Mm.
Nicely fielded in close from Travis Head. Gives it off to Labuschagne. He looks at the ball and he decides to pass it back across the back cupboard.
Exciting stuff.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Mm.
We need another, about 2 wickets. Can we negotiate down to 2? 3 in total down. We're running low on time. Only 34 minutes left at this stage. And they are top order batsmen, of course.
Mm.
Currently 12 overs down, 8 for 1. I feel like it hasn't been completely unenthralling, though. Like this innings from Pakistan. I don't know whether it's because we're just talking flat out.
Yeah.
But I've been enjoying it. We're all yawning. And by the way, how did you, or did you get to check out the Kiwi ice hockey? Not quite. I could show you, though. Do you like ice hockey?
Mm.
We've actually got a Kiwi league.
Yeah, I think they play in Christchurch, don't they?
I think so. And also Dunedin.
Oh, yeah.
I was saying about how you wouldn't even need like an ice rink in Dunedin. It's that cold.
Mm.
And also Queenstown, I think, has one as well.
Okay.
So, yeah. Oh, Sebastian sent me the link, though, and I subscribed to their YouTube channel.
Oh, we'll have a look there.
The commentary is rough because it sounds like they're recording into a Pringles can, but it's all right. And so I was running ever seen through 12 overs. There's the standard Kessler. It's right down there. Although also, was it New Zealand up against Bangladesh that we only had about this much of about the first 12?
No, I think we had that one and over, surely.
And also, we have got their love from Kashmir as well. Says No Mercy official. Welcome in. Lights from Pakistan are definitely going for a draw. Yeah, I think it's the best option for them from here.
Oh, it was always the best option, but you sort of can't get too bloody defensive, can you?
Or else you get in trouble, don't you?
Yeah, just ask the Kiwis.
It's going to be the single there for Pakistan. Nicely done. Oh, they want to, and they do get it. Nicely run between the wickets. And Shafiq moves himself up to 8 runs now. Right, February? When did we play? I think it was actually January, wasn't it, that we played Bangladesh? Yes, it was. I'm going to find our first innings because I think we were extremely slow starters. Just look bad.
I don't know. There's a
screen in the way. That's
screen
probably
in the way. I can't see
good.
what you're doing.
Okay, so for us, how many overs? Okay, after 10 overs, we were 8 for 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
After 9, we were 2 for 1. 2 for 1 off 9 overs. So that was pretty impressive.
Wow.
But yeah, Pakistan, they did go to the next level in this one a little bit. And also, Habibi, I come to Kashmir as well. And there says No Mercy official. Where is Kashmir? Is that England or India?
I would have thought
India.
but
I think so. And also, who would win in the race between a bunny or a cat?
or they always support Pakistan, so it might be.
Might be Pakistan, is it?
I don't know.
A rabbit or a cat? I mean, they're both very quick when they get going. Our cat, if it was a rabbit or our cat, the rabbit, because he doesn't run too far.
Billy in his day would have got the rabbit.
Yeah, maybe. So
That's
it would be a
pretty
good
quick.
race.
Remember when he used to
Run up and down the hallway.
yeah, he used to be
Under
pretty
the
quick.
hallway. Also, Kashmir is a contested territory between India and Pakistan. And Kashmir between Pakistan and India, says Dan to Kitchen. I agree with your mum. Play the game and the days will go by instead of being tentative, says Danny Lewis. Currently, Pakistan, if they can get these two guys right through to lunch, another 30 minutes, I think that's first step done for Pakistan. And to be honest, there's a lot of steps to go.
Yeah.
It's like pretty much, what's it called in America where Rocky ran up the steps?
Stupid. No.
Where's that region? Philadelphia, isn't it?
Yeah. I think so.
At the moment, Pakistan are at the bottom of that staircase.
Mm.
Dun, 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 dun. They've got to keep on climbing. And then at the top, they can do a nice little celebration. They also, Pakistan loses a series And then what changes will there be to the points table in the World Test Championship? I realised I was looking up that a while ago, wasn't I, for the World Test Championship rankings?
Then
I'll
go
get those up. Waylaid.
waylaid again.
Yeah, I'm good at like
That's what I
that.
always do.
And a Kashmir's Paradise as well says no mercy official. You know, maybe have to visit it one day.
Yeah, when you go see your fans in Pakistan and India, you call in via Kashmir as well.
Right. Tables. What we got here then. So Australia is sitting up the top currently. Pakistan is sitting in second. So if Pakistan lose this, I believe their win percentage will drop to a little bit below South Africa. Or actually, it will be about the same. So I believe Pakistan will still sit somewhere near second after that, but it's very close.
No, I can't read that.
And it's all done off points and also win percentage as well, I believe it is, that they kind of take into consideration more than not, you know? And also, and my favorite Led Zeppelin song in there. Is that Stairway to Heaven? No, Stairway to something. Is that a Led Zeppelin song or is it Kashmir? No, I'm not sure. Led Zeppelin song with stairs. Have I got the right? Oh, Kashmir. That side of it rather than the other way. It was a long distance rabbit would win short distance, maybe the gap. Is that, yeah. I guess it depends on what they're chasing as well. Like, I feel like it's easier to convince a cat to run somewhere, like, if it knows that it's getting a reward, whereas a rabbit just runs for the sake of running.
Yeah.
You know, like a rabbit's just like, oh, I see a person, boom, it's gone. You know, where'd it go? I was gonna shoot it. No, that's not what we do around here, is it? I haven't been hunting. You haven't been hunting either, have you?
No.
I think we have a lot of wild wallabies around, but not really too many. Oh, we got a few rabbits.
A few rabbits out in the high country, and like, in the hills.
And also has a great song, Yip. And there's his Muttley. Now sweeps and he has bowled 5 overs. He's actually gone for 8 runs. So he's actually gone for a majority of the runs, unfortunately for them. That wasn't a chance for Marnus, was it, really?
Yeah, he should have got that.
Yeah. Now Shafiq. Well, once again, he's getting it in the right region, sweeps in. It's just they haven't quite missed it yet.
Stand down.
There's not a lot of, I guess you could say, not a lot of bounce. If it hits any of that rough or the cracks or anything like that, it just skids through low. Currently, another 25 minutes left of this first session, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who is new, though, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back for day 5, if we do have a day 5. If we do, will we have a day 5, do you think?
I hope so.
I hope so.
For Pakistan's sake, I hope so.
Currently at 14.4 overs down. It's a nice sunset, isn't it? So, of course, in the game between Matatu and the Blues, which is currently 3-0 to Matatu. Not really a high scoring one, is it?
No. Where's that paid? Was it Taupo they were doing that or not?
Maybe.
Or did they change that?
I know it's not Eden Park anyway.
No.
Could be Mount Smart. No? What's that stadium? It looks like a familiar one. I think it could be Mount Smart.
Is it? Oh, so did they change it to Auckland?
Wait up. I'll have a look. It's going to be the end of the over, and it is now 15 overs down, 10 for 1 here for Pakistan.
No, I can't read that.
So they are playing it for the Blues. They are playing it FMG Stadium in Waikato.
Okay.
Interesting. So almost a home game for the Chiefs. Over all the games.
At one stage, they were just going to play it in a week or 2 in one place, weren't they?
Yeah. I think they've done that with FMG Stadium by the looks of it.
Right.
Yeah. All the games.
All right.
FMG.
Okay.
I didn't actually know that.
It looks like a nice ground.
Yes, it's good. The Chiefs enjoy it. You know, they're not too shabby on the ground.
It hasn't always been called FMG, though, has it?
No.
No.
Might have had Waikato. No, it didn't have Waikato in there. Not too sure. And long distance. Oh, no, I read that one. And also Stumps Day 4 prediction, Pakistan 37 for 6. There's Dan Castro there.
Oh, harsh.
And also SKA said, I love India as well. And they have, of course, got their series at the moment up against Sri Lanka where they are 2-0 up. They've been going very well.
I know.
It's dominating.
God, I feel sorry for Sri Lanka.
As our Hamish Bro says, for sure, welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. Another nice ball from Nathan Lyon. Not really giving away any freebies here. Azhar Ali actually sitting there on 31 balls faced. 1 run. Also, India were amazing for Sri Lanka. They were certainly were. Oh, the coverage has disappeared, but now it's back. And where are you from? We are from New Zealand. So it's currently 7:37 p.m., but this will be finishing at around probably 1:30 a.m. if they do end up finishing this whole day. So yeah, it's going to be a relatively late night, but it will be an exciting one. Definitely if we do get to see any more wickets falling throughout the next little while. And also if we get to see Pakistan. See, there's also that other part, which is if we get to see Pakistan taking over some nice runs as well, which that is the single down the ground from Azhar Ali. Now moves up to 2 runs for himself off 32. And also we've got there, hello, Auntie, good to see you once again. Thank you for coming back.
No worries. How's it going?
Yeah. Becoming more and more of a full-time Kiwi lad.
Yeah, you got me hooked in some ways.
Yeah. It's a big scoreboard, isn't it? That looks like quite a tricky scoreboard to update because there's about 4 different tiers. So
yeah, but no, they have normally have sort of
Does that mean you need 4 different people?
No, they'll just have a ramp one side and then sort of a couple of steps up to the next one or something, and they'll have them sort of in a row.
That one didn't spin very far for Nathan Lyon, did it?
No.
So he might be throwing in a few little sneaky ones every once in a while. And also, Hamish, mum question, did you adopt the cat or did the owners not want it anymore? For Billy.
No, we got it from the... Well, a lot of cats are born at the SPCA. And that's we got Billy from there. So I'm not sure if his mum was... whether the kittens were given to the SPCA or the mum and kittens were given to the SPCA. A lot of kittens are born there.
Yeah. And also India and Pakistan are always hostile, says No Mercy. Yeah, those matches get heated. That is for sure. And also good analysis, says Akshay, thank you very much. And I like New Zealand. It is a very nice place. Pretty chilled out. Nothing too crazy happens here overall, I'd say. Definitely not from our small town. Like, we get nothing.
No.
Yeah. We haven't got any big stadiums or anything like that. It's pretty much just chilled out, isn't it?
It is.
And also we have got the New Zealand boom, New Zealand boom, New Zealand boom. There's a mesh. Good. Although that's the thing as well, New Zealand, if we make it through to the semi-final, are we doing the ODI live stream perhaps?
Oh, for the woman.
They probably
have to, don't you?
Almost. I think it would have to be on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel though.
Yeah.
Just because if they copyright it, because I know that the channel that did copyright is doing the World Cup. So, yeah, we probably have to do it on the sport channel just to be safe.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, please come to India, says Akshay. Maybe one day we'll be able to make my way over to India, go to some cricket.
Yeah,
Well, would be quite fun.
Quite awesome, wouldn't it?
And also, Kashmir is more beautiful than New Zealand. There's No Mercy there.
Must be pretty good then.
Nice scenery, I assume. Great people as well. And now sweeps in. He's bowled 6.2 overs. So you'd have to wonder, is this them also giving their pace bowlers a rest?
Well, didn't they have a rest?
Yeah.
Overnight? While their batters batted for 20-odd overs?
And also run rate creeping back down to half a run and over, says Dan Castro. Yeah, it's going quick at the moment. To be fair, when they're not scoring any runs, that's a good aggressive shot. And that is going to be racing down to the man at deep cover. That's the other thing. When you're having so many overs with hardly any runs, the game flies by. Like, we've already had 16.4 overs of Pakistan just because, like, there's no reason that they shouldn't be able to steamroll through it. Definitely not when it's spin as well. You're literally like, this is the quickest you can get through your overs. And even with Swepson, who walks in super slow-mo for a start. Another single. 2 runs in a row.
2 balls. Wow.
And I'll say, good choice. Don't have to pick up the droppings they do in a hole. No, that is true. Compared to the dog, that is. Or even a rabbit, wouldn't it? Rabbits you keep in the kind of rabbit cages, don't you?
Yeah.
We also had a lamb in the backyard, or a few lambs.
We've had a few lambs. Remember we had about 4 or 5 at the same time. That was with SpongeBob and Spongy and who else was it?
There's Ringo and Rodeo.
Yeah.
Those 2. Trixie and Bob.
And Spongy.
As I average, we will see, or we will still be friends during the England versus, or will we still be friends during the England versus Black Caps Test series? Says Sebastian. I hope so. I mean, I know that if anything happens in terms of if we weren't friends, I don't think it would have been on my behalf. You know, I feel like it's one of those ones, even if England absolutely just destroy the Black Caps, like, we're all good. You know, me and you, we do be the homies, Sebastian. That's what the cool kids say, isn't it? You do that and then you... We're doing a thumb war? No? Okay. It's all right. I'm not very good at arm wrestling. No. 13 for 1 now. And I was like, what's your favourite Indian player? Bumrah. I go Jasprit Bumrah.
You always go Bumrah, don't you?
I do go Bumrah. Like, just for that bowling, the uniqueness of the bowling. And also, we have got there, of course, you will. Good people are good people as well, says Dedicator. And also, I don't know, I'm neither cool nor a kid, says Sebastian. Yeah, we're both, I guess, 0 from 2 for those ones. Which is good, isn't it? Were you a cool kid? No?
Wanted to be, but never was. I did ride my motorbike to school.
You did. You were a bit of a rebel, weren't you?
No, I was just a motorbike. I was lazy.
He's going to get down the ground for another single. Starting to rotate the strike quite nicely here. I just showing Karachi, you can go to the beach, you can ride a camel, you can ride a horse at the beach. So it seems like the beach has got everything, doesn't it?
It does. Where's the water?
Somewhere around there. The thing is, though, if the horse does the old, you know, the deed of the, what's it called? An excretion. That's the fun scientific word.
Just put.
And then the water comes in.
You wouldn't like that, would you?
No, I feel like I'll be like, maybe not going for a swim today. Overall, I know there's probably a lot worse things in the ocean, but yeah. And also, we have got there. Who do you support? Ukraine, Russia. I don't think I can comment because of YouTube. Like, they do take your kind of keywords of what you say, and then you get in trouble. So I probably have to go no comment for that one. And also, we have got there. You've got to tell us an essential detail about Kashmir. It's inhabited by us. I mean, he did just make that comment from earlier on, though.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, but
and also,
we were
and also
trying not to get into it.
Shay said, why not for that Kohli? And yeah, I think I do normally look at bowlers a little bit more just because that stayed low. Like, if I was to look at a batsman, like, it's very hard to go past Kohli. Although also I have been watching Kyle Rahul recently, and he seems to be quite good across all formats. Mine are Punt and Gill and Bumrah, that's true. Rishabh Punt, very good player. And I was like, hey man, it says Akhilesh, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, but welcome into the live stream, mate. Hope you're doing well. And win a session A, going to play or play test. I hope he gets an opportunity in the next one, just because it's a long way to go, although he should get an opportunity in short format if he doesn't play the test as well. And also that series will decide if New Zealand has any chance to defend a World Test Championship. I don't know. And also, bro, I'm back. Yes, says Norman. Welcome back, mate. Right. I can't say what you want me to say overall, just because I don't understand it completely, but I do appreciate you coming back. And do let me know who you think is going to win this one. And also we got the man says Akhilesh there, and also just shows with your fingers as on there, or just choose with your fingers. I mean, it's not really one that like people enjoy listening about unless you're like in the news type thing overall. Like a lot of people do just want to forget about it. Definitely, like we've got viewers who are quite close to it, who would just rather not hear about it on a sports one as well.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
This is a cricket.
It does show
Cricket.
Women's World Cup, New Zealand now in the top 4, and definitely they secure their semi-final berth as well. But South Africa and West Indies also in good though team to competition. And I was over there for God's exhibition in that one as well. Yeah. So we will forget about that for now. And I'll say, man, I'm from India. How are you? Says Akhilesh, doing very well. It's actually, sorry, no worries. It's all right. I guess it's one of those ones with the amount of news and everything that's going around. It's very easy to get like kind of, I guess, drawn into it, isn't it?
Up into it. Yeah,
but yeah, not ideal. Pat Cummins back in the bowling attack. I do see there, and also Hamish Watt Black Cats lack to win back. Or lack to win big tournament finals as finalists in 2015, 19, and again into T20 final. You know, it's one thing, just don't go to Super Over. That's probably my biggest recommendation for them. You're both Australian. We are from New Zealand. It's just a little bit over the ditch in that regard. A couple hours flight from the Australians. 3?
Yeah, 2.5, 3.
And yeah, pretty much just a little bit down south in New Zealand. Which is quite nice. 7:47 p.m. here. 13 minutes left of this session. We left alone outside of off stump once again there from the batsman. Shafiq is sitting on 10 runs off 50 deliveries. Azhar Ali now sitting there 3 of 41. That's a lot of balls faced for not too many runs. In fact, that strike rate's probably about not even 10.
No.
It's about a strike rate of 8. Or as I like to call it, the Pajara strike rate. So he is very good at just eating up balls. Pakistan, this is boring. Come on. I know it's a test. This is not good enough, says Zach. And also we have got there, you both look like Australians, says Mercy. I guess New Zealanders and Australians are pretty similar.
Yeah, until you start talking.
Or even like, that's the thing. When I do commentary of Australian games, I slowly, like even saying it Australian, I start to get that little bit of an Australian twang. In the vocal cords as well. And yeah, we need a wicket to get some energy pumping, says Sebastian. And also Pakistan needs to score runs. Also, at the same time, they are just defending it. It's not good. They will get bowled out today itself, says Coding. Currently, hopefully, we do get to see something just before the end of the session's over. Like, we need 2 wickets for my mum to stay. I want my mum to stay.
You can survive without.
I'll try and guilt trip you into it.
Oh, you do it every time.
I'll be so lonely.
Yeah.
I'll be so lonely without you. Like, it will be like this. It's just not the same. And also, you better, and then you better than this woman who pleases commentary alone, bro. Please. That one.
Wow.
No.
You'll get timed out.
And also,
I know where that button is.
Say, hey, Hamish bro, as New Zealander. So, hey, bro, is probably what we'd say. And then Australians kind of go, hey, mate.
Yeah.
As well. And also, big milestone, Shafiq. And they're at 1/10 ton. There you go. He's making his way towards it. At the moment, I mean, that's the thing. If he can get 100 here, that's certainly, like, at the rate that these 2 men are going, they'd be going all right. Why did Australia bet again? I can't understand. That's the same thing with us. We have no idea why they decided to do it. Oh, they're showing the KFC's iconic bucket. Score a scholarship. We'll put it in the one part of the ground that no one hits sixes so that we don't have to pay for any scholarships. KFC. See, that's kind of down at deep third man. Although the good thing is that's kind of out, I guess, mid-wicket way a little bit. So if it's this way around, it might be a mid-wicket smash, but I don't think we'll see too many.
But even from that end, it's sort of,
it's not an easy one. All our critique, it's working to get to lunch 1 down. And this is the indication, and some Aussies will say, hey, mate, where the H is silent. Like, hey, mate. Yeah. I guess, like, that's the thing. As Kiwis and Australians, we try and just cut down on, like, syllables if we can and letters. We don't put in the extra effort.
No.
So like we just be like, yeah, are you, rather than how are you or how are you? It's are you. Although you're supporting Pakistan, this is Australia, and there it says no mercy official. I think my mum is going for Pakistan at this stage.
Oh, just to make it a good contest, you know.
And also, we go there, please, bro, be respectful. We Indians are so respectful towards women. She's Amish's mum. Please be respectful, bro. She's coding for that one.
Thank you, coding. Nicely said.
Currently, now we have got the Australia, mate. Yep, see, Australia from Australia.
Yeah.
Like you have enough of something in there so that people know that Australia is Australia, don't you? Like I'm from Australia. It almost sounds like you add the A, but you just don't. It's easier. Australia, mate. You know? New Zealand. Cheer. You know. The most confusing short saying in the world.
It is.
Like when someone's like, "Oi, you want some meal, you want some food," and you go, "You know." It's like, what does that mean? Do you want it or do you not want it? You know. You know what? Yeah, or nah. You know,
That's good too.
They got 2 for that one, didn't they? Mitchell Stark. This is the over that I said he'd get a wicket though. His third. I feel like Pakistan are going to crack Australia. Just got to keep chipping away, says Zach. And that's the thing. This will be 2 big days for Australia if they do have to bat for the full time. Bowl for the full time of these 2 days. It's not going to be fun for them. Definitely not under the heat. And if that's what they were trying to do. And also we've got their morning Amish, smart, sensible looking people, I see. There's Darren Smith. Welcome in, mate. We got our slightly more acceptable dress today, although I did have this on earlier, but as you can see, Melbourne Stars. It's nice of a cap as it is, just doesn't quite work with the green screen, unfortunately. And also we've got there what's Kiwi equivalent of Aussie Struth as well. Jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez. I guess. Something along those lines.
WTF.
Maybe. And also, Kiwi, which team are you supporting as a Kiwi? Or Hamish, which team are you supporting as a Kiwi watching? I know it is Pakistan. I don't like the way that Australia went about their second innings, to be honest. Like, normally quite a big fan of Australian cricket.
Yes, yeah.
But it just seemed like there was something going on there that wasn't what we're used to seeing from Australia. As if there was someone else in the ear saying, right, we need to do this differently because something needs to happen. And Pat Cummins just went with it. Bouncer from Mitchell Stark there at 140 almost. And it will be a draw with hundreds from Azhar and Bubba. What do you think? I mean, it would be a pretty awesome innings for Pakistan if they do draw this one. And also, what was the game of the Six Nations so far? I'd say Ireland versus France in France was a pretty awesome one just because of how close it was right down to the wire. But then also, I mean, England versus Ireland. England getting that red card in the second minute and continuing to keep it close. Like, we hardly saw any tries in that game, but it was still about as awesome of a one without tries and also implications as you can have. I had a feeling. So I'd say probably Ireland versus France. This weekend we got 2 massive games, and Ireland versus Scotland, and then it will also be England taking on France, which is a big one as well. And also we have got How Canadian as well here to Jeez. I guess how do you spell G's? Is it Geez? Jeez. I guess. And Kiwi, I'm back. Welcome back, mate. You are doing well. And currently, they are just showing a few of this morning. Oh, they're just kind of looking at the thing. So you can actually, as a player, watch like kind of what happened in previous ones. And Australia should have put Pakistan to follow on. Yep. Seemed like the better option. Definitely, I mean, from what we've seen from Cummins so far this morning, it kind of proved our point of if you don't want to bowl your pace, though, like bowlers, give them 1 or 2 maybe, and then switch it for spin. Exactly what they did here. So they just did it a little bit later, almost 1 as the run rate. And it says damn. And also agreed, it was a weird decision to bat against his Muttley. And yeah, it just felt very strange. A run fest. His Muttley, it sure is. Currently, we have only got another 4 minutes left, and it isn't Z, it's pronounced Z in there. Says Darren Smith. Z rather than Z. QRX, DUV. That wasn't the order. WX, Y, and Z. I swear we say Z, don't we? Rather than Z. Another one. See? Kiwis. Like I mentioned, we try and make it as simple as possible. Z rather than Z. We don't want to go through the effort of if at the end. Z. We just go Z. Easy. Sorted. Doesn't have to be completely correct, does it? Nah. Half the fun is saying words wrong.
Of course it is. You used to say nice in case.
Nice in case.
Instead of just in case.
I also still say, what do I say? Yesterday night.
Yeah.
Yesterday night. And do you? I thought the Americans say Z. Z. I can't imagine Americans saying Z. Zed. 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 Z. Z. I feel like, yeah, Americans probably say Z, so I might be using American English. Not a terrible thing. That is a big bird. It's like the one off Sesame Street.
Not that big.
See, I'm not a fan of hawks.
No.
No.
You used to say something else in primary school too, and it was so cute. And then the teacher corrected you. Because we never corrected it because it sounded so cute, but then the teacher did it.
Yeah, so she ruined it.
Ruined it, yeah.
I was like, okay, we say Z. I don't know. I thought only Americans say Z, 100% Canadian. Or Canada said Z like England. And then Americans say Z. And there says Darren Smith. So yeah, I guess I'm part American. It's all right, isn't it? Z. See, I've just said Z for so long. I think, well, yes, Seb, are we on some knowledge page as well? Says Dan, we are. Not only do we learn about cricket, but we also learn about the English language.
Yeah, hardest language to learn.
And I'm the perfect example of that. Currently 20.1 overs down. How many runs, say Sanon Mumseh?
18.
Pretty fast.
Yeah.
Oh, so you've sent the chat into a state of shock as well, says Sebastian. Yeah. Currently 4 balls left of this over. I believe they'll have time for one more after this, and it will be more than likely Mitchell Stark. I guess an English invented the language. It's Z as well, says Darren. Yeah, well. I mean, we could get specific about a lot of things, such as, tomato. What one is it, Tomato, that's American.
That is.
Tomato, that's what we say. Can I get some tomatoes? I don't like tomatoes.
No.
Only tomato I have is the sauce, but that's going to be once again hit out to short cover. And just the dot ball. Bit of a change from what we've seen so far. That one was a dot ball in a different region of the field. A bit tired. I think there's some wickets coming soon.
Not 3 in a row.
No. First hour of the next session, though, I would say we're going to see 3 wickets.
Doesn't
all
matter.
quickly.
It's too late then.
Short ball from Cummins. Left alone once again. It seems like Shafiq. He's well and truly set at the crease, even though he's faced 59 balls for 14 runs. He doesn't look like he's in any... He doesn't look like he's in a rush. He doesn't look like he's kind of intimidated by the bowling. He's just batting. He's just out there enjoying the challenge. And I guess these kind of run chases as well kind of show you who the competitors are in a side, who are the ones who dig their heels in. Like Babar Azam, when I see him out of the crease, I think he's going to bat long. And this one, more than likely, he'll get a duck now that I've said that.
Yeah, probably.
But he seems like he'd be the kind of guy who would just hang in there for as long as he can. We've also got there a lot of English and other languages anyway as well. A lot of it is Latin, some Greek, a lot of French, a lot of it Nordic, Germanic in there. And there you go. And as a Kiwi, who will be, who you got winning, bro? Oh, it's a good question. It's either, for me, it's Australia, but the chance of a draw is still that little tiny bit. Like there's still some sort of hope for Pakistan because pretty much if Australia had enforced to follow on, there was no hope for Pakistan. But because Australia enforced to follow on or didn't enforce it, that still kept them slightly in the game. Got some very good batsmen as well. They did lose that early wicket. which wasn't too useful for them. And also thanks for all the fun, Hamish, Donna, and Seb, and all in the chat. Going to fall asleep at lunch, almost certain, says Dan De Castro. So yeah,
have a good sleep.
I guess if we do somehow see you, like, yeah, it will be pretty impressive. And also, Hamish, you're looking very thinnish in the face. And make sure you don't forget to eat between commentaries. Oh, trust me, mate, I have been eating and eating and eating.
Yeah, he's good.
In fact, I've probably put on more weight in the last month than I had in the last, like, 3 years before that.
Yeah.
So I guess it's lucky it's not going to my face, just all going to me ass. No, it's not. It's all right. It's spreading itself out nicely. It's all gone to my gut, actually. Like, it's just a jiggly mess down there at the moment.
Yeah, that's what happens with blokes. Tummy for blokes, bum for ladies.
Mm-hmm. And also take care, Dan, says Sebastian. They won, and also probably they wanted to give some rest to their bowlers as well, because they wasted valuable time. Now Pakistan can just bat time and go for the draw, says Shaheed Khan. That one. And yeah, it seems strange because, like we predicted, right, if you were going to bowl last night, you go a couple overs with your quicks if you did want to use them. Other than that, you go spin Nathan Lyon, and also you'd go with Mitch Swepson. And then they didn't do that. They decided to bat. Then they came out here now, and they have ended up in the situation of actually doing exactly that just a day later, but they don't have the chance of batting afterwards. And also we have got the Hamish, you better get a girlfriend quickly as well, says Danny. I have to go online, find one. Why quickly? Is that before I get too
fat?
Too chubby? Oh, cheers.
You'll never get fat, Hamish.
You don't think?
No.
I think I'm up for that challenge.
I
think I could. If I really tried hard enough, I think I could get something going.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, good evening all. Hi, Donna and Hamish. Welcome in, mate.
How's it going?
I think that is probably right, but they lost quite a bit of momentum. And Donna, how's your bowling going?
It's almost the end of the season, actually. I didn't play last week, and we're supposed to play this week, but the game got cancelled. So I don't know if we've got another game next week or not. So it might have fizzled to an end.
Oh, no. I had to do a video, me and you play bowls. See, the thing is, I feel like people would enjoy that.
You reckon?
Yeah. We just mic ourselves up, little microphone, have the bowls down there, and then have a tripod behind us, and just have a game of bowls. King? And also, what's on that cap, Hamish? David? You'll be very happy. There's your team, the Hobart Hurricanes. We did have the Melbourne Stars one as well. Can make my mum's head disappear. Look at that. Isn't that fancy? And also, hi, David says Muttley, and also, Mum knows best. She does. She does indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And also, who is winning at this stage? Australia definitely in the box seat. They did get themselves that wicket before, but the big question is how many more will they be able to get before we get to the end of this day? But we have got our next session, which will be starting in 35 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. So I will quickly go like this and like this as well. We will go like that, and we will be back at 8:40 p.m. NZ time for session 2. There we go, just like that, and that will scroll across the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, so that if you wonder where we've gone, we have disappeared pretty much, but we will be back. And also, how's New Zealand's answer to Einstein keeping? To be honest, we decided it would be best to leave it to someone else. You know, we're very good at distributing jobs that we should be doing to other people. You know, it's like if I had to, I don't know, if I had to tidy my room, I'd just put an application on Trade Me Jobs.
Is that right?
Yeah, get someone to tidy it for me. Not really. I'll probably have to do it at some stage, won't I?
Yes, because I've been nagging you all week.
Yeah. And also, all is good to get. Cheers, mate. I hope things got out your way. And also, okay, Donna, give it to me straight. I can't see Hamish eating 50 nuggets.
Oh, he got pretty close. It's amazing what he fits in. You got a big appetite at times, don't you?
Yes, the appetite.
Yeah, I keep saying small meals.
I think 50 is doable. For me, I always talk about it.
Only McDonald's ones, and they're getting smaller and smaller every year.
Because George is definitely, he could eat 50, but I think he'll get bored. if he doesn't have like 5 different sources, he will get bored and be like, I just can't be bothered.
Mm.
You know, this is like, can I get a burger? It's kind of his thing. It's like if the food's boring, he won't enjoy it. And also go for a Macca's run before session 2. Sadly, Macca's is 35 or so minutes away.
Yeah, by the time you get through town. Yeah.
So unfortunately, we would have to be gone for 70 minutes to get there and back.
At least.
And
And then
also-
you got to wait for the order to be made.
Oh, I'm talking about Sir George. Is that who New Zealand's answer to Einstein is? Yeah, no, he's good. He's good overall, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, keep him well. He came around yesterday morning. It was.
Mm.
And he knocked on my window while I was sleeping. And I was like, that's a weird sound. I just go back to sleep for a bit. And then I heard it again. And I was like, the cat can't do that because like, there's no windowsill at the moment. So I slightly was a bit more confused. And then I heard, and I was like, it's George. And he also had Daniel with him, which was quite cool. And I agree that extra session would give Aussies bowlers enough time. This says Sahid Khan, and also agreed. I think it gave Pakistan a chance to control the pace of the game a bit more and a chance to regroup. Dare say they must have been a bit shell-shocked all out for 148. And like the commentator said, the last thing Pakistan would have wanted is to go back out to bat when you've just been bowled out for 148. Your confidence is at an all-time low. And, you know, you could end up having a few more wickets falling before the end of the day. But instead, Australia would relieve that pressure and we'll have a bit of a bat ourselves. Nonetheless, we will be back in about 30 minutes' time, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you all very much for tuning in up till this stage. We will leave the live stream on, so be sure just to have a chat in the chat while you guys are all here. But we will be back in about 30 minutes' time for the start of session 2. But we will see you all soon. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. We're ready for another session of Pakistan versus Australia. Australia, they are now bowling. They've got Pakistan sitting 18 for 1 off 21 overs. So I think from that first little session that we did get to see from Pakistan's batting, that tells us probably everything we need to know in terms of what the result they are probably after in this match is going to be. Currently, Rob Key, he's saying that there's a few cracks forming on the surface here. And he has actually got his earpod out again. He is just going to be putting it straight in the crack, which shows, yeah, that's a big crack, isn't it?
It is.
It looks like it is going to be definitely a spinner's surface for day 5. If we get to day 5, that is, we have still got today, we've got another 60 overs or so. But as you can see there, Pakistan, they have batted for 21 of the 172 overs that they will need to. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to quickly go on the calculator once again, and we are going to go 172 minus 21. That will equal that. Then you times that by 6. So they're looking at another 906 balls left that Pakistan need to face. They've actually already faced around that 120 mark. So they're getting there slowly.
Yeah.
So prediction time. How many do you think they are losing in terms of wickets this session, Pakistan?
Well, if they're playing for a draw, they only want to lose another 2 max.
Another 2?
And
Okay.
if they lose any more than that, I think Aussie have got a good chance of rolling them today.
Oh, okay. That was actually going to be my next question. I was going to say, do you think this one will be over by the end of today? We'll go like that. And we will go like this and like this. We're going to do a new poll because we did a poll for the last one, and it was actually, will Australia declare by the end of the first session? And they did. And that one as well. There we go like this. And Sebastian's the sniper. He got him again. So we're going to end the poll. And what is the new poll that you would like to have now? Mitch swept some bowl in the first ball. Decent delivery. Straight away, I will say. So we'll go like this. We'll go like this. What should our next one be? How many wickets will Pakistan lose in this session? How many wickets? Oopsies. Wickets will Pakistan lose in this session? Session.
Yes.
I don't know why my brain went so blank. I write session all the time. Like
Didn't
more.
look right, though,
No,
did it?
it didn't. Okay, we'll go 0. We'll go 1 to 3, and then we're going to be really. We'll go 1 to 2. Go 3 to 4. And we will go 5 plus. So 5 plus from here, you'd have to say it's going to be over by the end of the day, you would think. But be sure to vote in that poll, ladies and gentlemen, with how many wickets you think will be falling in this session, because at the end of the day, 87% of the 200 votes did say that it was going to be a declaration from the Australians. But we will go like that. There we go. But currently Mitch sweeps, and he's gone for 10 runs, which is actually the majority of the runs that we have seen so far from Pakistan. Every time we have another over, I'm going to go -6 on my calculator and keep you guys informed with how many overs they do have to bat for. It's going to be hit to the leg side, and they do get themselves a single. Azhar Ali ranking his way up now, moving up to 40. Well, in fact, sorry, 4. I'm used to saying bigger numbers for that man. It's moved up to 4 of 52 deliveries. Currently now just over 900 balls left that Pakistan will have to face if they do want to draw this test match. Pat Cummins, a lot of people were raising their eyebrows going, why has he decided to not enforce that follow-on? That was the big question that will be answered, I assume, in the post-match interview from Pat Cummins. So, next wicket, who's going to get it?
No, I'm not predicting.
Not predicting?
No.
Okay, I'll go Nathan Lyon because he seems like a good option. Also, Mitchell Stark, I think, is possibly another one that you could look at as a possibility. The top of your hat's disappeared, isn't it? You must have a different part of the green at the top.
Do you want me to turn it around?
It's up to you. Do you like your forehead or the top of your head? There you go. I've noticed, I didn't realize how much of our kind of stuff has green on it until you start wearing it. Like even the headphones, how that little part, even though it's not really completely green, is it? It's kind of a little bit different. And Lion as well. There from Danny Lewis. And it looks like Cameron Green actually getting his first bowl of the session, he could actually be a key for them in this innings
Mm.
because that extra height will make you think it's going to bounce high. And then with the variable bounce going down at about LBW height, and he does like to pitch it up there, Cameron Green.
Because I keep saying he needs to sort of get some more wickets with his bowling, didn't he?
Because he is still very young, and it actually took him, I believe it was something along the lines of 80 or so overs before he took a wicket at international level.
Wow.
So he had to wait a long time, but since then, it's been slow and steady, I guess you could say, with the way that he's taken wickets.
Mm.
He's replacing Patrick Cummins. And I was like, I'm back. And there says Norman, welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. That one's been worked to the leg side out mid-wicket way, and they are going to get the 2 runs. One thing for Cameron Green is he does bowl quite a straight line, so it does cost him quite a few runs at times. It's probably that Australia, one thing that Australia won't want at this point in time, just to try and keep that pressure on the Pakistani opener in Shafiq, and also Azhar Ali, who came to the crease at number 3, is only sitting on 6 of 53 though. Do you think we see anyone such as a Rizwan or a Babar Azam start to go a little bit more after the bowlers? You think they'll try and play a bit more aggressive just to throw the bowlers off their game? That didn't bounce at all. It's variable bounce and it's going to be out. That is unlucky for Pakistan. Unfortunately, that was pretty much exactly what I summarized before he bowled. Okay, he's going upstairs. The one thing that might save him here is it might have hit his glove.
Oh, you better hurry up.
The way that he crouched down. Has he gone upstairs? Okay, I think they did send it up, did they? No. I think they thought that they went upstairs. Azhar Ali's going to be gone now. I think he thought that he did it, but then no one saw it.
No, it's gone.
Did it hit him on the glove? The camera green, he gets the wicket. See, that's that variable bounce.
Yeah, no shot.
No shot, so that gets you in a bit of trouble as well. That's just a ball that is just not what you want as a batsman. Like, you can't do a lot about that because it should have bounced here.
It should have. And
it bounced down at the knee roll. He is dismissed for LBW. I'd like to see that one again and see exactly how high it hit him and also what it hit. But Azhar Ali, I would say, other than some of the runouts we've seen, probably the most unlucky wicket we have seen of this test match so far. Just because, like, day 4 as well. Not even day 5. Normally day 5, if you see that, you're like, geez, that's not good. One moment, we're just going to go like this. And the Blues women's side, they actually just won. For anyone wondering, 21 points over Matatu, who did score 10. Azhar Ali, he has dismissed 6 runs. And that is off 54 deliveries. But Cameron Green picks up the wicket. Variable bounce.
Wow.
Did gift him that one. And also there, Creepy Crawley, and your hat looks awesome. Cray as well. And there says no one also has a cold in Christchurch throughout the year. It's not too bad. It gets a little bit chilly in winter, but it's not terrible. As long as you're out of the rain, like, it's not too bad. Aaron, also, your hat looks awesome. And he says, no one, thank you very much, mate. But the Creepy Crawley, as Sam Billings called him, in the Ashes, has just picked up that wicket. Now, Babar Azam, the captain, who did get himself the most runs out of any player in that first test match. Or sorry, that first innings of this test match. Age 27, actually one of the younger Pakistan players. Oh, has a great average, 42.93. And now, what do we see here? I believe that probably hit the crack that Rob Key put his headphone in. Somewhere around that middle stage. And like they're saying, like, surely they went upstairs for it. And the way that they were sitting in the middle, they were waiting for the review system, weren't they? All that ones. That's where it should have gone, the last ball. It did bounce a little bit more on high, says Betty Wagon. Welcome into the live stream, mate. Second wicket just falling for the Australians. I think it hit his gloves. It hit his glove as well. So that's going to be not... See, that's why when I first saw it, I was like, the only thing that he's going upstairs... I need to see that 15 seconds. Because it's hit the glove. There's no denying it. It's hit his glove for Azhar Ali. Like they're saying, they can't believe he didn't feel it. Babar Azam wants a quick single, and he does get it, and now he's off the mark there. And also, I would say Happy Plants vs. Zombies is up as well, says Brandon there. So that is good news. They have brought that back. But Pakistan, with 2 reviews remaining, you'd have to wonder what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing that they're thinking there for the commentary side of it is saying maybe they couldn't use up another review or they didn't want to. It was up at 8 p.m. And also, do you know Sandeep Lavashana? Do indeed. Very talented young leg spinner. Does play for, indeed. No, he's actually transferred, hasn't he? He used to be at the Hobart Hurricanes.
Yeah.
Where's he gone now?
No.
Is he he's actually Melbourne. Oh, he's no longer here.
But he's there.
He's gone here. Oh, yeah, Melbourne Stars. It's pretty see-through, but yeah, the Melbourne Stars. That's actually where he's ended up. He's gone there alongside Adam Zampa for a bit of spin. Well, and behind the ball, it's going to be another quick single run by Pakistan. I think once we get, okay, we're at the end of the over. Now we will get to see whether or not he did look like he went for the tee. Because if no one's seen him go like that, I feel like that's really bad.
It's too late now.
Yeah. Like I would have thought they'd take a little bit more time if there was some sign of him doing that just to check rather than just send him off straight away. And also, do you know?
Yeah, but he didn't say anything to the umpire, so they didn't check. So he can't have.
And do you know why it went down? I assume it was for some sort of maintenance or adding in something for a future update, maybe. Along those lines, but Babar Azam and Shafiq, the two men at the crease. Shafiq actually got one of the best strike rates out of anyone so far, other than, of course, Azam, who is sitting there 1 off 2 balls so far. But currently, how many wickets did you say would fall in this session?
I was hoping no more than 2.
Are you still sticking with that? That didn't sound very confident.
No. Danny's asked a question.
Oh, he did. Is there a lot of agriculture jobs in Waimea? Look, yes and no.
Yeah, there's a few.
We've got a few overall, though there are always people looking for more like jobs. Like I know that George says all the time that he gets like young guys coming up to him asking if they're hiring because there aren't really too many other like availabilities at the moment, because the likes of like a lot of the businesses, they will go overseas for workers, just those with experience, such as those guys from England, Ireland, and kind of those Northern Hemisphere off-season regions for them. So then they head on south, New Zealand and Australia, and they do get season over there. Sandy played for the Melbourne, or for Melbourne in 2018, 2019, and for Tassie in 2020-21. There's Norman there. So has he now gone back to the Melbourne Stars, or is he somewhere else currently? And also, you think it was an update at down to 3 days and just come back, says Brandon. That was nicely bowled once again by Mitch Swepson. I would like to see him pick up a wicket at some stage in this one, just to give the youngster a bit of confidence. Okay, so I don't believe he did signal to go upstairs. And also, good evening. Looks like a long day at the office for Pakistan. Yeah, it does seem like it is going to be very, very tricky for them here. Do they go upstairs? We're just seeing another angle.
Yeah, neither of them were in a hurry.
Neither of them seem to be, like, I guess, like you say, in any hurry, also not seem to be fussed at all with whether or not it was out. It's as if it hadn't been given out.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were just very calm. And also, what you take on Axar Patel taking wickets with non-turning deliveries. And I mean, it's one of those ones that as a spinner, like some of those guys, who was the best? Who was it back in the day who could take wickets spin or no spin? There was a bowler who was like, his specialty was pretty much just like the stock standard slow ball, pretty much 100 Ks or so, like, and just tears through people just because they're not really used to it overall. But I mean, if the surface isn't spinning, that's when you need someone like that to be able to really, I guess, to really impact an innings on a pitch that doesn't spin too much. And also, hey, how are you? From Paddy. And also we have got there, he's currently out of contract, but I believe they will be contacted by a team other than Hobart, says Norman. I swear he played for the Melbourne Stars last season. Or am I thinking of I might be thinking of Case Ahmed.
Yeah.
He might have actually signed for them, didn't he? Also, Noop, says Betty. And also, I'm good, pretty much recovered. Although my voice sounds different. Yeah, says Novmum. Also, you sounded a bit deeper now, perhaps. My voice at time, I'm like, that's the thing. If I do a long day of recording, my voice changes. I sound a little bit deeper. But then when I'm in the morning, I'm all like, well, not quite that bad, but
No.
bit of a squeaker, aren't I? Well, not really squeaker. I don't really go through a squeaker stage, did I? Of like, you know how some people get like really mad? I don't think I really had that, did I?
No.
I had like one voice crack and then I was like, man.
Oh, yeah.
And also,
you carry on with that.
that stayed extremely low as well. He's found that pitch, Mark Cameron Green, and he's liking it very much. Live events, what they was doing, it was making the game 16. It was so bad. Then 20 after, they shut down a game for 2 hours, and then 3 days last at just want up. As that says Brandon, also something you know about Nepal, says Norman, right? Best Nepalese fact that I know is they are one of the only countries to have a differently shaped flag because of the fact that they've got themselves the one that is like that and then like that as well.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, I know flags better than I know most things. Robert, yeah, they have got a different kind of zigzag kind of flag.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There you go.
So what else do you know about Nepal?
Not a lot.
Not a lot?
No.
Okay.
I didn't take history or anything like that at school.
I know Sandip Lavashana's from there. That's my other real stat. Like anytime I hear Nepal, I think of him.
Yeah.
Pretty much just because he is the only player I know of from Nepal. And hopefully, who knows, maybe he can help take the international team to the next level. I think they're playing Oman in the near future. That's probably another one that I do know about Nepal. Nicely and behind it there for Babarazama. It's knocked the bales off at the other end of Mount Everest, the tallest peak as well.
Oh, yeah.
Of course. Yeah, we probably should have remembered that.
Got us on that one.
That was really bad, wasn't it, for the geography side of it? And also, that's good. Still much the same as yesterday, says Betty. That one also, why did the Aussies bat again just to score 97, says Music Kiwi? That is a question that everyone is asking.
Mm-hmm.
So confusing. And also, we have got the, do you see my video after the live stream? Last night after the live stream, I did actually go straight to bed. That's a nice shot from Babarazam. But yeah, like I mentioned, I really don't get a chance to watch YouTube or anything really outside of editing. And you can probably attest to this. I'm pretty much here all day, here all night, and then I go to sleep, wake up, so pretty much have breakfast straight back here, and then another 14 hours. Yeah. So a lot going on at the moment. It's the busy season, isn't it, with rugby, cricket, all the other sports coming up as well. And also the lake at the tallest altitude as well. There's Norman there. Yeah. Where's the largest lake? Is it in America? No. Where's the lake that I'm thinking of? Lake. I know that the longest river is the River Nile, isn't it? And also I've walked into a geography lesson. You haven't indeed, mate. What's the biggest river in Australia? That's your first quiz question. Now, what's your take on Rohit Sharma's fitness? I mean, the thing is, his fitness may not be what it used to be, but he still spanks the ball to the boundary, so I feel like they allow it. You know, it's like Chris Gale. Chris Gale's never running a quick single, but he's still getting your runs. So as long as he's scoring big runs, like you can't really get rid of him. I think we beat New Zealand by 141 in the Women's World Cup. They did indeed, the Australian women's side. It was a good performance as well from Australia, that is. Not so much New Zealand for that game, but yeah.
We'll get them next game.
Will we, though?
I don't know.
That was the same as yesterday, to be honest. And also Betty, how's your health? And also Murray Darling. And there says Jay. One moment. Good job, Jay. You might have just biggest or longest, wasn't it? Longest river in Australia. If he's got this, he wins a bucket hat.
Yeah, Murray River goes forever.
Murray River, almost double the next one. Well done. Oh, wait. Murray Darling. Wait, there's a Murray River and there's a Darling River. Do they like smash sometimes?
I'm picking that he's got either Murray or Darling. He's not sure which.
And then also in between them, it is Murrumbidge. Murrumbidge. Kind of sounds like you're saying a different sentence, doesn't it? Currently now 25.1 down. Sweeps in the bowler.
I've been on the Murray River, fun fact.
Yeah.
It was we went on a cruise or something. That was years and
down
years,
the river.
Years ago. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. First
Only a
thing,
wee.
yeah, I was going to say, first thing that came to my mind was you just trying to ram a cruise ship down the thin river.
No, it was only a little one. A little one.
Mm.
That was, God, how long ago was that?
Do you see any alligators?
No.
If you had, would you have been?
Oh, yeah, I would have jumped down and gone swimming with them.
Well, I was thinking more, would you have been petrified rather than would you have
I would
been?
have stepped back from the outside railing.
And have you family managed to avoid COVID? I think so.
So far.
Overall, fingers crossed. Since we're from quite a small town, I think it's taken a bit longer to spread around. I think one or two of the primary schools now, and also the high school, have got some form that's close. It's just ended up hitting the edge of the bat. But yeah, overall, it hasn't been too huge numbers, like what, 20 a day?
Yeah,
like that.
We've got just under about 80 or 90 active cases at the moment in Waimea. So.
And also, have you ever heard or have you ever seen a one-horned rhinoceros? I have not. Oh, I don't think I've seen one at the zoo. Oh, we might have seen one at the zoo one time.
At the Aussie Zoo.
And
we've been to the Aussie Zoo.
And also, which zoo is Australia's biggest zoo? I think it is I can't think of what location it is, unfortunately.
Sunshine Coast.
And also, we also beat the West Indies by 7 wickets. And also, can you read my messages? I will try my best. It's just going very quick. And also, say there's going to be some questions about how to get subscribed as well, says Brandon. So I assume that's Henry Samuel. The best thing to do, like personally, like I know that this sounds interesting because it sounds like a weird way of looking at it, but one of the worst things you can do in a way is actually getting people to subscribe who won't watch. I know that sounds bad, but pretty much a subscriber that's not active on your channel is just a number that YouTube see of someone who's not interested, so they won't promote it to more people. Because like if you've got, let's say, 5 subscribers who will watch your videos, YouTube will go, okay, it's pretty good. 100% we'll send that out to a few more people, see if, we can get them a little bit more. But if you've got like 10 subscribers and 1 person watches, then YouTube goes, okay, that's 10%. So it must not be a video that we should be promoting as much kind of thing. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. But also just consistency as well is a huge one for on YouTube. Just keep on going. Also, as King Around the World says, Asheri there, and also Virat Kohli is King Around the World a little bit later on. He is certainly a well-known name. I guess when you think of Indian cricket, he's probably the more popular. That's quite a cool camera there. They've got it like zoomed in with the way that he is spinning the ball with his massive hand. Now Cameron Green going to be going. I think Babar Azam will score 100 today, says Waleed. I kind of hope he does because he was the glue that held them together in that first innings. He just lost all of his teammates too quickly for him to really be able to, I guess, sit back and not go aggressive because that's what got him out in the end. He just went a bit too overly aggressive because he just had no one left, really. I haven't left the house in 9 days. There's no mum. You'll be getting sick of your walls, I would think, more than likely.
You'll be keen to get out and about.
Have you noticed all the little renovations that you want to do in like the near future now that you've had more time to like kind of look around the house? Because I feel like when you're isolated in a room for so long, you go like, oh yeah, little part up there that I could possibly, I'll do a bit of that. Little gash in the wallpaper. I'll just get something on that. And I don't really like the carpet, so I might fix that. Swap that at some stage. And yeah, sure, ask a European or an American who Kohli is, you won't get much as well, says Sebastian. Yeah, that is true. Has to be cricketing nations, I would say. And where is that giant cricket stadium in India? Straight away in my mind, I thought of Mumbai, but it might not be. Because they've got some big stadiums around, don't they? Like New Zealand-wise, we don't have a huge stadium, such as an MCG or like Eden Park can hold a few. Sky Stadium's probably, what can hold more? Sky Stadium? I think that's 34,000.
Yeah, because they changed Eden Park, didn't they? So it's sort of, the corners, you couldn't, if you sit in the corners, you can't see or something.
No. Going down the league side and not really getting too much on that one. And also not really, says no mum. That one.
You're probably just trying to get through the days and worry about the rest later.
Yeah. Have you watched a Holy Netflix series? That's it. Also, Time Says No Mercy. We are currently sitting 9:05 p.m. in New Zealand, so we've had 25 minutes of this session in Eden Park and fit more, says Jane. Yeah, I think they've got more for the amount, which seems weird because of how big Sky Stadium looks, isn't it? Like, it looks like the biggest stadium, but it's actually not. It's just they're kind of, I guess, spread out a little bit more and less like heaped, I guess, because they are actually quite high.
What about Forsyth Bar? What's that?
I don't think it's as big
No.
as Eden Park. One moment, we'll go New Zealand stadiums. New Zealand
Stadium capacities.
Stadium capacity. Right, New Zealand stadium capacity. Number one, Eden Park with 50,000, followed by Sky Stadium, 34,500.
No, you went far off.
And then Forsyth Bar, 30,748.
Okay.
It's very specific.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very specific. And then Mount Smart Stadium's 30,000. Rotorua International Stadium, 26,000. FMG Stadium, 25,800. And way down the bottom, Orange Theory Stadium, 17,000, which is why they are asking for a bigger one. And Park and Fitmore. And also we have got there, we want bloody fight from Pakistan, period, says Walid. And hopefully, I mean, that's the thing at the moment, Shafiq's doing very nicely, picking himself over, even if it just means he gets himself towards that 50 for a start. You know, just have you go 50 by the end of the day at the rate that he's going, it's doable. And we're quickly going to have a quick wee look at what we are sitting at in terms of the calculations of how long they do have to bat for, including how many balls is left at this stage. So it'll be 172 minus 27 equals times 6. You're looking at still another 870 balls that Pakistan have to face at the end of this over. And Babar Azam hits it down to fine leg and gets himself the single, moves into double figures now. 10 runs off 16. Actually, a lot more aggressive. And, I mean, that's just the way that Babar Azam plays, though. Coming from short format, you know that you are going to be able to really, I guess that's the thing. In a test match, yes, it's nice to be able to be out there for a long time, but you're out there for also a good time. And that's something that Babar Azam certainly knows how to do, is like just entertain while he's at the crease, while also not really going out too cheaply along the way. And also Kiwis are the ones I support after the Rhinos. And there says Norman. And also we have got this Savar 2 New Zealand Super Rugby may be called off. I know that the game that was on Saturday between the Chiefs and the Highlanders, or Chiefs and Hurricanes, I believe it is, has actually been moved to Sunday. And then Crusaders versus Blues has been brought forward. And that is to 7:05 on Saturday. So they are the two changes that they've made so far. And I assume the two that you're talking is Moana Pacifica Highlanders and then Hurricanes Chiefs as the other one, I assume. Shane, do let me know. Babar Azam just bats like he's got all the time in the world, doesn't he? Wow. He's hit that one hard. He likes spin. He loves spin, in fact. Like, that's the thing. As a short format batsman, a T20, you learn how to face spin. And also you learn about where the fielders are placed, what shots you can get away with. And a test match is the perfect opportunity to try out some of those shots. Oh, that hasn't gone where he wanted it to go, though. It's close to a top edge. And Crusaders versus Blues, says Shane. So is that that's one of the games that will be called off, or is that the only game that's not affected at this stage? Because if it was that game, it seems weird that they decided to bring it forward if they have got some sort of case numbers in the camps. Unfortunately, it seems to be more and more common. Now that was almost up a Stamanis. Doesn't react quick enough, and I can't see Crusaders losing 2 games in a row. Says Novmum, definitely not at Orange Theory Stadium, although I think one thing that definitely makes it so awesome for that Crusaders record is the home crowd. Normally getting behind them. Without as much of a home crowd, it just doesn't seem the same Crusaders.
No.
Like their game up against the Chiefs, they had such a stacked side. Like backline, you ready?
Yeah.
Gonna list them. Bryn Hall, Richie Moonga, Lester Nuku, Sever Reese, Will Jordan, David Havili, Braden Enor as the backline. Forward pack, Pablo Matera, leading tackler in the competition, Tom Christie, Sam Whitelock, Ethan Blackadder, Cody Taylor. They lost.
What does that tell you? They're getting too old.
Oh, who knows, maybe. It also covered around the Super Rugby camps. And TTN Cricket is letting cricket down. And yeah, it's certainly a lot shorter, isn't it? Who knows? Maybe we cover some of the 100 on the channel. Might be fun, even though I think a lot of people hate that competition with a passion, just because it's almost too short for any kind of tactics.
Yeah, there's Chris Gale's playing that, isn't he?
Probably he'll
Yeah.
get 1,000 runs of 100 balls just for fun, won't he? He's a very powerful man, Chris Gale. And also, India prepares raging turners for visitors, but we somehow don't know about our strengths as well. And there says Waleed. That's the thing as well. Like, I love watching someone like a Jasprit Bumrah bowl. Like, no matter what the conditions are, whether it's in India, Australia, he just seems to learn them so quickly. It takes him like one over, and then he's like, okay, I've worked out the line and length, and I'll just do that. Yeah. And then he gets wickets, and then he goes, okay, well, that worked. I'll do it again. And then he just keeps on picking up wickets. Very handy. And also Jadeja, spin and also batting with fielding as well. Best all-rounder in the world, would you say?
Yeah.
It's the All Whites.
All Whites, 245.
It's a beautiful time to watch a bit of cricket / football / rugby. You know, just anything in the middle of the night, I'm up for it.
I suppose it's the last weekend for the Six Nations too, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, it is. 3 games in a row, followed by that game on Sunday. And get around the Manchester Originals, Colin Munro and Lockie Ferguson, our Kiwi representative, says Sebastian. Do you know when the 100 starts, Sebastian? Because they never tell us over here, and I don't think we've got coverage of it over here.
No, probably not.
And if we do somehow have coverage, I might give it a look. I think that's because we haven't played in Pakistan for so long, says Waleed there. And yeah, it will all come down to, I guess, just like that's the thing. They call it home field advantage for Pakistan. But when you haven't played in Pakistan in a very long time, it's not really home field advantage, is it? Because you don't know the conditions because you haven't been playing consistently. Steve Smith has dropped an absolute sitter of Shafiq. He's put down 3 catches so far in this test match, and that was the easiest of the lot. Got 2 hands to it, Steve Smith. Smacked into the hands. Cummins, the captain. Tell you what, he won't be listening to him anymore, will he?
That was a dolly.
Starts in August. Ooh. Like they're saying, easy slip catch straight through the hands. And France versus England is on at a good time. Yeah, that is going to be 9 a.m. New Zealand time. And at that stage, we would have already done Wales versus Italy and also Ireland versus Scotland. So we'll know exactly what that last match means. So I'm not a supporter of anything shorter than T20. It does make it too easy for the batters. Says Norman. Yeah, normally bowlers, like that's the thing. Your first over is sometimes your worst, isn't it, for a bowler? So it's pretty much you get one and then you get another one and that's it. You're gone. That's your job done for the day. Also, Smith channeling is in an Elgar. There's AFL definitely straight. That's about as easy of a slip catch. I mean,
has he got bad eyes?
I don't know, but in his defense, it was like he went like that and it was just there.
Yeah.
So he either needed to jump or he would have needed to squat down and go like that. So I think he just chose the wrong choice.
Slip, you always go like that, don't
you? So I think he just got it the wrong option for him. It just got a little bit too high on him. I think we need a little bit more, bit of time to identify what's our conditions or what our conditions are in our home conditions. Exactly right. And I'm looking forward to seeing the 3rd test match. They are just showing these are all the other Steve Smith half chances. I mean, this one was a rough one. Like that would have been a screamer of a catch if he did get to it. But certainly would have liked to pouch that one. And also New Zealand prepares green pitches and India prepares raging turners for visitors, etc., says Waleed. Because, I mean, that's the thing with Sheena Afridi. And also, do you think Pakistan, if you were to say, right, Pakistan's bowlers can only be either considered as pace bowlers or spin bowlers, which one would you say is your strength at the moment? Because, I mean, with Sheena Afridi and also, I'm trying to think of his name, but I've already forgotten it. I think it was Azam, was it? No. I'm gonna regret that. I can't remember his name. It's gonna really annoy me. He's gonna come across the bottom of the screen very soon, just to save me, luckily. But like, would you go with pace or would you say spin is probably the better aspect? Because then the other side of it, of course, is to make a pitch that isn't too deteriorating. Because or else if you lose the toss, you've pretty much lost the match. Right, he's about to come across. Is it Fahim? It was Fahim, isn't it?
Yeah.
The other pace bowler. They have gone with for this one. I think they had a different man for the first test match, though. It's currently now, I'm going to go -12 because that's how many overs. They've still got to face another 858 balls here for Pakistan, but slowly just going down, isn't it?
is.
And that was a big mistake for Australia. Pat Cummins, he's charging in. Left alone outside of the off stump from Shafiq. And that will be the end of the 29th over. Cummins, he'll be disappointed not to have gotten a wicket there. And that's kind of like the angle that you wish for as a slip. The one that goes straight to you. But then it's also a nightmare if you put it down. Steve Smith doesn't look too happy with that one. Currently Cummins, I mean, he's gone for 1 run off five overs. That's pretty impressive from Pat Cummins. It will be good for the economy rates of the bowlers, I would think. But now I believe they will continue. Actually, they've switched to Mitchell Stark.
Steve Smith sulking.
Yep. See, this one, I think he just got stuck with it going a little bit higher than he could go. So he was there, and then he just needed to go about there, but just didn't have the extra shoulder rotational.
That's a bad miss.
Factors needed, yeah.
It's a bad drop.
Should have been taken.
Should have been taken.
Should have had it every day of the week.
Yeah.
But
every day of the week.
Today is a Tuesday, and that's the day Steve Smith doesn't catch.
Imagine if that catch draws the game.
Ooh, dun dun dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah,
I won't go on about it, but I might.
I mean, in the first match, Khawaja was dropped on about 10 and he got up 97, didn't he? Or on 30, I think it was, by that man forward in the slip or the gully region.
Yep.
Mitchell Stark, is he going to try and hide the ball? Not really. Just warm it up a little bit. We were talking about his action last night, how different it is from what you kind of teach. Because you're trying to teach someone to be straight upright, aren't you?
Yeah.
Whereas he's kind of a little bit more round arm.
But it's more the round arm that gets it swinging both ways, doesn't it?
And also that little bit of extra, like, kind of angle makes a Yorker just that much more lethal because, like, you're used to seeing Yorkers from there. Even they're hard enough to play. But when it's coming from over there, and all of a sudden with that way that it kind of swings back in.
Well, that's why Malinga was so lethal, wouldn't he?
Because you never know what way it was swinging.
I'd just come full beam at your bloody toes. Just get them out of the way.
They're currently in Karachi for this match. I believe the third match is going to have a different location, isn't it? A little bit uppish. Still nicely played, though, down the ground from Babar Azam. He sits on 11 runs of 21 deliveries. I've still got my calculator open, taking down every time that there's a ball. Pakistan currently, if they do get through all those overs, that is. Because if they don't, then they don't have to bat as long, of course.
No, last half hour, if they've still got about 4 or 5 wickets in hand. But then that's why West Indies went crooked about England. They waited until the last 5 balls and thought, oh, no, we can't get 6 wickets or whatever they had to get. And so that's why West Indies are going, well, if you were playing someone else, it wouldn't have gone for that long, basically.
Yeah. Over his arm, just leaving that one alone from Mitchell Stark. He's got that little bit of extra pace, doesn't he? Mitchell Stark right on the crack. That's not nice. Because the other side of it is if Mitchell Stark hits a crack and it changes the bounce, you're laughing at me saying Mitchell Stark hitting crack.
No, wasn't.
Tell you what, he'd bowl 150 easy, wouldn't he? He's on the crack. But yeah, if he gets one and it does change the bouncing path, like it's going to be an ugly one for whoever's facing it because it's 140 Ks. I have got an idea for a cartoon that will rival The Simpsons. Okay, let's hear it. I'm nervous, I'm worried, but I'm interested. So we got the yo from Sam Henry. That one as well. I think the cat's at the window, isn't he?
It's only got that banging and crashing us.
He's made his way there, and also I have to go to bed soon. There's Henry Samuel. So currently it looks like we are going to get to see a day 5 of this test match. So that will be starting from 6 p.m. tomorrow. Should be a very exciting one. We will be live for it once again if it does go that way. And also my birthday is 3 days. As I said, Sam Henry, it is indeed. And that was a very loud shout from Babar Azam. Screaming because, I mean, he was actually involved in a run out in the first innings, wasn't he?
Yeah, but was it his call or the other fellas?
Unfortunately, I think he said yes originally. The other guy hesitated,
Oh,
and then he
okay.
still said yes, and then he got run out by about a metre.
Okay.
Also, and also considering New Zealand pitches are green, does New Zealand expect too much of their spinners to be genuine all-rounders? Says Blindside. It's a tricky one because we don't seem to pick spinners in New Zealand, though, do we?
No.
Like the pitches with the green on them, it seems to be like a almost not. It doesn't react like a normal green surface, does it?
Mm.
Like with grass cover, because it just seems to like not really allow any kind of real turn bounce. Not really, anyway, until like later on, maybe. So we probably don't let our spinners use their skills enough on New Zealand pitches, sadly. Because, like, I mean, Ajaz Patel goes to India, gets a 10 for, comes back, gets dropped from the team. Like, and they pick a different spinner who hasn't had too much time. So we always like to go for those guys. I think they want a new Vittori, don't they? But it's just like you can't really find one of those pretty easily.
Yeah, but Lions has played every test for Aussie, flat track or not.
Yeah.
Has he missed a test for a while?
Well, I can think of.
No. So, I mean, if your spinner's good enough, pick them. Let them have a go.
And also, we have got there. I can't wait for my present as well, says Henry Samuel there. And also, when can I call you on Discord? Hamish as well, says Henry Samuel. I did see that it was coming through while we were live earlier on, so that was why I didn't answer that one. But other than live streaming, currently my schedule's pretty much sleep and edit at this stage. So it is the busy season, but hopefully in the next little while, it's going to be not too busy, but still will be relatively flat out. That stayed very low for Pat Cummins and still no wickets, says Danny Lewis. They did get one a little bit earlier on in this session, and that was Azhar Ali, who did get LBW'd by Cameron Green. And also, yeah, Vittori was a great spinner, and you, Sir Donna, or Sir George Donna, occasional appearance from your dad voice only, and your other friends.
This
is Darren Smith. Right. I mean, we'd have to get Isaac probably to draw it because he is probably the best drawer out of the group, but we'll have to pitch it to Netflix, I guess. And also, yeah, that would have been bad times. I was tell me, and also we have got there, how long have you and your mum been having the bucket hats still? Pretty much the whole of today, isn't it? We started off with the Hobart Hurricanes cap, and also, yeah, yesterday. Other than that, they've just kind of become more of a like mainstayer. Even though I don't know whether the bucket hat. Well, I know they're not really fashionable, are they? But
No.
it's one of those ones. I feel like the bucket hats, like it's very hard to take like anything too seriously when you're wearing a bucket hat.
It's making a comeback.
Yeah, it just chills you out, really. And Sir George's character would be dominated by fast food eating. And there says Darren Smith. Also, who do you think will play for New Zealand versus Netherlands next week? Says Shane. Have you seen the squad?
No, not for a while, and I can't remember. I did see it earlier on, but I'd say they'd give old George Worker and all them a bit of a go, won't they?
Finn Allen, top of the order. No Williamson yet, I don't believe.
No.
Also, we have got there. It'd be cool if the bucket hats had the Kiwi Lads logo. Maybe one day we can get Kiwi Lads bucket hats. And also, Amish, very good afternoon. Says Michelle, and bucket hats are daggy as well, which is how real life is. There you go. So yeah, it's one of those ones. It is what it is, really, isn't it? You know, like if anyone's like, "Oh, you look silly," I'm like, "I know." What's your point? And then they get stumped.
Yeah.
And they don't know what to. It's like the one the other day, how there was just a random guy who was like, "Hey, your dog face." And I was just like, "Yeah, it's nice one." And we'll go to appear in the IPL this year. I think so. I think late in the competition he'll probably get a bit of a run. So how's everybody doing? Says Ed. And also, what's the highlight so far? So far, I would say, what would be the highlight? A bit of variable bounce just to really throw, I guess, this one into even deeper water for Pakistan than they already were. And I have to go to school tomorrow, says Henry, for that one. And how much do you have a car? I don't have a car, but I just use the one that is here, or one of the ones that are here, just because I don't think there'd be space for me to buy a car. While also, like, it would have to be outside. And yeah, Hamish, that guy was weird. He was It was very strange. I always wonder what's going on in people's heads, you know. But yeah, hard to read people sometimes, isn't it?
It is.
But like, oh, that's nice. Very nice shot from Shafiq, and that will be racing away for 4 runs. And now 4 extra on the board. Shafiq moves up to 24. And did you watch the Chiefs game? Says Shane, I did get to see the second half. Unfortunately, my phone doesn't like me at the moment, and it doesn't want to actually like set off my alarm. And it's really weird because it happened the other night with the Six Nations. And luckily, Mum woke me up just a few, a few minutes before the Six Nations it was. And I was bowling from what end, as I says, Mark. So at this stage, I'm not sure of the exact names of each end, but the scoreboard end, they have got, I believe it is Mitchell Starc bowling from, if you know what end that is. And then also from the other end that doesn't have the scoreboard, it is Pat Cummins. So hopefully, I'm not too sure what the stand ends are called, unfortunately, as the game, or Blues game postponed this weekend. Not that I know of as of yet, but there were rumours that any of those games for Super Rugby could get possibly changed in the future. Unfortunately, no mercy. I said good night as well. We will see you later on, and you need a car for the Kiwi Lads road trips.
Ooh.
We have talked about going on a Kiwi Lads holiday at some stage. That would be scary, wouldn't it? Taking George on holiday is just asking to get arrested, but that's now going down a third man. And it's going to be 4 runs because he just is very loud, isn't he?
Mm.
And he doesn't have much of a filter.
No.
And also, we have got there, can you describe the field placement, says Mark. So currently, I believe they're still going with relatively aggressive Australia. 2 slips. Cameron Green, it just went wide of him. They haven't actually got the gully in place.
No.
Currently, no man at third man either. I'll just see, do they still have the bat pad? Or did they take him out? If they do have a bat pad, it's more than likely Labuschagne or Travis Head, I would say. But they're showing Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins, 2 pace bowlers. Okay, they haven't got the bat pad, but they've also got a man at short mid-wicket, square leg, short cover, man at mid-on and mid-off, but both kind of a little bit wider, and then at deep fine leg and also deep point. And that one would have been going straight out to the man at deep point if he had decided to swing for it. Yeah, Babar Azam. Also, people are saying that Pakistan has prepared these kind of pitches because they are afraid of Aussie pace attack. This is not true. And there says Waleed. That's the thing. Like, saying they're afraid of the Australian pace attack, like, they've got a pacey attack of their own, Pakistan. So, like, I wouldn't say that it's because, like, anything along those lines of they don't want Starc and Cummins and whatnot getting, like, I guess, fired up. It's more, I would say, more picking conditions that suit the players that they've got in their squad.
Mm.
And they've got quite a few. Oh, they're just showing the way the ball's bouncing around. Can you see the game? Are you listening to commentary, says Mark Turnbull. So I can see the game here, but then unfortunately on YouTube, we aren't actually able to show any match footage or audio, sadly. Okay, Cameron Green, he's not showing on the ball. That's what they're saying. But I don't know, say he's still your friend. I'm sure you can deal with him. Maybe if we went to Thailand, I might be slightly worried. There, yeah, that would be a scary trip. And also, Kiwi Lads could travel to Queensland, where almost everyone is loud and unfiltered in there. And also, Marcus said, I know, and that one as well. But yeah, we are currently, I think. Oh, I thought that was like the way that it was skidding on after bouncing, but Mitchell Starc, nice straight delivery. Babar Azam gets in behind it, front foot forward, keeps the elbow high as well. Honest tip, what team do you actually want to win for this match and why? Question to Hamish and Mum, says Ed. Okay, so honest tip. So I know that my mum was keen on the draw because the tactics of Australia, they didn't seem, I guess, like the one that everyone thought they'd go with. For me, I mean, I still enjoy watching Australia play, but it seems like there's still another 140 overs or so. That is a long time to bat.
Still a long way to go.
And Babar Azam, Shafiq could certainly eat up plenty of balls. I thought he missed that. And I thought they went straight through him and bowled him. But luckily he did get it on it. And Kevin, your mum is beautiful. And there's Ryan.
Thank you.
And also, so your word vision is a great possibility. And in there it says Mark. So your word vision is a great possibility. Word vision. It sounds fancy, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
I guess it's a fancy way of saying the commentary, maybe. And also these pitches favour the white ball format of the PSL and is massive over there. Certainly the rare ball format was an afterthought and need a wicket. Aussie says up. And I guess we'll ask the question again, ladies and gentlemen, who will pick up the wicket for Australia if they do get themselves one? I'll go Pat Cummins. Going to be nicely whipped off the pads by Babar Azam, straight out to Travis Head at square leg. And just the dot ball. But Stark currently 4.5 overs bowled, 8 runs he's gone for the target. That Pakistan do need to go for, which I believe is well and truly off the cards now. It's actually 506.
Wow.
That is a lot. Creepy crawly, so that would be Cameron Green and also Stark from Shane Hayes. So Stark, he's got the pace. He's going around the wicket as well. He seems to like this angle a lot more in these conditions than in Australia, I've noticed.
Yeah. More and more he's bowling that line, isn't he?
I guess as a prediction, maybe he's going for those marks that he's roughed up, and him and Sheena Freedy have roughed up from the other end.
Yeah, true.
Possibly. That's gone down to Swepson at fine leg. And also we have got there, do you have wooden sticks to bash together to make the sound of batter and ball? Not really. I've got a heat pump remote as well, and also a fork.
Bash that on.
Oh, what's it? That'll be when it smacks the guy in the grill. You go, ow. And then he probably stayed down for a while. How's Lion going, says Shane. He's going all right. He was able to pick up Imam Huck as his first wicket, 1 off 18. But after that, I mean, we've seen him have a very good economy, but he just hasn't quite been able to pick up another wicket as of yet. But alongside him, the other Australian bowlers haven't really been able to do so either. But currently, Australia, they've got another 840 balls for themselves to go. And also we have got there, oh, that's your mum, Amish, sir. I thought she is your friend. I'm really sorry, sir. I apologize, says no worries at all. I'm sure she'll take it as a compliment. You know? And also, what's mum got for lunch? Are you the cook? Says Mark. I mean, we did have pizza earlier on. You know?
So I didn't have to cook.
No. Just because she doesn't normally have to. Like, sometimes I'll cook the meals, won't I? A bit of cooking. I cooked chips the other night. They were all right. They were actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Short ball, Babar Azam goes after it. And that will be mid-wicket away, 4 runs. The first boundary.
We don't
seen for a little while.
often have the same timetable for meals, do we?
No, that's true. I'm normally awake during the night, and then she is awake during the day. I was there a button to delete all your emails, or do you have to delete them like 50 at a time? I think there is a select all option.
Select all and then delete.
I believe so. And although you want to make sure that you have saved any important ones that you need.
Yeah.
As what do you think what's the turning point that has made the Black Cats so successful over the last few years? His blindside. I think it's the mentality off the field as well as on it. Because we have seen, like, in all the interviews you see, they're all talking about like kind of what happens off the field. Like if someone does well, the team does well type thing. So when someone goes extremely well, you praise the absolute daylights out of them because like that could be you. And then if everyone's just in a positive mindset while they're out on the field, it just seems to lead to a lot better cricket. I had pizza for tea, says Shane there, but it was a nice shot from Babar Azam, pull shot mid-wicket way, back foot pull shot, and also Brendan McCullum set the tone. As I said, blindside, he did bring in that aggressive style of not just captaincy, but also of batting. And he was probably, would you say that's a great shot down the ground, but well fielded by number 14. That's not Cummins, is it? Who's that? Harris. I was going to say that doesn't look like Cummins. Yeah, Marcus Harris out there. He looked like he had grown a bit. Quite tall. And also Brendan McCullum. Oh, no, I read that one. And also thanks Kiwi Lad's mum and son. And there. Be sure to hit that subscribe button for even more technology advice in the future.
Yeah.
We know some things about it, don't we?
Normally.
You know what this is?
Battery.
See? We nailed it. That's a great pull shot once again. And now Shafiq's decided he wants to join the party. And that is a brilliant shot there. Well, nice hats. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me now. It's fun to have fun. But you have to know how. Says Kev. Well, and also can you say the batsman is looking very comfortable. Might lead to commentators' curse. I mean,
yeah,
they are looking quite good at the moment, which might lead to the commentators' curse, of course. And also, your mum's so young and pretty. God bless your mum. Your mum is also my mum. That's how adoption works.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Welcome.
As I see, Ian Smith and Simon Dole are doing World Cup. Yes, that'll be pretty good. And I had an apple for breakfast. Thought it was quite salty. Turns out I was tasting my own tears. Sebastian, you can be adopted too.
Okay. Welcome you too.
Yeah.
Geez, you got quite a few stepbrothers there.
Oh, and behind the ball there, and it is going to be another single taken that time. It was Shafiq, who's actually moving up very nicely now. Moving up on to 29, I believe he's on, of 92 deliveries. Wow, we're getting bigger groups.
We are.
10 people they've decided to give ice blocks to this time.
Jesus, Ash.
He is, but I feel like it's good.
Mm.
That was Rob Key.
Mm.
And also, do you eat Vegemite? I do not. I hardly eat Marmite either, though. And pick me as well. Here's the Gareth. There, welcome into the history, right? Oh, as in he's adopted too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, come on in.
How many brothers do you want?
I don't know. It sounds like we've got a whole cricket team. And I've got a bucket hat. I love it and wear it as often as I can. David's joining.
Cool.
Also, thoughts on Mankadrol? I know that it was recently, was it added back in? I haven't really read into it though. I just heard a bit of a headline about one of the rules have changed. Is it for the whites or is that another one?
No, it's another one, I think.
And 52 for 2 after 32 overs. Jesus Christ, why batting so slow, says Zach. I think they're definitely going to save the test match. Vegemite is really engine grease, says Muttley. And also Nissan GTR
Doesn't
said
taste like it, though.
no. And also added in, says Blindside. So what would you be able to, I guess, question? This will be a tricky one. In 10 words or less. In fact, 10's quite hard to do. In 20 words or less, what is it? The rule that has been added. Because I'll probably have to look it up later on anyway. And also, don't you mean, I don't be mean to Vegemite like that, says Nissan GTR for that one. And also, well, if I'm a brother, can I borrow $20?
No, I don't need money to anyone.
Really?
Yeah. Bad luck. You got to earn it.
Also, don't.
Yeah, do some housework and I might give it to you.
Also, don't praise it. And also, we've got there, Pakistan are just doing this to annoy Aussies. They're not stupid, says Zach there. And also, I was about to ask that, says Petty Wigan, for that one as well. And also, Munkard must be banned, says Gareth. Okay. So it sounds like it's maybe not a good one, not a good rule that they have added in.
Is that when you're not allowed to spit on the ball or something?
Oh, is that one?
Was it that one?
Maybe. Probably toughest time for Pakistan team in the cricket or history of cricket. And then also, if you ever want some Vegemite, just dismantle your Nissan's engine. And no, stop it, says Nissan GTR fan.
Jeez, do you not like Vegemite?
And also, I'm going for fish and chips now. Good choice.
Yep.
Got lots of fish and chips. And also cannot Mankit. And then also stumping the non-strikers end without bowling ball.
Oh, was it that one?
Also, they've gotten rid of that. Out of the crease. Wouldn't that mean that batsmen will just go way early though? If there's no risk. And what's the worst that's going to happen? Someone's going to say, oh, you went too early, go back.
No, I think it means that they're allowed to do it now.
Or is that they are or aren't allowed to do it blindside?
I don't know. I think you weren't allowed to. It was a gentleman's agreement, wasn't it? Oh no, you were. Oh, okay.
I think you still could.
You still could, but it wasn't kosher.
And also similar to baseball, off base without pitching in there. And also they are adding it in. Okay, so it's pretty much if they go too early, you're allowed to do it.
Sure.
I mean, it will certainly stop people from going early, but if you get out, is it just called a stump? Oh, I guess it's run out, isn't it?
Run out, yeah.
And I was like, nah, I'm a peanut butter man, no Vegemite for me. Says Zach there.
Okay.
I know people have like Marmite and Vegemite in the same sandwich.
Ew.
I heard that the other day, and I think I made that face.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it would be a weird one, incorrect. And that Vegemite is really good. It is yeast extract with salt. So basically the byproduct of beer. There you go.
Okay.
There's a Vegemite pizza in Australia, isn't there? Also, Bovril for the win. Bovril. That is the South African, I think it is, equivalent of Vegemite.
Oh, is it?
Kind of the yeast extract version over there.
Oh, okay.
Do you not like yeast extract?
Oh, whatever.
Love it. It's 23 of 36. Nice.
Hmm.
Shafiq, 30 of 95.
Well, considering you only have 3 of 54 or something.
Something like that.
Done all right.
But currently now the target of 506. They earlier there. They still need another 445 runs. So I'm going to do some maths again.
Oh, yeah?
Because
you love your maths.
I do love maths. Minus 34 equals. So now we've got 445 divided by 138 equals 3.22 runs per over from here to be able to win it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
And also we have got there, it's called Spicing the Conversation. No regrets or hurt taken. And there's Vegemite Pizza, says Muttley. That is true. Yep. And Vegemite is disgusting, says Trucking Down Under. That's coming from an Australian as well. Do you like Marmite, Trucking? Or is that the same for you? And no, Marmite is yeast extract. Bovril is originally from, from England, originally made from beef blood. Yum.
Yummy. Makes you want to go out and taste some.
Oh, he edged that downwards, didn't he? I'm trying to leave it. And also we've got the Aussies go the aggressive field and bowl attacking. They aren't playing to win. Zach. But that's the thing. If they don't win, someone's getting sacked. Whether it's Pat Cummins, whether it's Steve Smith, someone who made the big call of saying, let's have another bat.
Well, it's not Warner, is it?
No, he was
decision.
livid. I'll say the Aussies are looking good, probably because of their wheat bix and milk in the morning. Gotta love it. And also, Owl is the bat. That kind of sounds English, doesn't it? Owl is the batsman looking. He's looking all right currently. Shafiq sitting on 30 off 96. He's looking a lot more set now at the crease. And also, Babar sitting 24 off 37. He's been more aggressive. Marmite never tried it, mate, as well. So maybe we've got to get you. I mean, if you don't like Vegemite, though, you might not like Marmite, will he?
Yeah, no, people like one or the other. That's, I don't know why, but yeah.
And also, we've got there Thug Angel who said Vegemite is dope, bro. Yeah. Do you know what dope means? Yeah. But then it can also mean something else, can't it?
Of course it can.
Yeah. And Pakistan just need just 2 wickets less session, and they'll be on the course to draw this test match, says Waleed. And yay, Aussies are getting sacked. Happy days, says Gareth. That one. Also, so the follow-on was to save Labuschane's average. Pretty much. Like
that's your theory.
That is my theory. I think Steve Smith was like, Marnus got a duck. Let's get him a bit more time so that he can get himself a bit more confidence heading into the third match. Because as soon as Marnus went out, Khawaja was sitting on 44, not out. And Labuschagne went out on 44. And then they went, we're declaring now. So it was all based on Marnus, I think. That's my theory anyway. I could be completely wrong. Pat Cummins, I don't think in an interview would openly go, we did it so that Marnus could get more batting time.
No.
Like he's probably got another one planned up. I don't know what do Kiwis drink. Anything alcoholic. No, what do we drink? That's Kiwi L&P, I guess. That's the one Kiwi beverage, isn't it? Even though I don't really like it.
No. I used to be an L&P fan. Still am occasionally.
And also we have got there Saku's and he didn't get his half century, says Sebastian. It wouldn't even surprise me though.
What about the 100 odd in the first innings?
No, they don't care about that. He didn't get the 50. Sack him. Sack him. Get rid of him. And also looks like your mum is a big fan of cricket. Says Flush. She is. And we also gave her a bucket hat.
Yeah. Just so I fit it into the live stream.
Yeah. And also fun fact.
Blend it in.
Aussie cricketer Marnus Labuschagne eats with his hands. I heard it on a documentary. Says Zach. I think that's from that slightly Greek / Afrikaan background.
Oh, okay.
Because they were talking about the fact that he did actually get raised in South Africa and didn't actually speak any English at his time heading to Australia.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was. It's quite a fun wee stat, isn't it?
It is.
I was like, yeah, and there says it. And also we've got there Kiwi birds. Are they alcos? If you give them the alcohol, they'll drink it. You know? More than likely, though, Kias are just cheeky little buggers, aren't they? If you know what a Kia is, they just go, oh, I like your windshield wipers, and then bite through it and steal your windshield wipers. And it's like, what are they going to do with them? They don't own cars, do they? Like, they don't need them. but they just take them. They're like, oh, I like that.
Mm.
Looks like a nice piece of machinery that you obviously would need to find a replacement for, but I'm just going to steal it. Oh, it's a kiwi fruit juice, isn't it? I thought, yeah, we do have a bit of kiwi fruit juice around. What else do we have? Just juice? Is that kiwi? Or no, probably not. No, it's not. It's just what we have here. All right, it's not. It's Cephaside, I promise. As I says, Gareth. So it must be that Greek side, I assume. Are kiwi birds intelligent, Hamish? I mean, they're relatively intelligent, I think. They sleep during the day. So you'd have to wonder
Is he
some
talking
regards.
kiwi birds or kiwi chicks?
I think kiwi birds.
Okay. Thought he might have been talking the girlfriend of variety or something.
They also sleep during the day because they're out all night partying, aren't they, eh? Well, I wouldn't know either. I don't leave the lounge. As mamas in there and Korean kiwi kaya. And then also they have been trained by windshield wiper manufacturers. And also we have got there Sebastian Grama, a no-go Uzi, as says. Listen, but I mean, it seems like if Steve Smith wants Usman gone, Steve Smith will get possibly what he wants. I like if it would be quite funny if Steve Smith had nothing to do with this and I've just made everyone think that Steve is the problem. But
hey, it's gonna start the rumour.
Shot once again by Babar Azam. And also Australia's men and women's teams are dominating world cricket, says Ryan. They certainly are. At the moment for the T20 World Cup, they are on the next level. And also ODI, they're doing quite well for the women's side there. No, Uzi is the best, says Nissan. Yeah, I hope he gets to stay for probably the next couple of years, at least. Because he's, 5 times better than what Marcus Harris has been going recently. And it seems to be no matter where he is in the world, he's also going to be able to perform. And also we have got Albie Morkel as Bangladesh power hitting coach. And there says Orion. Oh, Cameron Green not quite finding his run-up. Is there a little tiny bit of wind, or is that just the wind that he was creating like he's a windmill?
Yeah, no, there is wind because
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a ripple on Pat Cummins' pants. Steve Smith yanking them. 34. Oh, that was close to the head. And also Australia will win the World Cup. And then, yeah, it says Nissan, GTR fan as well. But 62 for 2 currently for Pakistan. 34.2 overs down here. Oh. Okay, they're saying Cameron Green is the only bowler who's really caused them a little bit of an issue here. Is it late news in New Zealand? What's trending? Says Mark, currently, I mean, Tamagotchis just came out, which is pretty awesome. Also, the Rubik's Cube is now really big.
what the hell are you on about?
We're not too far behind. We get to hear what's happening in the world.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
I was wondering where you were going with it. I was thinking, what?
No, I guess it's just pretty much mainly sports related for us over here, isn't it? We just get to find out about what's happening in the world of sport. You know, some games come out in New Zealand before they come out anywhere else. Rugby Challenge forwarded, which is quite fun, which is of course a huge game that everyone wanted to play. Cameron Green currently bowled almost 4 overs, 1 wicket. He was able to get that first one with the LBW. It's just getting a hitch soon. Isn't she married?
No, they called it off.
Did they?
Oh, postponed it. Sorry.
Postponed.
Yes.
I see. That would have been because of the old.
Lots of rumours going around about the hubby-to-be, but
you mean reading your Woman's Weekly?
No. Apparently there's some sort of bloody Facebook pages on all these weird things. It's not true, but people are believing it, and it's amazing.
And also, real news: petrol price. It's the highest it's ever been in New Zealand currently. Australia's women's cricket team is unbeatable. They really are unbeatable. Says plus there, and also Kiwi Bangladesh won the T20 World Cup because Morkel. I have Albie Morkel. I thought that was the first name. But it's Albie Morkel's power hitting as well as the coach, says Ryan. And also we have got there out 3 wickets. No, I was just kidding, says Zach. And also we still have Tamagotchis, little things that you keep alive by giving them attention, although we call them Instagram models now.
Okay.
Have you seen Instagram?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on there, isn't there?
Yeah, because you start following one thing and then it comes up other ones that you can follow, and you think, well, why do I want to follow that one? How do I get rid of that one? But it just keeps coming up.
That's because I keep on sending you my friend request.
What?
And you keep on declining it, so I keep sending it back, and so
It doesn't come up. Does it?
no. That's what I was referring to, the fact that you said that something keeps on popping up.
Yeah, it's you. It's you annoying me all the time.
Also, I followed you on Instagram, says Norman there, and also Mr. Cover Drive, Babar Azam says that Shuhail there. And currently Shafiq on strike, but Babar Azam sitting on 24. He's been doing very nicely. And same in Australia, the petrol price has gone crazy. Nathan Lyon, nice little bit of spin there. Do they take the single? There was a bit of yes knowing.
No.
And then they decide against it. And also petrol price has gone crazy in Nepal, says Norman. And also Australia cricket team Instagram only has the follow on button, as that says fine side.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. Should have followed on, shouldn't they? Also, love you, Mr. Cover Drive, Babar Azam. Currently, I will ask the question, how many runs will he get in this match? Do you think he gets his 50? If so, do you think he gets his 100? And then if you do, how far up is he going? And Hamish, do you have TikTok? If so, I'll follow you. I don't actually have TikTok. Have you got TikTok?
No.
I can imagine you doing some TikTok dances.
What's the difference between TikTok and Instagram?
So TikTok is short little snippet videos type thing. So you just do like random memes and whatnot. So it's pretty much anything less than a minute, or it used to be less than a minute. I think it's extended now, but it's pretty much like a bigger platform that like a whole heap of people are on who just do random things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Also from Kashmir as well. And he says hail, and also Akshay has said hi as well. Welcome into the live stream, mate. 100 plus. Says shame for that one. And also I'm from Kashmir, says hail. And Petra has gone more crazy.
Wasn't there someone else from Kashmir?
There was. Earlier on, and more crazy in South Africa, but it's the government using the excuse to get more tax.
I see.
Ours
has just reduced the tax, so it's not so bad.
Mm.
Still dear enough, though.
Nathan Lyon currently, he's got the one wicket earlier on in the day. That was a Mimo Huck. Can he get another here, Nathan Lyon? And if so, will it be Shafiq or Babar Azam that he does end up picking up? Oh, that was spinning. Bit of maybe top spin on that one for Nathan Lyon. I think it would have busted off the seam unless, of course, maybe you did end up seeing a little bit of a crack again. And I was like, TikTok is cheap and I am not welcome in Kashmir, says Sebastian. That one.
Scotland.
It is true. It was like, okay, why is this missing? And also Pakistan team, Mr. Cover Drive, Babar Azam. And there it says Sahel. So I think he likes Babar Azam. At a bit of a guess.
I think he does, yeah.
Currently, Babar Azam, he could be the glue that holds together the second innings. Currently, Shafiq, he's faced 100 balls. He's helping his side out. If everyone on the Pakistan side faced 100 balls from here on out, they draw this test match. So every extra ball, he's faced 101. That means one of the tail enders only need to face 99 now. And so forth. Currently 36. One moment. We're going to go 172 minus 36 equals... We're going to go times 6. They've currently still got 816 balls. It's not that long ago that was 1,000.
I know.
So they're eating them up slowly and steadily. And you know what they say? Slow and steady
Wins the race.
wins the race. Could it win this test match? Probably not.
No.
Probably won't win it, but draw could definitely be on the cards. And you know me, Gareth, just something I said, and I have it on Kashmir Sebastian. There's Gareth there as well. Currently now we have got their TU ground is one of the most beautiful cricket venues. And there it says Norman. TU. Tunisia? No. Want to be Tunisia, I wouldn't think. And also we have got there, where are you from, my dear commentators? Says the house. So we are from New Zealand. So a little bit, I guess, out to the side of Australia. If you guys know whereabouts New Zealand is, I guess some of you will kind of know whereabouts I mean, but we are in the South Island of New Zealand. And also, do you know Gareth Delaney? Gareth Delaney.
Why does that name ring a bell?
It sounds familiar. Talking of Spencer, still sulking. There says Gareth. That one. Yeah.
Oh, they still from their week.
Yeah, although we haven't seen Hamish Spencer for about a week or so now.
Oh, okay. Oh. What did you do, Sebastian?
That's a
No,
good
don't
ball.
tell me.
That's a good ball from Cameron Green once again. pitching it up quite nicely. And also we have got there, as you know about Kashmir, and there says Sahel, only the very little amount of information that we have been told about whereabouts it's located. That's about all that we do really know about it. That is the angle that we were talking about with the new ball, more upright, with the old ball slightly more round arm for Mitchell Stark here. Currently Cameron Green sitting on 1 wicket, 10 runs coming off him so far. In the year, he's going for the appeal. I don't think it's going to hit the stumps. Cameron Green there, and good to see the lights at Hagley Oval working well. Yeah. Also, we have got there, I'm not welcome into the Spencer household either, says Sebastian there.
He might forgive you one day.
I don't think he will.
Oh, okay. It was that bad.
It wasn't bad, but I think it's just one of those ones that some people are just stubborn, aren't they?
Yeah.
And also not out, says Ryan. And also we have got there, what time is it in New Zealand? We're currently sitting 9:55 p.m. here in New Zealand. It was close to the bat, so no bat on it, but that was definitely going down leg.
Yep.
Cameron Green, I think, getting a little bit excited. I don't even think we need to see a ball tracker of that, do we?
No.
I think it was going about probably a stump's length, maybe 2 or 3 stumps lengths out to the side. But Cameron Green, 3 balls done. And this over. They are going to show it again. Impact outside off, that's as much as they need to see, really, isn't it? I guess they do need to show that, because or else then people will be like, oh, they're not checking it. So it's because they're doing it on purpose. That's what people do, isn't it? Overall. Now, Babar Azam, 46 balls faced, almost 50. What did that hit? No, nothing.
No.
Okay. Commentators just said that there might have been something on it. Also, we have got there, it's almost impossible for you to know. TU cricket ground, maybe you can Google it. As Kiwi's wicket is not hitting. As on there says Ryan, what is this hit? Oh, it's close to the face of the bat.
Yeah, he
The
was
Babar
hanging
Azam.
out there, didn't he?
And also we have got there, is there a phrase called cricket is like watching paint dry? I know that they do have quite a bit about not just cricket, but just in general. Like a lot of people say watching our YouTube channel is similar to watching paint dry.
Really?
No.
That's harsh.
Yeah, it is, but it happens. The thing is, I know this sounds like a weird thing. I don't mind watching like paint. Like I like seeing paint like be painted. So I feel like that's slightly part of the process, isn't it? Okay, so it's in Nepal. It's got a phone number. Shall we ring it? Say hello. Do you know Norman? And also we have got that. Is that hitting? As there's Zach. The LBW one was way out to the side for that one as well. As wicket is not hitting in there. So yeah, I think that is for the LBW. But currently Pakistan still 438 runs behind. Hit by a yawn. So the big question is session 3 of today. How many wickets do you think we get to see? Although it's probably one that you'd have to wait till the end of this session to know who's batting, wouldn't it? Nathan Lyon going to be bowling once again. It's nice and sunny here. And gonna Tialke Nepal as well. Be nicely done once again. And also we get there, which New Zealand PM was in musical The Rocky Horror Picture Show. John Key.
Rob Muldoon.
Rob Muldoon.
Here you go. It's caught like that.
There you go. Was that before I was born? Or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't even thought of them because I went down to watch it in Dunedin.
I was like, you like watching paint dry? Not my thing, but that's cool. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, part of the process, like theoretically, once you put the paint on, as you're painting, you are watching it dry, aren't you? Not the like aftermath of just sitting there going, there's a little bubble there, that's kind of what you do with the paint. As a bubble has got 100, he's looking good. Says shade there, it's nice and sunny here. And Nepal, it's and also snow in Kashmir. Says Sahel. I actually saw that somewhere around the world they do actually enjoy playing like cricket in the snow. Like they kind of shave out a pitch and then the whole outfield is snow. And you see some of like the legends from around the world going over there and playing, which is pretty awesome. pretty cold as well.
Mm.
So I'll do an old Piggy Muldoon
Piggy Melden.
in there. And my favourite cricket ground is Adelaide Cricket Ground. It is a very nice one. And you can actually do a rooftop tour. I know that they did it during the Ashes and there were lightning strikes and all sorts, which, I mean, would make you pretty brave to go up on top, I would have thought.
Mm.
Oh, played that one very late, Babar Azam, but watching it nicely. Still a bit of bounce on offer here for a couple of the spinners. We haven't seen anything of Labuschagne yet, and I think he won't be too far away. And more prediction there. And also, how much do you like the Prime Minister in New Zealand right now? Says Zach. I don't know whether or not I can say yes or no because she might be listening.
Yeah, it's one of those.
And I might.
You don't talk politics or religion.
I might get shot.
Mm. Mm.
I wasn't ever here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
So what's your favourite cricket ground?
I like the MCG.
Yeah, I was going to say the MCG too.
Is she gone?
Yeah.
Here I'm back. And also imagine playing cricket in an ice skating rink. And also coming back to first training at the new club, says Xavier. So hopefully it does go. All right, that's right, Donna, says David. And also we have got there Kiwi Bubba score 150 and he'll try to make it a draw. Imagine playing cricket on an ice skating rink. It would be very slippery. You probably need your ice skates.
Mm.
I mean, playing it on a curling rink would be interesting.
That would be, yeah.
And also Rocky Horror Picture Show, loved it. Says Gareth, and my
That was
favourite
pretty
overseas team is New Zealand season up. Nice. Kiwis have got their series up against the Netherlands. Mum's going to be doing some solo cricket commentary on a couple of those ones.
Yeah, no worries. Enjoy the challenge.
We'll get you set up. We'll
Where's-
get you a PC.
I have to get Dad beside me.
We have to start a Donna's PC fund. Get you a gaming PC so that you can do the live streams from them.
Oh,
It'd be fun, wouldn't it? I have a second webcam.
is that right?
Yeah.
Good for you.
So it would work.
Mm.
So we have got there Gan Talke is my hometown. Can you pronounce it? Is it Galtan Talke? Gan Talke? And also most memorable sporting moment for you both, says Blindside. I mean, for me, probably Rugby World Cup 2015, I think it was. Was that the one that was in New Zealand?
Oh,
And that
I'm not too good at dates.
New Zealand versus Australia, and one of the commentators going, he pretty much didn't quite get a sentence out, but he
Yeah,
was
that's right.
celebrating big time
That
for the
was
Kiwis.
Marshall, wasn't it?
No, Nisbet, I think it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. And he got very excited. He's like, boom, boom, go Bowden. That was just the Marshall.
No.
Yeah. Also, Cricket World Cup 2019 ODI. That was fun.
Mm.
Love you, England. And also, we have got their Newlands Cricket Ground. And do you live stream some of the NRL? We do. It's actually on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, which isn't the pin comment on this one. I didn't actually put it as the pin comment. Be sure to check out Kiwi Lads Sport if you do want to see us doing the NRL over on there. And also, we have got MCG and Optus Stadium all the way. It says plus Newlands Cricket Ground. And the bar under the scoreboard at Adelaide was always a wash at with West End Bitter. And there says David. Oh, sorry, that wasn't David. That was Mark. That one, okay. Says listen their way in a moment. I will go like this. That was a weird way of saying one, wasn't it? Go like that. Go like this. Watch how fancy this is. We go here. Go to this one. You go to the Kiwi Lads Sport. We go like this. We go like that. We go like that. Sorry, this is very zoomed in on my face more than likely. There we go. Oh,
No, Sebastian.
he's
bet you
beating
did.
me.
Good on you, Sebastian.
He's that man needs a pay rise.
No.
I mean, I'll still
Still-
put
oh.
it here, just try and feel useful. As I got to tell you what, he's onto it, isn't he? That's
Yes.
moderator of the year right there.
Yeah.
Or one of the moderators of the year. David's here as well, so I can't really just isolate one, of course. So is QEII Stadium still up?
QE2
QE2 Stadium.
Christchurch.
No?
No, I got damaged in the earthquakes, and I'm not 100% sure what they did with it in the end.
Mm.
It used to be awesome out there, not just the track, but the pool, and there was a kids area, and it was great fun.
And Carlos Braithwaite hitting 4 sixes in a row to win the World Cup. Yeah, that was a big moment. And also, George Clay Eddie, Kiwi Boys Picture Show. There you go. And also, the Kiwi Lads Manly versus Panthers would have been the worst game. Or would have been the worst game. I thought it was certainly not how everyone expected to see it go, because it looked a lot closer. And also, we've got their Sebas mod of the year. Here's the mod there. And also, we've got the one with the New Zealand team, because the New Zealand team are of no controversy.
Yeah.
And that's a nice shot there from Babar Azam, racing to the boundary out coverway, and 4 more runs. Current partnership, 52 of 102. I'm liking this from Pakistan. I mean, they're not quite going at that run rate that they need to win, but it's certainly looking pretty good for the Pakistan batsman. And you'd have to say the unluckiness of Azhar Ali to not review his first of all, because he hit the glove. And also, we've got there going, Tal K. It's my hometown, as well, says Norman there. And it's Eden Park, a cricket venue. They do play some cricket at Eden Park. It's just not huge, is it?
No, because it. But then again, they seem to have gone to the Mount Maunganui, don't they?
Yeah. T20 is probably the only one you'd see at Eden Park.
Mm.
Like, I don't think they really go too much more than that. Women's cricket you might get away with, but currently with it being rugby season still, you're not really seeing too many games there.
Yeah, no, because it's dual purpose. So
yeah,
but mainly rugby now, isn't it?
Mm.
And because there hasn't been a lot of New Zealand internationals for cricket.
No, I think Sky Stadium's where they're going for a majority. Although now that those aren't happening, I think they can still play the Hurricanes home games there.
The Sky Stadium's the Cape Town, isn't it?
Yeah. Or Westpac Stadium, depending on what name you want to go by.
Yeah.
They got plenty of them. And I was like, Kiwi, what is wrong with the scorecard? Well, it was on strike, but now it's come back, which is good. And also, we have got the, are you saying girls can't hit big? No, I'm saying girls, actually, they have smaller boundaries. It's just a literal sense of what happens in cricket. They have got smaller boundaries. I don't understand why. Half of them hit it probably just as far.
Hit it just as far.
But yeah, they do have smaller boundaries, which is why they would fit into a smaller venue such as Eden Park. Nothing sexist about it.
No, I didn't think anything sexist of it.
No. Currently 1 ball left here of this over. Shafiq sitting there, 34 of 113. Now about to line this one up. 3 men in close. It doesn't go to any of them, and that will be the end of the over. 40 overs down, and it is 74 for 2 here. I think it's a time for a change of cap or hat, isn't it?
Well, it's actually a change of
commentary. Who are you bringing in?
No one.
Also, is it me, or why do girls bowl so slow? Says Zach. I mean, I think the biggest difference is look at Nathan Ellis for the Hobart Hurricanes. He's a 5'10" bowler, and because of that, he can't get the same pace as someone who's 6'4" just because of pure arm span. So pretty much the bigger your arm span, the bigger force you're going to be able to generate. Whereas Nathan Ellis, if it was fair and all bowlers bowled the same, they would end up definitely, like Nathan Ellis would bowl quicker than all of them with the amount that he steams in. But it's just because they are a lot shorter, a majority of the female athletes, it does mean that they don't get as much of a wingspan rotation to create enough force to be able to bowl it as quick as someone like a Mitchell Starc. Like, you're not going to see a women's cricketer bowling 150 unless she is also 6'5". I think they bowl faster than Trevor C. Probably faster than Colin de Grandhomme as well, to be fair.
Yep.
And also because they are polite in their... But so you think they haven't asked to have their boundaries changed? I mean, to be fair, they'll be like, this is easy. Like, why change it if they're literally going to gift us 6s and 4s?
Yeah.
Like, we'll just smack it over the boundary. Have exciting games of cricket. Babar Azam still out there currently. Nicely played. Gets in behind it. Sweeps in. I mean, he's been good, but he hasn't been able to get that wicket that he would have liked. He got Babar Azam in the first innings and also ended up picking up Sheena Freedy in that first inning and smashed the explanation average 10 out of 10 while being a gentleman throughout. And there says Sebastian. Yeah. Sometimes some people do just look for a bit of a in to get offended about something. All right, but that's going to be whipped to the lead side. 4 runs down there. I know they bowl slower, so not to hurt each other as well. No. I mean, I've seen some ruthless bounces from some female cricketers, and I've heard the trash talk that goes on as well, and it's certainly not because they want to be friendly and have a cup of tea or anything afterwards. I want to take someone's head off half the time. As I'm out for a bit, and another theme perhaps, Hamish, today, you are you, and that's truer than true. No one alive can be youer than you. Is that Dr. Seuss? Because maybe Cat in a Hat, that's the slight transition, you know? Who knows? Maybe, tell you what, I'm almost going to give myself a pat on the back for how quick my brain did that.
I know.
And I'm still rhyming.
Well, we've got Cat in the Hat, so.
Green eggs and ham. I was like, are you stealing my letters from some of my words? And there says Mark, no, you just can't spell. But currently now 40.5 overs down. And that is going to be nicely played by Bubba Razami. Hamish, I'm going to make a cuppa as well on why New Zealanders called Kiwis. I think it is because of our national bird. And I was like, this is kind of awkward. And there says this GTR fan. Is that because they haven't been able to get the wickets? And is your mum a cat in the hat? As says Mark. Well, it's an interesting analysis. And I would say yes to some extent. Because when you think about it, Cat in the Hat, as kind of hectic as it was at a certain time, it's still a great life advice for Twin 1 and Twin 2. You have to kind of, I guess, kids. Me, I'm one of them. And we are hectic. But you managed to somehow give us like that kind of advice and guide us through life.
Deep.
Deep. It is.
Very deep.
Yeah, it's because I want you to stay for another 30 minutes. No.
I was going to say this stuff.
I was like, if Pakistan come back and win, I think no, but they could draw. I think if we see them get themselves maybe another 150 runs or something by the end of today, which I've still got one more session, so there's a chance. And wanker alert, excuse the language, and then I just gave him 300 seconds because I felt like it, says Sebastian there. Yeah.
I didn't want to say too much. It's that time.
Advancing, that's a good shot. And that's going to be Shafiq. It's it for 6 runs. Okay. I'm going to go back to that. Could Pakistan come back and win if they bat like this? Maybe there's just a little teeny weeny chance that they could. Because 6 runs, that's pretty much all the runs that they need for the over in one ball. Now anything else is going to be a bonus.
So Sebastian could just give... Was that our mate?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got 300 seconds. So he's pretty much timed out, which means after 300 seconds, like normally people either come back and like kind of calm down, or they come back, get worse, and then Sebastian just destroys them completely.
Fair enough.
And then they have to make a new account.
Fair enough.
And also we've got the who's been your player of the year of Aussie teams and New Zealand teams. And then overall for Super Rugby, it's been your player of the year. Okay, player of the year so far. I mean, Will Harris for the Waratahs has been looking very strong. I've thought so far from what we've seen, seeing as he has scored in almost every game for the Waratahs. But for me, I mean, Balin Sullivan, I think he's on the right path at the moment for the Hurricanes. He's looking very sharp. And also, I mean, Tom Christie's just a tackling machine at current times. I feel like there's so many players that I could probably pick almost one from each team, but it's a tricky one. It's a very tricky one to just pick one player that I want to say is having like an outstanding season. You know, there's quite a few. And I'll say, what is the national sport in New Zealand? It is rugby followed by cricket, I would say. Or maybe cricket and rugby split a little bit. And that 6 is bigger than what I could chew by a large margin as well. And I was like, OMG. Oh, no, sorry, OMG. I never emptied my email inbox before. There's David.
Don't look at mine.
Oh, Adi Savia, Peter Gusto Akula, 2 other good shouts of who's playing well. In fact, there's another player. How am I thinking of? Oh, it's going to really annoy me. But every time I see him out on the field, he's just doing absolute bucket loads. No, it's not going to come to me yet, but I'll probably remember it over Super Rugby.
Yeah, well, later.
On the weekend as well. But yeah, my inbox is too full. Like my Gmail, I don't actually check the Kiwi Lads Gmail, which I probably should. definitely should.
Oh, have you seen mine?
Yours has got what 20,
Yep.
20 or so emails.
Yeah.
Just 20.
Yep.
And the other
I just did it for
19,000.
fun, and it just got out of control.
63 is the current partnership of 119 deliveries. Babar Azam sitting there, 35 of 61. I mean, he started off pretty quickly. He's still going at a decent scoring rate here. Mitch sweeps, and it seems like Pakistan might be able to close out this last kind of 30 minutes or 25 minutes, in fact, now they've got left.
Does that mean I'm here for 25 minutes, does it?
I guess so. If you like.
My bed is calling.
Also hit to the leg side there from Babar Azam. That's going to be another 2 runs. Also, give you Pakistan score 210 is better, says Ryan. But yeah, at this stage, I'm going to do some quick maths once again. I'm going to go like this. We're going to go like 172. So they got 130 overs left, and they need 420 runs. So they still need 3.23 runs per over. I had 16,000 emails going back to 2015.
I can beat that.
You've got quite a few, don't you?
Yeah, well, as I say, I just did it as a joke, and then it got out of control, and now it's just...
I think I've got about 16,000, or probably, I don't even want to guess how many. Like, I've got 3 hard drives, and between those 3, we've probably got about, like, no joke, a few months straight worth of video, like, on them. Like, about 5 terabytes of videos. Or something like that. And straight up, Donna.
Yeah.
And there says David the Mod. Boy, that was way down the leg side, and that was never going to be an easy one for Alex Curry, and that will be racing away to the boundary. I'm waiting for that transition of Steve Smith or Marnus Labuschagne get added into the bowling attack, or Travis Head. I don't think it's too far away. But they're also probably just trying to save Pat Cummins a little bit. That didn't bounce at all, did it?
Nah.
Stayed low and did skid on. How much sweeps in there? 40 of 120 for Shafiq Babar Azam, 37 of 64. And these two having a partnership of 65 runs at this point in time. Ow, that would have hurt. And straight to the pad. And also we look there, who is the best rugby player in New Zealand right now? Says yes, boy. I guess it depends on what you're looking at in a rugby player. Like whether you're looking at like tackling wise, turnover wise, running wise, kicking wise. I mean, at the moment, Stephen Perofeta, he's been very impressive for the Blues, but he wouldn't be considered as the best rugby player in the world currently. He's probably one that I would actually mention as an honourable one. That's a nice shot from Babar Azam. He moves into the 40s now as well. Everybody's scoring for fun here for Pakistan, and that's helping that run rate that I was mentioning about. Got 8 fours, 1 6, and also I would say Will Jordan. Yeah, Will Jordan, up-and-coming youngster. Like, that's the thing. It sounds so weird me calling people older than me up-and-comers, but, like, he's only been really on the scene the last 2 or 3 years, and the impact that he's been able to make in that time, like, is just insane. Like, and I feel like he's certainly got himself a bright future, whether or not he goes right wing or fullback for the All Blacks. Maybe he does both, or combo. And Babar Azam sitting on 41 of 66. He needs to be careful here, though, and not go too overly aggressive. The loose one, but it does go out to fine leg as it did smack Alex Carey on the shoulder. But yeah, the spinners, they are supposed to be taking the wickets. You can tell with the surface that they should be able to get something, but the Pakistan batsmen are just hanging in there and not allowing it. So currently, I mean, you look at how many runs they need at the moment. They're 412 behind. I'm going to minus that 97. You're still looking at 315 ahead of your Australia at this point. Like, you could have got that 97 after if you really needed it. You know, it's still, I don't want to see it shoot Australia in the foot. But if it does, I wouldn't be completely surprised. You know, and also, Mum, Kiwi Mum, please see Bangladesh ODI and Test Series with your son. So
if it's at a decent hour, I will. Oh, what time is it?
Well, the ODIs, you might get to see the first hour or two. Although I think it overlaps with Super Rugby.
Oh, There we go. Super Rugby. What's so good about Super Rugby?
Although, to be fair, games are getting postponed all over the place, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So Pakistan versus South Africa for the second ODI and the first ODI. Okay, first ODI is 11 p.m.
Oh,
Second ODI is 8 p.m.
I could do a couple of hours.
And third ODI is 11 p.m.
Oh.
Then the test matches, you're looking at South Africa versus Bangladesh. The test match starts at 8 p.m. on the 31st of March.
Okay, I could probably do a couple of hours.
And also, Super Rugby is fabulous.
I know some people like it.
You don't mind it, do you?
I don't
overall?
mind it. I haven't really watched a lot of it lately.
You probably get sick of hearing me talking about it off live stream, don't you?
Maybe.
Also, Australia won. Or Australia wins, says Vikram. They should win. They definitely should. But it's whether or not they can get these last 8 wickets within the next. See, that's the thing. It's still another 130 overs, isn't it? Still a huge amount of time left.
Heaps of overs.
Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. It is hugely appreciated you guys all being here. We have got plenty more videos coming in the future, whether that is live stream wise, whether that is going to be through the Kiwi Lads Sport or the Kiwi Lads channel. Plenty more cricket coming up. And also Pakistan will confirm. And then it says, Ryan, I don't think I could confirm that at this stage.
Yeah,
As nice as it would be to be able to put in a bold prediction and stick with it, I don't think I could do that. I'm just going to see what the odds are as we are sitting currently. So featured events. Nope. Okay. One moment. We will click here. It's frozen. That's not good. I'm getting some food. Good call. So for the draw, Pakistan versus Australia is paying $5.20. That's actually very low. Australia to win's paying $1.13. That's actually that's high odds. And you probably, that's the thing, Pakistan to win's paying $40. But Pakistan were paying 200 and something earlier on in the test match. And at the stage of following on, Pakistan to draw, we're paying about $20 as well.
Wow.
But because Australia let them off the hook, then straight away, I think that went down about $5 extra or something, because everyone was like, well, the draw is more likely now because Australia are doing the weirdness. That comes from the university end. It's what they have called it, or as I like to call it, the scoreboard end of the ground. If you hit the KFC bucket, then they give out a free scholarship for one lucky individual. I wonder how they choose who gets it, though.
Oh, they must have a list of them, surely. Number 1 on the list is so-and-so. Congratulations, you just won.
Do you think they'd tell them who's on the list? You wouldn't, would you?
No.
Just because or else then if you're sitting like 5th on the list and you'd just be sitting there once they've had 4 and you'd just be sitting there, and then they don't.
Yeah.
And then, that would be unfortunate.
That would.
Also, these two are looking good. A bit of collapse could happen. Australia could win the match today. Says Ryan, that's true. We've still got one more session today. And that is going to be another 2 to 2.5 hours. And I mean, Stark could bowl wides and no balls. And we're still playing Cummins, says Sebastian.
Why not? He's the captain.
Well, you said captain at the exact same time as him. That was kind of weird, wasn't it?
It was.
But currently, Pat Cummins sitting there. He looks like he's taking a couple deep breaths. Wouldn't mind a break, would he?
Yeah, he looks a bit tired on it. Didn't he have a big enough spell last night?
And also, we've got I blame Cummins for my cold coffee today, says Abdullah.
Fair enough. That would have been his fault.
Maybe we need to get a Pat Cummins on a stick. We had Ian Foster on a stick, didn't we? Maybe Pat Cummins is the next stick man. 94 for 2 after the 44. So going at about 2 runs, just a little bit over 2 runs per over. What we got there? Okay, Rob Key asking the good questions in the box, whether or not this pitch is just going to lose all, I guess, variable bounce and it's just going to play like a rock. But if it does, that benefits Pakistan. Maybe they knew something that Australia didn't and now are very much enjoying the fact that Australia have allowed them out of it. But where is Marnus Labuschagne is my big question. Marnus Labuschagne or Travis Head? Swepson, yes, he's going all right, but he's not quite getting the job done. So I would switch to head at this stage, give him some off spin, or go back to Nathan Lyon. Because this for me is just using overs. Like they don't seem to be going too aggressively. Like, yes, he might pick up the wicket, but I think this is Cummins going, we're going to rest all our other bowlers, we'll bowl sweeps and then we'll come back for the final session of the day fighting.
Well, that guy's saying that he still believes reverse swing is the key for tomorrow.
And also Australia, their pace bowling attack was actually the thing that was helping break through in their first innings of bowling. And what happened to the wickets that came in the first innings when they got bowled out, says Zach, they took the foot off the gas. They decided to bat again, and Pakistan had a day to think about it and go, right, boys, that wasn't ideal. We're going to do it again tomorrow, and we're going to make sure we do it right. And that's what they've done so far. They lost that early wicket, and they lost another one a little bit more recently in weird fashion, I guess you could call it, for that one. And the batsman was dismissed on only, I think he was 6 runs.
Yep.
For Azali off 54 deliveries. But other than that, Babar Azam sitting on 43, Shafiq sitting there nicely. And these two are just rotating the strike. Shafiq, 40 off to 126. That was a weird way of saying it, wasn't it?
He's still there.
Yes. Babar Azam, 43 off 70. And the other option for sweeps in here, I think he's got to change it up. Maybe go round the wicket. Just try something different. They don't seem to be troubled at the moment.
No.
Like, give Babar Azam one in that rough outside of his legs and see whether or not he's keen to play a slog sweep or something. You know? Yes, it might be considered slightly negative bowling, but it might buy you a wicket. And then you can get into the next man.
Well, who used to do that? Bowl it into the footmarks around the wicket and bowl them around the wickets.
That would have probably been Shane Warne. The moment
I haven't
sweeps
seen
them.
too many do that.
They don't seem to try it.
No.
I don't know why. I don't know whether it's considered like bad sportsmanship, like now to bowl it down leg side. But that's how they got Steve Smith out Pakistan, wasn't it? They just kept on going wide outside leg stump, and then he eventually got bored, as Steve Smith would. Down the ground, no run there. And that is going to be the end of the sweeps and over. And it is 96 for 2. But yeah, these are just use up the 13 minutes till tea time, give us a longer break, and then get us back out there, and we'll try pace next one. So for me, Labuschagne could be doing this as well, just because he's got that little bit more. He actually almost gets more turn at times than Swepson, who is the leg spinner, but he just gives it an almighty tweak, as they do say. From the other end,
And from
we've got
to be
Mitchell
able to
Stark.
do seamers yesterday.
Yeah, 120 Ks I think he was getting them down at, which isn't too bad of an effort, is it?
No.
But now Stark, like they say, they need 8 more wickets. Warner doesn't look like he's impressed at all. But then why would you be when you got to look up that high to have a conversation with a man? And now Cummins comes over and Warner goes, right, we'll let the tall people talk. I'll just go over here. Okay, what do we see from Mitchell Stark? And do we see maybe Pat Cummins in the last? No, I don't think we will. I was going to say last session maybe bowl a bit shorter, but I don't think he's more likely to give Cameron Green that role, I think.
Yeah.
And try and keep himself just outside of the stumps. Currently, the run rate in this session is actually 3.25 for Pakistan. That's actually pretty much on the money of what they need. Decent.
Yeah, but they missed the first 20 overs, didn't they?
That is true. They were a bit slow getting going. Pakistan, but Shafiq 10 away from the half century. Good Yorker straight away from Mitchell Stark, but blocked out. Just go to the man at short mid wicket. Australia, they need that little bit of a boost, someone to pick them up. Say, come on, boys, 10 minutes. Let's just throw everything in it. We've got 20 minutes off. You can have a sandwich or whatever you want. Powerade. Have Powerade.
Cream cake.
Cream cakes. Donuts. Pizza.
Pizza.
Have a Big Mac and then be back out there.
Yeah.
Ready to go for the next innings or the next session. You got 2.5 hours left. They got to dig deep here, Australia. They seem, for a team who haven't done a lot of bowling, they seem extremely tired.
Mm.
You notice that?
Maybe it's the heat that's getting to them, because it wasn't that hot at the last game, was it? Because a lot of them had jerseys and stuff.
Yeah, because I think we had a couple more days of rain, and it was also overcast all the time, so no sun.
Yeah, so it was quite a bit cooler, but here's about 30 degrees, isn't it?
31 degrees.
Yeah, so they might not be used to the...
The pressure's at 1009 HPA. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to check what the pressure is where we are.
And if it's less or more, what does that mean?
I wouldn't know. I'd assume pressure makes it harder. Right, what we got? Okay, we've got 1031. So we've got more pressure here than they've got over there. Is that like gravitational pull or something? What's that? What does that mean?
Bloody degree in
Yeah, I have no idea what that stuff means, but it's probably not the pressure, I wouldn't think, that's causing the problems, other than the pressure of the match, I guess you could say. Currently now charging, not a cloud in the sky. It's warm, it's windy. Mitchell Stark down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. Alex Carey didn't quite get that one on the full, and a Shafiq now moves himself up to 44 runs. He's getting close to the half century. Will they both bring them up maybe before we get to the lunch break? It would be quite nice, or the tea break, in fact, just because then you would get to see both of them bring them up. It's a good shot, though. Whipping it around the side.
Pretty tough chance.
Yeah. I mean, Alex Carey, they either stick or they don't. When they're down that side, I'm going to have to reference it. I feel bad. We were talking about they either stick or they don't. Shafiq dropped on about 15 by Steve Smith ages ago. Let's have a good night. We'll tune back in tomorrow, so we'll see you a little bit later. And Hector Haskell's in there for how it works. And also we have got there, especially on a turning pitch. I think the chat wasn't coming through
it's just
for a
stopped.
while. Since Zach's one. And so 10:27 was actually the last time that a message did come through, but we hadn't seen it. So we will get through all of them now. We do apologize, everyone who's tuning in who did put a message. Why spinners don't throw the seam up delivery every now and then. Batsmen don't expect them to do so, especially on a turning pitch. That is very true. I love Bobby. And then Bobby missed a cover drive. And 56 to 56 says Sahel. And hopefully they have a Vegemite sandwich. And also we have got there, imagine us smashing an XXL pizza, then go out and bowl in 30 degrees heat. Cummins, I would think it's a good decision, probably take your trucking and keep on trucking down under. There's Muttley there. That was very weird, wasn't it?
It was, because there was nothing there.
No.
And then all of a sudden there were
like 50 or not 50, but like 15 messages all came through at once. So
I'll be thinking you totally ignored them.
Yeah, I feel bad. Even though like it wasn't a huge time. It was like 4 minutes or something that we didn't read any chat.
And I thought, that's weird. But
yeah, sorry guys.
Good old Waimedi internet. Love it.
Yeah, we were just having a chat about what HPA means.
I think we're getting fibre in about July.
Pakistan, they still need 406 runs to win. And Pat Cummins was messing with your comment section. He might have been. He might have hacked us.
Oh,
you know?
Come on, Pat. Play the game.
We'll get a charity boxing match going. You versus Pat Cummins. They go well, wouldn't it? Me versus Pat Cummins? You think
you'd be better.
Would I?
It's going to come to that, though.
No,
that more come to you because you've got 10,000 subscribers, so everyone knows you.
Yeah, no one
knows me.
Everyone knows me who is here. No one outside of this knows me. No. So everyone will be like, Pat Cummins is just beating up this random kid from New Zealand.
It's a Kiwi lad from New Zealand.
It is this so you can get a bit of internet connection in Waimea. He says, and he said, yeah, pretty much fibre is better and $10 on mum to take Pat Cummins down. There you go. Give him a right hook.
You'll probably lose that $10, I'd say.
Oh, that stayed low. Once again from Pat Cummins. And also, did you know Cummins have a chipped middle finger on his bowling hands?
I've seen that. They did show that one day.
Chipped middle finger.
Yeah.
So how far down does it chip?
About somewhere there, I think. They did show it one day.
They did, didn't they?
Because there was someone else that's got something missing. Or was that on Guptill with his toes?
I think Guptill with his toes. That was $10. Oh no, I read that one. I just saw $10 and I was like, oh. And I was like, here's a chip on my shoulder, that's for sure. Or here's a chip on my shoulder, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. Because he just, like, they need to win, don't they? If they don't win...
Hey, that could be my golf shit.
It's quite nice, isn't it? Order your official merchandise and you get a team signed Pakistan test match shirt.
God, they'll take forever to get here.
They would, yeah. Shipping's bad enough from Aussie.
Oh, I could just sort that one out, don't I?
And Babar Azam, yeah. 133 Ks. Pat Cummins' speed slightly down at the moment here. And also Pat Cummins will be on the ground because he doesn't have wheat bix, but Marnus Labuschagne will win because he does have wheat bix. I thought there was a man lying down wearing the gloves, but it is just gloves on the sideline. If they were Steve Smith's, there'd be about 7 more pairs next to them.
Yeah, they have them all lined up, don't they? And then
it's like the one, I think you were here the other day, how he faced 2 overs and then got new gloves.
Yeah.
I don't feel right, those ones.
No.
I was like, oven gloves on sales. And now that's going to be in the air. It was a half chance, but Babar Azam gets it over the top of mid-wicket, keeping the fielders in the game. But there's going to be 4 runs. Pat Cummins almost says it. And how I have Pat sign the jersey to devalue it. I really need to be careful if I ever get him on the channel, don't I?
Yeah.
I have to make sure it's a video and not a live stream.
You might have to time Sebastian out for a bit.
And coming to 56, Bubba 4 runs, says Sahel. Yeah, at the moment, it seems like Babar Azam only sitting 47 runs. He's actually getting very close to that half century. And these two putting it together here for Pakistan, fighting back in what is looking like this test match. Still got a little bit of a late turn possibly available. Now running in Cummins. Short ball left alone. He does need to be careful with that periscope, though, because he does leave it up there.
Leaves it up, doesn't he?
He needs to make sure that it doesn't accidentally hit it. And yawn says, Betty, he's learned that when he says yawn, I sometimes yawn.
Yeah. Every now and again when I watch you, when I'm through there, and you're yawning, I'm busy yawning too.
Yeah. Unfortunate, isn't it?
It is unfortunate.
Yeah. And I was like, no, I'll behave if he comes on the channel from us as well, says Sebastian with a big grinny face as well.
We believe you.
And comes to Babar Azam, no run, runs it, and bowls a bouncer. Bubba, let's go, says Sunhale there. Our final ball of the Pat Cummins over the run rate of 2.22. The ball right out of the middle of the bat for Azam, and he does defend it. That will be the end of the 47th over. And it is 104 for 2. You guys know what time it is. It's once again maths time.
One more over, and then it's
bedtime. So 172 minus 47 equals that times 6 equals they've only got 750 balls left now. And Big Bad Paddy is here, says Paddy Wagon. Welcome in. The live stream once again, mate. Currently, Babar Azam and also Shafiq doing very nicely. And they need someone, don't they, Australia, to break through. Who are they going? I think it's still Mitchell Stark.
So why hasn't Lyons been bowling?
I don't know. They don't seem to... I question a lot that's happened in this test match.
So has he been safe for the 3rd session too?
I have no idea.
Is he a bit tired?
I want to try and guess, but I just have no clue.
I haven't seen him in the field either, have you? Is that why Thingybob was on?
He's normally out point way.
Is that
if he
why
is
Harris
anywhere.
was there?
Not sure. They're not going to show us point, are they?
Nah, should know. Not when you want. Oh, here we go, the tea again. Give it to someone who actually likes it, not.
She's not even sipping that, is she?
No. Well, it's probably hot as.
Well, it's just coming out of the jug, isn't it?
Yeah.
And now they expect them to scuff it down, and also Hamish must be not too tired to yawn. And now I did a little yawn that I didn't open my mouth that I actually had pretty well.
You did
before.
Let me try it.
Got
Oh, jeepers.
Jill Stark now Played once again. He needs to hit it out point way because they keep on showing Cameron Green. They keep on showing Steve Smith. We know they're out there though.
We do. What about the other turkeys?
The short ball boundaries both times. I believe this will be the last over of this session with how much time is left. So Pat Cummins, he will not get another one of this one. But after that, we are going to be right into it for the last session, although it will be solo for myself. Wide ball. Oh, geez, that went. That's scary. He's done very nicely to be able to nail that one. And then 136, like they're saying, it's hit a foot mark and just taken off. Well, that's scary. Just skidded on. See, Smith, he was a bit slow reacting to that one. They ended up cleaning him up.
Eyesight problems, that's why I can't catch.
Are they looking into the sun? No, not really.
No, they haven't got their sunnies on.
No, so I think it's down enough that it doesn't affect it.
No.
Currently, Azam and Shafiq, I think they're both going to be just short of their half centuries before they do get to do the thing, which is raise their bat. But they also have to eat food first. What did you... No, you never played a test match, did you? What would you have at halftime in between, like, 2 innings? Would you have any food or would you just have some water?
What, the 20-minute break?
Yeah.
You had to have a drink of fizzy or something and some chocolate to keep going.
There you go. Do you think these players are also going to have some fizzy and some chocolate?
They probably wouldn't be that unhealthy.
It's back to Shafiq, no run. A very full delivery, Shafiq, a defence of the front foot. And there it says it was there from Sahel. Short ball there over the top of his head. And that is going to be just the dot ball once again. I thought it was almost bad enough to could have been a wide, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's getting out there, wasn't it? Now Stark, he looks angry, doesn't he? Just an angry man.
Well, he might be a bit like Jimmy Anderson getting old. Time to retire.
Ooh. And also, what is the best looking, or who is the best looking rugby player in New Zealand? Says Dean.
What, as in best player or handsomest player?
I think best looking. They always ask you that, don't they?
Yeah. Never really have an answer.
No. It's a tricky one.
That is a tricky one.
Justin Marshall.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, it's not him, is it? And also, they're not sure what Cummins will have in the break. I mean, I'll have to wipe his hands with some sandpaper, says Abdullah.
They'll never forget, will they?
No. That's the end of the innings. 27 overs, 86 runs, 1 wicket, and a run rate of 3.19. And also in the century, who is most famous cricketer? Oh, it's a tricky one. Because you'd say Virat Kohli's right up there, but then someone back in the day such as who would you go? It's tricky. Joe, maybe not Joe Root. Dhoni?
Yeah.
Maybe. Sangakkara?
Jawardena.
Although in the century as well, so you're probably looking at
Hadley
for a Kiwi. Australia-wise, Ricky Ponting? Maybe, something like that. I was Steve Smith, maybe. Steve Smith is also probably right up there. And also now is the tea break. It is indeed. So we have got 20 minutes that we will be having a bit of a break. And Hadley as well. And so you don't have a good one. And also cheers for joining us, Donna. Wishing you a peaceful evening.
You too, mate. See you guys later.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a day 5.
Maybe. Shane Warne, that would be true. He was probably the first player who really met mainstream celebrity level, I guess you could say. Yeah.
There's not just one, is there? There's a whole heap of them.
All legends who shaped the game.
Yeah, and characters in their own right, really.
Yeah, David Boone. If you had to go with someone for a drink.
I was thinking David Boone.
Go bankrupt at the end of the night.
What about old Derek Randall from England? He was a real character.
Mm.
and Phil, the spinner, Tufnell, Phil Tufnell, the spinner.
Oh, yeah.
You probably wouldn't know him.
I think I heard the name.
Yeah, he was a bit of a larrikin in the day.
I mean, even Trent Bolt currently, in terms of those little like things that he does,
In his batting.
like a kind of, well, of course, he's not quite in that same category as some of the others, but he's making a name. Rosell longest 6 in history. Oh, it's a long one, isn't it? Some of those big boys can hit a long ball. That is for sure.
Probably because Chris Gale would he have it? Or would
Oh.
Bravo or
I want to say it was an Englishman.
oh, who's a big Pollard?
Pollard probably struck one very nicely. For some reason, I'm thinking of Livingston, but I don't think he would be the strongest or the biggest 6. And Ian Botham is one of the nicest persons. And there's his own as well.
Too.
Yeah, nonetheless, I guess we will be popping away.
Yeah,
I'll quickly change this so that you guys can see that we will be back in 20 minutes' time. And slash by we, I mean me.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys don't all leave.
I only come to watch you, Hamish.
That's a lie. For session 3 at 11 p.m. There we go. We'll go like that. We will go like that as well. And also Viv Richards, Ian Healy, Sledge Phil Tufnell during the Ashes in 1980. He told him, Tuffers, could you lend me a brain? I'm building an idiot.
Oh, harsh.
I said, Shahid Afridi. And I said, you what? Says Petty Wagon. That one as well. But yeah, nonetheless, I guess that is going to be the end of this session. And also my mum for the night.
Yeah.
She's going to be popping to bed, but we will be back for the latest session, ladies and gentlemen. So I will see you all in a very short moment. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a nice little break. We're ready to go for session 3. I'm going to move the camera down a little bit. There we go. We are a little bit more centralized now, but this next session is going to be an absolutely huge one for the Australians. They need some wickets. Pakistan are not making it easy, though. As you can see there, Shafiq sitting on 44 not out and Babar Azam sitting on 47 not out. So also doing very nicely indeed. There's a weird part of my arm that is glowing at the moment. I'm going to move this a little bit and see if that fixes it. That made it a lot worse. Oh, if I move my head like that, it doesn't do it, but then sometimes it does as well. We'll move that over to there and hope for the best. There we go. Right, that should be all right. But now do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many wickets will we see in this session? I know that we had that as our poll for the last one, and they did actually only get themselves 1 wicket for the Australians. So we're going to go here. We're going to add a new poll now. And at 0 or 1 to 2 was actually the most popular option on that last poll. So congratulations, you guys. You were well and truly spot on with it. And now we will see how it goes for this next session as well. But Pakistan versus Australia, there's still a long way to go for Pakistan if they do want to draw this match. The balls are counting down, though. They only have another 750 left now. So we will go once again. How many wickets will Pakistan lose in session 3? There we go. We will ask you guys that question, and it is going to be either 0, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, or 5 plus. And if it's 5 plus, like I mentioned a little bit earlier on, then Pakistan are in some big trouble, and this one may not go much longer in this test match. Any more than like 2 or 3 here is certainly going to be an incredibly daunting task for Pakistan for the near future in this test match. And also we got there 3. Says Shahib there. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Do let me know if I have got that a little bit wrong. I will try my best to correct it as well. But currently now they are making their way back out to the pavilion for this matchup. And Babar Azam and also Shafiq not too far away from getting themselves their 50s, which would be pretty awesome to see for both of those gentlemen. Definitely Babar Azam, as he did work extremely hard in that first innings just to miss out and really have to go aggressive at a time that he didn't really want to, but he was losing batsmen at the other end non-stop. So did have to try and do something to break up that little bit of the pattern. But currently Pakistan, they need 402 runs to win. That would be around 3.3 runs per over if they were able to do so. It's going to be a monumental task for a monumental side in Pakistan. And I've got a little bit of faith that they will be able to take this one a little bit deeper into the 5th test day, in fact, when we got our 3rd test match. It will be taking place Monday next week. Should be a very exciting contest also. But Babar Azam going to be on strike. I believe they are going to be sticking with Mitchell Starc here as the first bowler. They didn't go with Labuschagne. They didn't go with Travis Head. They didn't go with Steve Smith or Nathan Lyon really too often. It's in fact going to be Cameron Green now, who's added back into the bowling attack. He did pick up a wicket earlier on, and that was with the ball that just did not get as high as it should have, and did end up going through at about knee height. And that was the one that did end up, that was a almost wicket, but Babar Azam pulling it away down to deep square leg, out to Travis Head, who does get it in to the keeper, Alex Carey. And that is the single for Babar Azam. So a quick start to this next session. Although it's for Pakistan. But yeah, that wicket was Azhar Ali to go out 6 runs off 54 deliveries. The LBW, the ball just stayed low. It also came off the glove, but he didn't choose to review it. And if the Aussies get any wickets this session, Cummins will play Hamish's bucket head. As on there says Abdullah, that is true. I haven't got the bucket hat on currently. You know what? Every time Australia get a wicket in this session, we will change the bucket hat to a different type. But first step is them getting a wicket. Of course, I'm by QC tomorrow. We'll see you later on, mate. And yeah, tomorrow it is going to be starting at 6 p.m. New Zealand time. And it will be myself and it will be my mum. And she normally joins me for the first 2 sessions. And then I go solo for the last one just because she is currently sleeping. Seeing as it is 11:04 p.m. here in New Zealand. But this one theoretically can go right through to 1:30 a.m. at the latest. So I believe we will be getting all of that. Unless, of course, it seems like there could be a result, then they will extend it by half an hour as long as daylight does allow, which I believe the sunset is supposed to be about 10 minutes after the end of play. So I don't think they'll get too much more play in after that. But Cameron Green, he's got that height advantage, which does mean that it is a steep bounce when it does act the way that it should. And when it doesn't, it can be all over the place in terms of hitting a crack, doing anything along those lines. But do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, as well, who will get the next wicket of this match. If it is an Australian bowler, are you going with pace or are you going with spin? And even more specific, who is the exact bowler that you think will be able to get it? That one didn't go very high for Cameron Green. It has once again stayed low. 129 Ks that one was going at. And the big thing for Pakistan in this game and this innings is you've got to watch the ball extremely closely. As soon as you take your eye off it, that is when you may start to see a little bit of something. We saw it. See, that one should have gone over at about chest height, maybe even helmet height, and it went over at about hip. So it just shows that if you hit a crack or anything along those lines, this is day 4 as well. We've still got day 5 tomorrow where it could get even worse for the batsman. This is the second test. The first match was a draw. Nicely played. And now working it to that point region, and they do get themselves a single. I might actually move my screen over to this screen as well while I'm at it, just so that I'm not looking so much on the angle. So I might go like this, and I will put that one just about one more. We will go like that. There we go. I have put it over here, so I am looking a little bit more straight on with the game rather than way off to the side, as the light is also over there. I do not have my second light, I will mention. Normally we do have one set up on this side, but it is actually out in the studio at this stage, so that is why it's a little bit darker. Your name says Sahel. It is Hamish. So yeah, Hamish. Little bit of a weird one, I guess you could say, just because it's probably not that common in some regions. I know that New Zealand, Australia, and Scotland are probably the 3 that you will find the most Hamishes. All that is the end of the over. 106 for 2 now for Pakistan, and they need 400 runs to be able to win this one. I think Mitchell Starc will get a few, and if Labuschagne bowls, he will get one. Says Nissan. And I was very surprised with how many overs they gave Swepson in a row for last session. It seemed like the perfect time to bring in someone like a Travis Head, Labuschagne, Smith, someone who's a part-timer, just to see if they can get something like even, it sounds weird to say, but an accidental wicket. You know, one that the Pakistani batsmen weren't really completely concentrating on, and they somehow get them out with like maybe an edge or anything along those lines. And then you go in with 3 down into the last session, but currently now 2 down, and it's going to be Nathan Lyon back into the bowling attack. I'm glad to see him here. He didn't get to bowl too much in session 2, but now session 3 does seem he's going to be ready to go. Like they say, Nathan Lyon, he's only bowled 11 overs. Normally does want to really just keep on ripping it from one end. Maybe about a 10-over spell could be on the cards for Nathan Lyon, maybe saving him for this last session. And now he will certainly go for it, but currently a man down the ground deep. So they have got the option of a single down to long on. Also a deep square leg, but Nathan Lyon straight away pitches it up, work down the ground, and they will get the easy single for Shafiq. And you have to wonder, with 400 on the board after a couple overs, maybe you bring that man from long on up to mid-wicket. Or sorry, not mid-wicket. Mid-on is whereabouts you'd have him. Or maybe deep mid-on if you want a little bit more protection. See if you can entice the Pakistani players into going for that quick run. We've already seen 2 run-outs for Pakistan, one of which involved Babar Azam. It was actually his teammate who got run out while he was at the crease. So maybe you go for that a little bit more. See whether or not you can lure them in. And now Nathan Lyon outside of off stump. Nicely played by Babar Azam. He will get the single, and it will just be the one. So now he moves himself up to 49 off 82 deliveries. Then closer and closer to that half-century, a much-deserved half-century for Babar Azam as well. He's been sensational throughout this test match. He's been the one player for Pakistan who, with bat, has just stood up and said, all right, I'm ready for a fight. I'm ready for a challenge out here. And currently this pitch is certainly just that. Shafiq facing Nathan Lyon. Nicely played in behind it. It does go straight into the hands of short mid-wicket. Shafiq close to his 50 also. He's faced a few more deliveries than Azam, almost double, with him sitting at 144. Nathan Lyon now once again for a little bit of width. That one didn't bounce too much. And he says, hello, welcome in to the live stream, mate. Hope you are doing well. Hit down the ground, easy single down to long on. And also when a spinner bowls with his shades on, you know the pitch is as dry as my bank account, says Abdullah. Yeah, Nathan Lyon doesn't normally, does he? He doesn't normally have the eyewear for that one. Who's the bowler that I'm thinking of who bowls with the glasses? Does Todd Astle bowl with glasses? No. Who's the player that I'm thinking of that always wears glasses while bowling? Because Nathan Lyon doesn't always, does he? I'm trying to think of who it is. Is it an Indian spinner? Is it Ajas? No, I think he takes his off. Trying to work out, but Babar Azam, believe that is his 50 runs now. Done very nicely and now gets himself up to 50 of 83 deliveries. That is some of the work done for Pakistan, needing less than 400 now between these two batsmen. And Australia now with a 396 run board. Ashwin does. Swan did too. And there, so I'm thinking of Ashwin, I think, who is the Indian spinner that I was trying to work out. That's going to be nicely fielded by Usman Khawaja, but that will be the end of the over. Babar Azami's 81% of the time he's middling the ball, which is very impressive from him, but 110 for 2 off 50 overs. 122 overs to go. I'm just going to quickly keep on bringing up the calculator, telling you guys exactly how many balls are left, as long as they can get them all in, that is. If we do end up losing some at the end of the day, they'll only be able to bowl a total of, I believe, 90 on the final day of play. So they've got 122 times that by 6. You're looking at 732 more balls here that Pakistan will have to face to be able to get towards the draw. It does sound like a lot, but between these two batsmen, they've actually faced almost 250 deliveries. So they've actually faced a quarter of the amount that they will need to as a side. And yes, it's been a long process, but they will continue. Keep on building and building and building. But Babar Azam back on strike now. Cameron Green is the bowler. Hit to the leg side, out to mid-wicket though. Almost a man who's at forward square leg. At the moment, Cameron Green, it's just a rough crack surface. So you got to work out your line and your length pretty quick, and you got to pick that kind of position on the pitch that you feel is your best ability of being able to pick up those wickets. Because the sooner you get them, the sooner you can stop playing. And 32-degree heat, you can go somewhere where it is nice and cool, such as an air-conditioned changing room. And you can have a few successful beverages. Cameron Green well bowled. Babar Azam right in behind the ball. He's been looking solid since making his way to the crease. And I still can't figure out why Cummins didn't give himself a chance for the new ball later today, says Abdullah. Yeah, I have no idea. I've tried to work it out many times. I know earlier on someone did mention about the fact that it was so that they had a bit more of a rest, but I don't see how they are too tired. Like, yes, this would now, theoretically, if this was a follow-on, they would be sitting on having bowled about 100 overs. But the thing with that is Pakistan were on the ropes last night, and you probably would have gotten a couple more wickets. Like, you probably could have had them by now, maybe sitting about, I don't want to jinx anything in terms of what could have happened. And of course, this is just all hearsay, but you could have had them about maybe 160 for 5, 160 for 6 at this current time. And yes, you would have bowled an extra 20 overs or so, but you'd still have, I guess, it would have only been Nathan Lyon and Mitch Swepson that you bowled last night. So you still have the energy, keep on going. And you'd almost be at your new ball. You'd be sitting 10 overs away from getting another ball and a new crack at these two batsmen. Babar Azami brought up the 50 off 87. Shafiq getting closer and closer. And these two, if they bring up a 100-run partnership, be extremely impressive. And it looks like Babar Azam, once he gets his 50, he sometimes goes between 50 and 69 is actually his most common one. And Pakistan looks looking comfortable. Australians looking frustrated, says Jenny Lewis. And yeah, I think they thought that they have found a tactic that was going to just rip through Pakistan, but it's done the opposite. And Pakistan are now starting to really rebuild themselves with a good partnership here. Cameron Green, he's looking tired. And like I mentioned, 32 degrees Celsius over there, something that Australians are normally quite familiar with, but I believe it's quite a hot wind as well, which might be draining them a little bit more in a long tour of Pakistan. Cummins made bad decision to let Australian bat. Our bowlers lost momentum, says Danny Lewis. Exactly right. And the thing is, he let them, like, if it was to rest them, he only then bowled himself and start 2 overs each. Like, they could have done that last night if that was all they were going to do with the new ball. Just 2 overs. And they had already found some momentum, so you just keep that rolling. 2 more overs, and then you go to your spin for the rest of last night. Like, the new ball, as nice as it is to think that it is going to be able to really cause those quick wickets, sometimes it's just not the case. Sometimes a slightly older ball can be the way to go. And now I think Australia, with a ball that's 50 overs old, are just looking to find something. Like this batting lineup, they've still got Fawad, they've got Rizwan, Fahim, Nauman Ali, Shahid Khan, Hassan Ali, and Sheena Afridi. That's still quite a long batting lineup for Pakistan. And the top scorer so far, 50 runs for Babar Azam off 89 deliveries. I wonder if coach was to blame for the decision. I think there was someone in Cummins' ear. I think Cummins is going to get the main, I guess you could say, the main stick for his decision. But I think for me, it was either Steve Smith or the coach. I think the vice captain, Smith, could have said something along the lines of, let's let Marnus have a bit of a bat to get him some more confidence, seeing as he did get a duck. And then as soon as Marnus went out, even though Khawaja was building very nicely in his innings, only 6 away from the half century, then they took them off the field. Nathan Lyon now bowling once again, advancing there, almost in the air to Marnus Labuschagne, but whipped to the leg side for Shafiq. And 48 he moves up to now. I'm going to go now. Go the Aussie Cessnas and GTR, so we will see you later on, mate. And we will have day 5 tomorrow, as it does look like this one is going to day 5 here. They do just need to bat for another 2 hours, 15 minutes. Of course, a lot can happen in that time. But just using his feet, I think Nathan Lyon was trying to find the rough for that one. Or it wasn't quite a catch for Labuschagne. Did end up bouncing to him between the legs. Rocking, it was the Babar Azam onto the back foot. Currently, I mean, the IPL just around the corner as well. I believe it is about 2 weeks till we do get to see the IPL in action, which is always a very exciting one to see. And hopefully we'll be able to cover plenty of those matches on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. For anyone who doesn't know about the Kiwi Lad Sport channel, that is the link in the chat there. If you guys do want to check it out, it is hugely appreciated. And we have got plenty of content that will be coming up on the near future on that channel also. Nathan Lyon now. Well, 12.3 over, so he still will have plenty of energy left. It's nicely worked to the leg side. Well fielded, though, at fine leg. But I believe that was Captain Cummins, who stayed down for a little while. And also we have got there, are you going to watch Women World Cup? And there's his Kieran. I am hoping to do a few of the games. And I think that's going to be the semi-final onwards for the Black Caps. That will also be on the Kiwi Lad Sport channel. So be sure to check that one out. But pretty much they are, I guess you could say, not really ideal. I guess you could say in terms of time zone, even though they're good times for New Zealand, but because I do quite a few of those late night ones, it does mean that I'm normally sleeping. And why did you make this sub channel? As I says, Danny Lewis, it's actually been a channel for almost longer than the Kiwi Lads Sport, or sorry, longer than the Kiwi Lads, but pretty much the reasoning behind it is because, unfortunately, with a lot of new competitions that we are looking forward to covering, you do have to make sure that you don't get a copyright strike automatically. So that is why we've got the Kiwi Lad Sport channel as our one to kind of test out the waters of different competitions. Because we did the Cricket World Cup on this channel and we got a copyright strike from a different Sri Lankan YouTube channel who pretty much said, like, you're not allowed to cover the World Cup because we want to cover it. So I got banned for 2 weeks or so off YouTube. So I wasn't able to post anything during that time. No World Cup, no rugby as well, which was our main, I guess you could say, drawing on the channel. So that is why the Kiwi Lads Sport started getting a little bit more action. So it's pretty much for anything that I have a feeling that they might try and copyright strike. We put it on the Kiwi Lads Sport so that if it does get copyright struck, it's not the absolute end of the world, but we can still do the matches rather than like kind of missing them or risking them on this channel and then getting taken down. So hopefully that makes sense. Currently, Pakistan, they need 394 runs to be able to go on and win this game. It is still a long way away, I should say. But Shafiq is at the non-strikers end, nicely bowled by Cameron Green. No run called. And the last thing Pakistan need here is a run out. A run out would be pretty much a dagger through the heart. That one. But currently they have got some more sponsorship for a home appliance brand in Pakistan. Nice one overall. I feel like I have always talked about getting some sort of water dispensed at all sports events. Specifically, international ones should be free to wear, no copyright, and not ad free though. And there, I agree. I think like that's the thing. For me personally, the only way to help grow sports is to make it free so that people can watch it. Like if you make it free, and whether that's a streaming platform, whether that's YouTube, whether that's something along those lines, like people are going to watch because people love watching sport. But people hate having to pay huge amounts of money to watch sport. So like if they have an option out there like that is free and you can actually watch it for free, like it would be very awesome. And I know that the World Rugby, I think they're trying to do a little bit more of it. Like they make the sevens free to wear in certain countries around the world, but also you do have to pay for it in certain countries. Kind of if your country does have a subscription service for it. But yeah, I think the best way to try and grow the game is to make it more easily available. And I'll say yes, yes it does. It is quite confusing with the cricket copyright, isn't it? As I says, Danny. I mean, it's more of the case of like that one wasn't actually like the ICC or anything like that. That one was actually like another YouTube channel who make like commentary for cricket, and they pretty much copyright struck us because they didn't want us doing the Cricket World Cup so that they would get more like kind of attention on their channel. The thing though that I guess made me laugh the most was the fact that we only had like 20 people watching and they were our regular subscribers. So they weren't going to like gain anything from us like live streaming or any like kind of extra publicity to their channel. So it was very strange. I've also for a cricket live stream had my voice copyright claimed. Someone saying that they own my voice so they get all the revenue from my live streams, which is, I mean, it's crazy in its own right, I guess you could say. But the fact that it's easy enough like that anyone can just say, yep, I own that, so I get money now is very weird. But currently, it looks like they brought the hammer and the mullet out. Try and bash this ground down a little bit. Might be a bit uneven for Cameron Green. And also, here comes Thor, says Abdullah. He's certainly going to have to smack the pitch hard, that is for sure. About his arm, 51 of 94 deliveries. He's had a couple near chances for the Australians. And overall, he has looked very good. And I'm guessing you did an India match, says Danny Lewis. It wasn't. It was actually the first one that we got our copyright strike on was Australia versus Sri Lanka for the for the Cricket World Cup. So we had done India, they were fine, like no worries at all. And then Sri Lanka versus Australia, which is why we didn't do Australia and Sri Lanka's series in Australia, because we knew that more than likely that same channel would try and take us down again, just because they seem to be very, I guess, worried about other people also doing sports, which I mean doesn't really make sense overall, but it is what it is. The other one was actually a BBL live stream in Australia, and it was a Canadian USA YouTube channel that copyright claimed my voice, which was also weird. Oh, I've gone blurry. There we go. Yeah, back to a little bit clearer, but Pat Cummins currently just using the mallet, trying to flatten it out. Okay. Okay, they are saying there was a bit of a groove or a divot in the surface, but now they have got another 28 overs till they get the new ball now. Australia still quite a while. And in that time, they'll probably bowl quite a bit of spin. Babar Azam there, 51 runs. Shafiq, 48 runs. So these two have done very nicely, building up that partnership, and currently still 720 balls left that Pakistan will have to face if they do want to draw this test match. But the draw is becoming more and more likely every single over. Still a mile away. Let's not get that wrong. It is certainly far for Pakistan. And Cummins, no matter how hard you're hitting the pitch, it won't repair the damage you did to this match, says Abdullah in that one. I like it. I like the analogy. And yeah, I mean, a draw here would be Australia's worst nightmare. Pretty much. Even worse is if Pakistan go on to win this match against Australia, for the Australians, that is. If they win this match, Pakistan, it will be the highest run chase ever for a fourth innings. And I mean, the big thing is Australia gave them that opportunity. They would have been chasing it for the third innings, but now they've got the chance of making history. But Cameron Green here, looks like they are, I mean, they're interesting at the moment, Australia. They seem to still be in high hopes, but also do look a bit defeated at the same time. They do get the single there, and they do scamper through and do get the one. And weird, I guess, you're looking for sponsorship now for your channel, so you get paid. And this is Danny Lewis. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I've always said it from the start that like money, like in terms of making money from the channel, is kind of like not the priority. Like it is nice to be able to like pay for live streaming software and stuff out of like money made, But like, I'm still going to be doing it, whether we're a monetized channel, whether we're demonetized, whether we're like making videos for one person or 10 or 20 or 1,000, anything like that. I'm still going to be doing these videos and live streams at random hour of the nights. That was almost a sentence. At random hours of the night. That's what I was trying to say there. Like, but yeah, any sponsorship or anything like that that we can find along the way is always, I mean, huge, because it does just help fund, I guess, our projects that we have got, such as getting new equipment, lighting, and everything that we need to keep on keeping the channel running. Subscriptions for like sports sites and whatnot. The extra ones that I do buy occasionally. But yeah, it's more just a hobby rather than a like career at this stage, although I do it full time. So I guess it's this light like mix of career and hobby that was almost dropped on for Shafiq, who is sitting on 48, getting close to that half century now. Cameron Green sitting on 1 for 14 off 7.4. He hasn't bowled a huge amount. All the Australians haven't really bowled a huge amount, although they're very slow in the way they're going back to their mark. I think they are fatigued at this stage. They're just trying to find that little extra spring in the step. They've got a man at back pad, also a man at forward square leg, deep backward square leg, and then mid-wicket is where the other man is located. Right behind the ball. Nicely played. That's going to hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. But it is going to be still the no run for Shafiq. So he's close to his half century. He's been close since coming back from the break. And is just waiting for the perfect ball to be able to bring it up. It's actually been 26 minutes already of this session. Full-time hobby. That's a good way to look at it. There's Danny Lewis. So yeah, pretty much like we get up, we do something based on whether it's like filming a video, live streaming, editing, anything along those lines that needs done type thing, and preparing for the weekend as well, doing some research on the teams and everything we need to know. And then pretty much that will take up about 14 hours of my day, and then I go to sleep, wake up the next day and do the exact same thing as well. I wish my career and hobbies align. And there's Danny Lewis. Now, I guess, I assume you enjoy your career though, more than likely, Danny. Do let me know. But yeah, like that's the thing. 14 hours a day just doesn't seem like enough though, like with what I have planned. Like I always have like massive plans and never quite get through it. Which team is better? Says Ahmad there. I mean, for this test match, Australia, their batting in that first innings was very good. Pakistan, they did struggle, but now Pakistan's batting in this last session, I think, is becoming more and more impressive because of what we see in the pitch with the cracks and everything along those lines. They're certainly putting it together. Their Babar Azami's done very nicely, 52 runs. Shafiq moving up to 49, about to bring up his half century. And the partnership up to 94 of 186. So cut away there for Shafiq. He gets the single. And he not just gets that, he gets a 2 for his troubles there. Oh, they want 3 and they do get there, do they? Yes, they do. Nicely done by Shafiq, and he brings up his half century now, moving up to 52 of 153. Very well-deserved 50. That man just kept on going and going. 4 matches, and has got an average of 79 for test match cricket. He's certainly a bright and up-and-coming prospect. And also we have got that, no, not really. I get good money for my job and got bills to pay, but it funds my hobbies, says Danny Lewis. So are your hobbies something to do with sport, or are they something else? Do let me know. And also I've been working since I was 19. I don't enjoy my career anymore, says Abdullah. Because I know you mentioned, I can't quote, sorry, I feel like I should be able to remember. You mentioned the other day what you did, or no, sorry, how old you were. I think you were 50? 36, 46, 46, something along those lines. I think it had a 6 in it, if I'm not wrong. Nicely played once again by Babar Azam, right in behind the ball. And does keep it to 52 runs for himself currently. If he can keep on building up this partnership, 47. I knew it was close to 46. Somewhere around there. So yeah, I guess it's a tricky one, isn't it? Like, I mean, I love what I'm doing at the moment, but I know at this stage, definitely, like, I don't think it would make me enough to be able to live off. Like, the good news is when I was at school, I was working plenty of hours each week, kind of outside of school, so that I could try and set myself up to have a gap year. So I'm kind of using anything that I made from school. It was, I guess you could say it's almost the equivalent of a savings, but not quite. So like I'm pretty much using this, not savings, but that kind of funding to be able to keep on doing YouTube for as long as I can up until I get to a stage of like no choice but to get a part-time job, which is probably getting closer just because those funds are getting lower. Unfortunately, in sport and travel is my hobby. You need money. At the end of the day, my friend, says Danny Lewis there. Now Nathan Lyon, he is still bowling here. One ball left. 119 for 2. Still 119 for 2 at the end of the over. Shafiq does block it out. And that is going to be the end of the over. Nathan Lyon, an aggressive kick there, and Trevor on hustle. That's there, that's how you are to get your money. And there says Abdullah. And yeah, I mean, who knows, maybe one day we can try, because I know that George's dream as well was going to be, because he does silage as his kind of job. So he works on a farm, kind of chopping grass and all that kind of thing. So he does that during the summer. And he was hoping that he can get to a position how like he can somehow do the YouTube side of it, I guess, part-time in the winter. That will still keep him going well enough till he gets to summer. So Nathan Lyon there kicking that ball. It was the underside of the boot of Nathan Lyon. Scuffing the ball up a little bit more, perhaps the Australians here. Not happy with how it is going currently. Now the umpire's checking it, seeing whether or not there's a scuff. Okay, it's going to be all right, I believe. But that looked like, yeah, Nathan Lyon just very grumpy at the moment. Also, bro, you'll make enough building on your channel as well where it keeps you keep going week to week. But there's no future in it, bud. And there says Deegan, yeah, that is true. And I think, like, that's the thing. We've probably got, I don't know, how long's YouTube going to be around for? Probably the next decade or so. So I think my mindset at the moment is, like, do what you enjoy while you can. And then, like, once it's gone, like, I guess that's the time that I'll probably look at other things that I can do and try and find my next thing that I really enjoy. But if you get sponsorship or more views, you can get do the YouTube stuff hobby and get paid. And there says Danny Lewis. That is true. And I mean, one day, I mean, it would be nice overall. We have to wait and see how we go, I think. But for now, I mean, we're just doing probably 40 hours or so of live streams a week, and also just loving kind of getting to talk to you guys throughout the week, and also everything like that. And the ball isn't doing as much as the first innings ball, says Deegan. I think that's why Nathan Lyon was trying to scuff it up a bit, maybe to try and get it switched out, because he did end up kicking it with the kind of protected part of his shoe. So rather than the front of the boot, it was actually the bottom sprigs that he didn't end up rolling over the ball, which I think he in quite a bit of trouble. So that's why the umpire was just having a look at the ball, seeing whether or not maybe there was any sort of damage on it. Currently, Australia, they want to buy a wicket here. Partnership sitting on 98 of 193 deliveries. This is great batting from Pakistan. Babar Azam now sitting on strike, 53 runs. Mitchell Stark, the ball in hand, 140 Ks is normally how quick he can get them down there. Can he find one of those miracle balls? It's a well-bowled Yorker. It's going to be well fielded by Cameron Green, also at the gully region. Asking whether or not it was out. It bounced about 3 times, Cameron, but it was a good effort. After all, and link your Instagram, TikTok, Twitter on your YouTube channel. That's multiple streams are doing the same thing, says Deegan, for that one. Because I know that we've got Instagram, but I haven't really done too much in terms of Instagram-wise. I guess anyone who does want to follow the Instagram, I haven't actually posted on there as of yet, but that is it for anyone who does want to follow us on Instagram. Hopefully we do start posting on there at some stage. And I was like, how are you? Says Aslan. I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. I hope you are well as well. I hope you are excited for the rest of this match. Nicely hit by Babar Azam, straight out to square leg. Doesn't end up sneaking it through. Who's the class clown in the Aussie team? They look very flat. I think could use some silly jokes, says Abdullah. And the thing is, I know it sounds like I'm overthinking things a little bit, but normally Warner is one of the talkers in the side. I don't think he's saying too much, though, at the moment. I don't know whether that's because he's no longer in the slip cordon, but normally Warner's a pretty happy bloke out on the field. And I think him getting sent into bed again has just really annoyed him. So I don't think he's chatting as much as he normally would. And why Australian team is strong, says Ashan. I think it's the good combination of batting and bowling. And Pakistan certainly have that as well, though. We've got Babar Azam, Muhammad Rizwan, all these guys from short formats who can also play the game longer. And then Sheena Afridi is another player to watch out for with that ball in hand. So currently, Mitchell Stark getting it down there at 142. There's a bit of a smile on his face, but it's a hot day. No clouds in the sky currently. And the last time, geez, first official test match, Australia won it by 145. And that was in 1877. That's a long time ago. On tweet, your Instagram, your views and score updates, cricket feeds, etc. And there, or Instagram, your views, score updates, cricket feeds. I feel like that is certainly something that I do need to start getting the hang of. Like, I've always found I'm terrible at going on social media, because I always find when I go on social media, like the first thing that pops up, or like within a few things, is always someone like just being real negative overall. And I feel like, I don't know whether it's just my like bad luck of going on Instagram. Like, I'll look up rugby or something and see the sites, and then in the comments, everyone just hates everything pretty much and should have enforced follow on. Gummins probably wanted to rest his bowlers, says Deegan. Although the tactic that he used at the start of today, when they were bowling himself for 2 overs, Stark for 2 overs, and then bringing in the spin, was exactly what he did, or what he could have done last night. And it would have been the spinners who get a little bit more tired, but they didn't have to bowl a huge amount. And also you should also do some schoolboy games. And when we see up and coming talent, they become All Blacks, and also we can see up and coming talent to become All Blacks or Black Caps, says Danny Lewis. And I guess an awesome thing would be to find some sort of level of rugby that they do actually allow me to be able to show the game. Like, whether that is literally like I don't know, whether that's like the seniors down here, and ignore the trolls. And there says Deegan, yeah, I think I've found a way of pretty much cutting them completely out overall, just because like if you let what people say like get in your head, you just spend the whole day thinking about it. So like anyone on the like live streams will know from the Fijian games of the Olympic Sevens, like the comment sections were just flooded with random like abusive stuff, but it's just like it didn't matter. And also trolls our low lives, man, just ignore them. They got nothing better to say or do. And you always wonder what, or like who's behind it, but like you don't really think about it that often, or at least I don't anyway. Currently now Nathan Lyon once again bowling, cut shot nicely played, and out to deep cover will be another single for Shafiq. So still keeping the strike rate ticking over nicely for these two individuals. Nathan Lyon, he's sitting on 31 runs of his 14 overs. He's not too impressed at the moment with either the surface or something that's going on out there on the field. But I'm just going to do another quick maths. 172 minus 56 equals that times that equals, okay, they've got less than 700 balls left. I was like, what do you think of my idea? It would be a cool one to be able to do, although I think the best way of doing it would be to be allowed to like show the footage type things, so that I can, like, I guess describe them a bit better, because it's all well and good being able to like describe a young player who is up and coming, but until you guys actually get to put like a face to the name, I feel like that's the big thing that is a little bit different, I guess you could say, like, if that makes sense. Like, if I've got it so that you guys can actually see them, then you can kind of put that relationship between like hearing the name and seeing the player. And then when you see them in the All Blacks, you'll be able to go, oh yeah, I remember him from ages ago. That's a 100-run partnership of 201 balls, very well batted by these two for Pakistan. And it is a certain partnership that they needed here. Contribution 54 from Babar Azam, 39 from Shafiq. And nicely played once again, just blocking that one out. And it is currently sitting at 121 for 2. Like they're saying, the tactics from Australia haven't been terrible, but it just hasn't been able to get these two out. Shafiq and Azam, they will bat all day if they are allowed to. They've already batted for 40 minutes of this session, so another hour and 50 left of it more than likely. They do just need that breakthrough. Oh. That's Nathan Lyon. Oh, no, I thought he was going around the wicket for a second there, but he has decided to just walk back on the other side of the stumps. Now Shafiq on the strike, nicely played once again, right in behind the ball. And I see you need footage work. Oh, I see you need footage work. So it will be tricky unless you have cameramen. And there says Danny Lewis, yeah. So you're probably looking at a little while. Why are there like, do you guys know the game Hitman? For some reason, I've got about 50 Hitman like pictures on my home screen. I have no idea why. Like, as in, like, all of my logos have become the Hitman 1 logo. Why? That is very weird. It's put a little mini Hitman like in every single picture. That was very confusing. I looked out to my side and I just noticed it and I was very confused. Now, Abdullah, he has been able to survive that over, and now will be Babar Azam who's back on strike, and it's going to be Mitchell Starc. After Starc, I'll bring in Marnus Labuschagne, I feel would be a decent option for them, but 696 balls left for Australia to bowl. They might regret having that little bat because this could be a long bowling experience for the Australians here. Babar Azam on strike. Faced 108 deliveries. Nice and behind the ball once again. Looking extremely solid to Mitchell Starc, who normally can add a little bit of deception and also indecision in the batsman when they do end up facing off with them. But anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Like I mentioned earlier on, we have got plenty more cricket, rugby, football, you name it. It is also going to be on the Kiwi Lads Sport channel, so be sure to check that one out. That is the one that we normally test out the water in terms of whether or not something will get an automatic or manual copyright strike, and then after that, we do decide from there. But the IPL, when we are covering that on the channel, it will be over on that one. So be sure to check it out. It is that link that I did just post in the chat. That was a big yawn. Currently 40 minutes lasted here for these two batsmen, and they've been out there a lot longer than that as well when you take into account how long they batted for the last session. Down the leg side, and Alex Carey nicely fielded. And in the wicket keeper's position, they've got 3 helmets all behind Alex Carey. My question is, if it goes front helmet, second helmet, third helmet, does that mean that you then end up in the situation of giving away 15 runs? Or is it just 5 runs because it hits the helmet, and then after that, it's like pretty much done? Because, yeah, if it hits the helmet, it is 5. I've yawned again. That's not good. I'm going to quickly stretch. Here we go. Babar Azam is going at about a strike rate of 50. Shafiq sitting somewhere around the 34 mark. At the moment, I think they are talking about this ball compared to the Kookaburra ball. I believe it is a different brand. Are you going to fall asleep? I don't think so. I think I'm still pretty good overall. I mean, we're sitting at 11:42, so every once in a while there will be a slight yawn that sneaks in just to kind of greet me and say, how am I doing? But should be all right. Should be all right. Should make it through the next hour and 50 minutes. Or so I believe it is. Is it an hour 50? Yeah, somewhere around that mark. At the latest, I should say, depending on how far through the overs they do get. Short ball. Was there something? Nope. Okay. There was nothing on that one. I know that one of the commentators got very excited about it, but Babar Azam just not quite able to catch up to that ball from Starc. It was a mile down the leg side, so he didn't quite get onto it. Does this hit something? Ooh. Okay. It didn't quite hit the bat of Azam. But currently, 385 runs to win. They're just checking this one, seeing the slow-mo. No bat on that one, no glove on that one, and it would have been not out if they had reviewed it. And behind it, Babar Azam. I'm wondering whether or not we have got a bold coming soon. It just seems like they're starting to really attack the stumps, Australia. See whether or not they can sneak one past the outside edge. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I wish I did. I wish I did when I was your age, says Danny Lewis, for that one. But yeah, I think the big thing at this stage, I feel like I always take things from probably too much of a casual approach at times. So pretty much my idea for the next like year or two is pretty much just do what I enjoy it, and then from there, like kind of just whatever gets thrown our way, let's pretty much deal with it when it comes. But that's going to be 4 runs down the third man. Nice shot there from Babar Azam. Now moves up to 58 runs there for himself to close out the over. 57 overs done, and it is 125 for 2. Also, first wicket review was very silly from Pakistan. And the worst thing is the second one they didn't review and it wasn't out. Did hit the glove first. So it would have been the one that did save them. If they didn't end up maybe using that first one, they would have been a bit more likely to go for that second. But yeah, they decided against it in the end. There we go. Currently, Shafiq sitting 53. This partnership over 100 runs between these two individuals. Currently, Swepson headed back into the bowling attack. I'm wondering where Labuschagne is. Because I know that Swepson's picked as the leg spinner. Maybe Pat Cummins doesn't want him to feel bad by putting in Marnus. But I think you just got to try something slightly different. They seem to like Swepson's bowling. And I was saying, would you be warming up Cummins or Green? We had a Warner to see if they could do. I would go Labuschagne. If I wasn't allowed Labuschagne, I would go with Travis Head. I was, have you had a drink and meals break during the whole day, says Deegan. Yes, I did. I did have some food before the start of this live stream, which was at 6. So that was 5 hours and 45 ago or somewhere around that mark. So I did have some food there. Then in between, for the lunch break, I had another snack. I have had more water with me throughout the whole live stream as well. So I've been all good. And in that regard, I've learned that pretty much if I try and get through one of these live streams without having water, my voice disappears completely. A lot earlier, we actually learned that during the BBL. It sounded absolutely terrible at one point. And Warner, fingers are heavily taped. He can't bowl, says Abdullah for that one. Yeah, his fingers are pretty much held together by tape, aren't they? Oh, Warner, unfortunately. But yeah, Travis Head, I would certainly be given a go. Just because it's not going to be as consistent off spin as Nathan Lyon, but that's a good thing. Because every once in a while, they might decide they want to try and chase you. And then that might be when you can pick up the wicket. Mitch Swepson, he's getting his line and length pretty good at the moment here by the looks of it. But the target was 506 for Pakistan to be able to get if they do want to win it. So Usman's is on there, says Robert. So I guess that will be why we don't see any part-time spin from Khawaja. But the reason they haven't gone with Marnus, I believe, is because they want him in close. The reason they haven't gone with Head is probably the same thing. They want him in close as one of those catching slips, or also a guy nice and close as well on the leg or offside, depending on where Marnus is. He's normally on the other side of the pitch. But Alex Carey behind the stumps, I feel like there's a catch coming soon for him, so we have to make sure that he takes it. If he doesn't get it, then that could be a bit more trouble. So that's what they call shadow batting, as well, says Abdullah. Yeah, it's kind of weird looking at it from that high, isn't it? And also Head's under the helmet. And they say, yeah, that'll be why he doesn't get the bowl at this point in time. Although I think they've taken him out from in close. So I'd say it drinks. You got another 10 to 15 minutes. Maybe he takes the pads off there. And that would give some sort of indication that he will be getting to either go and have a bowl or just be a little bit further out and maybe a less aggressive field from the Australians in the final hour and a half of the day. But currently still another hour and 40 minutes left. A possible hour and 40 minutes, I should say. Last session can be 2.5 hours if they do need to make up a few of the moments that they did miss in terms of the overs. Although with so much spin being bowled, I'm just going to have a quick look soon at what over we were on when we started the day. Because I believe the Australians probably faced about 10 to 15 overs or something along those lines. So working on the theory that they faced 10, you'd say we're currently sitting on 70 overs and we've got another 20 left in the day. That is because 2 for the changeover. Oh, okay. Marnus Labuschagne, he took the hat off. Did he think he was having a bowl? Don't know. He looks like he's slightly warming up. Looks like he might be interested. And 16 says Robert, or Robert says in the chat. So we've got 16 left today, Robert. Is that how many we've got? But now Marnus Labuschagne, he's still got the pads on his legs, so you probably have to remove those if you did want to have a bowl. I don't think you're allowed to bowl with those pads on. Currently now, Pakistan, they are just building up a little bit more pressure on Australia. Australia know that they need a couple quick wickets soon, or else they will end up going into that last day still needing to chase that next one. Babar Azam, though, sitting on 58. He's sensational at the crease, that is for sure. And also Shafiq sitting there, 53 of 164 has been the rock in this foundation of the innings, and that's what they are. We started the day with, okay, so they've still got probably about, that means they've still got about 25 overs left or something along those lines. Mitchell Stark, slightly wider delivery, hit nicely, and that will be the single out to deep cover. Babar Azam just making it look easy to bat on the surface. There are a lot of big cracks, though, so it certainly is anything but easy out there on the field. But I did mention any time Australia get a wicket, I will put on a different bucket hat. And as you can see by the top of my head, they have not got a single wicket in this session as of yet. They've bowled for 50 minutes, and we haven't even had an edge or anything along those lines, I want to say. And also, Dom and family memes has said, you Australian? I am not. I am from New Zealand. So we are a little bit late at 11:50 p.m. here at the moment, but do love myself some Test cricket. And with Australia and Pakistan playing, it just seemed like a perfect one to be watching. Mitchell Stark charging in. Shorter ball, nicely in behind it, and just blocks it out from South Shafiq, and also matched with draw. And there, yeah, the draw does seem, that's the thing, this draw is slowly sneaking into the more likely. I know that at the start of this innings for Pakistan's batting, it was about 94% chance that Australia win this match. And now I would argue that it's probably down to about 80 or somewhere around there. In fact, I think I actually can do that. A moment, we'll go down. There we go. The draw is actually 28% likely. Pakistan 3% and Australia 69%. So for a team that were in the 90s, it's certainly switching around a little bit for Australia. And I'm a Pakistani as well. I hope have you been enjoying the test matches so far? It's awesome to have test match cricket back in Pakistan, that is for sure. And do let me know who's going to be the top run scorer for Pakistan at the moment. Azam's looking very good. Also alongside him, there's going to be Shafiq. And also we have got the early call, but imagine if Pakistan chased down the total. What a horrible decision from Aussie captain to bat again, says MD. Exactly right. Like, I think everyone was scratching their head when he went with it, because it just seemed like you're hit by 400. You bowl again and you try and get them out. And worst comes to worst, if they somehow do what they're doing now and bat for a long time, you have to chase down maybe 50 to 100 runs on day 5. But to have that short bat of 97, all it does is annoy your openers because they wouldn't have been expecting to bat. And also now just puts more pressure on you in the bowling department. It's Hamish, about 10 minutes, you'll be streaming this match from the future, says Abdullah. That is true. It will be 16th of March here in New Zealand. A very short amount of time. Well, if both batsmen make 100, the prediction to draw would most likely go to 50 as well. There's Dom, and yeah, like that's the thing. Going from 90, I know that before Pakistan to draw this match was paying $40. I'm just going to have a quick look and see what it is sitting at now. So I think we'll find it's a lot different than what it was. Right, we'll go here. We'll go here. I'll quickly check this. So earlier on when I did check it, it was $5.50 for the draw and $40 for Pakistan to win this game. Now having a look at it, another nice shot there. They do take the single. Nicely done by Pakistan to keep that strike rate ticking over. Now for Pakistan to win is paying $30. For the draw is $3.05. And Australia to win this match is paying $1.35. Probably one of the highest numbers we have seen for Australia since that first innings that they did have. And it certainly has been changing in recent times, that is for sure. We will go like this, and we will go like this. There we go. We have got it back where we needed it. And hopefully that will start updating again. Yes, it does. Now currently just one ball left of the 59th over here for Australia. Charging in once again, Mitchell Stark. Wide delivery. That was a ripper of a one. And that could have taken out the off stump. It just ends up swinging and seaming away. And that is the end of the over. Mitchell Stark, he's got a massive smile on his face. He can't quite believe that Miss Babar Azam is saying the same thing. And that is going to be the end of the over. 59 overs down and 127 for 2 for Pakistan to win. This bat and Fawad Alam all have to bat at their best. And also another name that I'm going to add to that list, Mohammad Rizwan. The fact that he is a short format specialist and has got power, maybe if you do have a few wickets up your sleeve, you go out with him, and then you go, right, Rizwan, we know how strong you are with the ball off the bat. Just go out here, hit us a quick 50 off maybe like 40 balls or something like that, just to really propel them forward. The thing that comes with that, though, is there's that risk and reward. How aggressive will we see Pakistan go for themselves? Do they decide that they do want to try and go for the win, or are they happy enough with the draw? I know that the supporter base would love to see them try and chase that win, though. That would be absolutely outstanding. And the biggest comeback in cricket history as well. And that is due to the stats in terms of fourth innings chasing. It would be the highest by about 80 runs that anyone has ever chased down in international cricket for test matches. And Harris Ralph's on the side, is he? Nah, he was a positive case just before the test match. So unfortunately, he misses out. He is back with the side, though, so I believe he might be available for the final test match, which should be a very exciting one as well. We will be covering that next week, and that will be starting on the Monday. So anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel, as we are going to be back every single day with some more test match cricket. Which sweeps in a little bit leg side-ish, nicely played by, I believe that was Babar Azam, I should say. But yeah, that's the thing. They've still got a good batting lineup, Pakistan. They've still got about 3 or 4 more. And if Pakistan win, when will they win? Says Ahmad. I think if they do win, it's going to be day 5, session 3. Other than that, though, I don't think it can be any sooner, just because, that's a little bit uppish. It did fall in between 2 fielders, though. I thought they went straight to Pat Cummins at cover, but it did end up falling out through point way. Rolls to Travis Head at deep cover. And Usman Khawaja thought that was worth a crack. He's got 3 hats on at the moment, 3 baggy greens on the head of Usman Khawaja. That was almost the 3rd wicket for Pakistan. Did it in the air, sliced it away. Did end up falling safe. And are you going to do the England test match tomorrow? Says Ahmad, I really want to, although it is going to be a 3 a.m. start in New Zealand. So I'll probably see how I'm going in terms of what else is coming up for the weekend, because I know that a couple of the games for rugby that we also cover on the YouTube channel, if it does end up getting into the situation of those being postponed or cancelled, then we might be able to fit in a bit more of England versus West Indies. As Rizwan can finish games, but you can't leave much for him. His technique is not good enough to bat for a long time, exactly. And the other side of it is he's similar to, who's another player who's similar? Probably someone like a Travis Head would be the best representation. That's going to be 4 runs for Pakistan once again. And Babar Azam, I don't know whether or not he got any bet on that. I think it is just going to be he did get a little bit of a feather on that. Babar Azam now moves into the 60s, sitting on 69 of 118. But yeah, Mohammad Rizwan, he reminds me of Travis Head in terms of there's no point telling him to go out there and bat for 200 balls, because if you tell him to bat for 200 balls, that's all well and good. But then if you then add in and only score us like 50 runs, that's when he'll go out, because he won't be able to be as aggressive as he would like. And I think a lot of these players, definitely who play short format, who move over to the long format, they need to play their game that makes them so great. And that is something Mohammad Rizwan, if he uses that extra little bit of aggression that he's got, similar to someone like a Rishabh Pant for India as well, in terms of talking keepers, as long as they're willing to let him go out there and go after the bad ball if it's there. Yes, he might throw away his wicket at some stage, but there's also a chance he throws away his wicket from trying to be too defensive, like we saw in that first innings for Pakistan as well. And do you place bets on sports? I do not. I'm terrible at predictions normally, so that is normally my downfall. So that's why I try and avoid it. Overall, I am asked a lot from people about like who's going to win games, and I normally give them the wrong answer, not on purpose. It's just the fact that I'm terrible at guessing. So it's actually, if I tell you a result, you're better off going completely against it, and you're probably more likely to get it right. And at UK time, 2 p.m. And also arbitrage sports betting, I can make good bucks. And there says Deegan. Ali Shafiq sitting on 55 of 172. Partnership is 111 of 228 balls. And the first hour of the final session of day 4 is already done at this stage. It's been flying by for this one, but I hope you guys have all enjoyed that first hour. We've got another hour and then 30 minutes on top of that if they do need to use it to make up time. Mitchell Stark currently, he's going to be bowling once again. Cummins, we haven't really seen too much about Cummins throughout the early stages of today. And I would assume we are going to get to see, I don't think we'll see more of Swepson. I think Swepson's almost done his dash just for now. just because he's gone for a few extra runs than he would have liked to. So I think it's either going to be a part-time spinner in Labuschagne or Travis Head, or they will be going back to either Cummins or Nathan Lyon, who just doesn't seem to have quite found his foot in this game. He got that first wicket, which was a very nice one, and did end up picking up one of the openers. I believe it was Amal Al-Haq, who did end up getting dismissed. But other than that, you're still going to have to make sure that you do, I guess, really keep the pressure on Pakistan. They're scoring too freely at the moment. Australia will have to be careful here, because I will do the calculations in a minute. Once we get up to 62 overs, they'll have 110 left. And I believe they'll still need about 3.4, 3.5 and over. But Babar Azam's got the potential. Shafiq, he's going slow now, but once he gets up near 100, he'll probably start speeding up a little bit more. As he hit to the leg side, no run called to mid-wicket, and Nathan Lyon fields it for Australia. 144 Ks. Mitchell Starc now very much so steaming in, trying to pick up that wicket with a little bit of extra pace. They need more of that variable bounce that got Cameron Green the wicket, and that was a very unlucky one for the man at number 3, I believe it was Azhar Ali. 6 runs off 54 deliveries in the end, and it was the LBW. If he had reviewed it, he would have been not out, but he did end up, unfortunately, not reviewing it, and that might have been from the first one of Amal Al-Haq, who did waste one of them in Australia. Should dry up runs for Bubba, and he will play the rash shots as well. Here's MD, and yeah, that's the thing. Pakistan, they've got a lot of short format batsmen, which is why if you do put so many wide balls in a row, yes, it might mean that they leave it for about maybe 4 or 5 overs. They'll just go, yep, that's fine. But eventually that T20 player, this kind of flick will switch in the mind, and Babar Azam will go, oh, some width on that, and just have a big slash at it. And then that might be when he gets an edge, might be when he hits one for the catch. He might hit it to the boundary, but at least you're trying something tactically that might change up this game and the momentum. Because at the moment, Australia, they're pretty much, I would say, all that was off the outside edge, almost carrying to where Gully would have been. They didn't have one, though, and it does race away for 4 runs for Babar Azam, who now moves himself up to 67 of 121. And Mitchell Starc, he's shaking that seat. He's not happy. Babar Azam, he will take those runs every day of the week off the outside edge. Little bit lofty, but bowling it wide. Oh, no, that wouldn't have carried to Gully, I wouldn't have thought. Would have probably been about a 3 or 4 bouncer towards them, maybe. But Marnus Labuschagne, is he getting ready to have a bit of a bowl? Maybe they don't have the man in close anymore, which makes me think that maybe at the drinks break, we will see him or Travis Head take those miniature pads off from when they're fielding in close and give them a crack with the ball. But Mitchell Starc now, wonder if you are Australia, do you regret only bringing 3 seamers into this game? With the fact that it hasn't quite been able to work out for Starc or Cummins in this final innings. Currently, he's looking pretty tired for himself, Mitchell Starc. It's currently sitting 32 degrees Celsius there in Pakistan, so it's certainly warm. It's humid as well, and the players, they will certainly be feeling a lot of fatigue. The spinners in the 4th innings, minimum 15 tests, and Karachi actually has quite a few wickets, I think they are looking at, and also a decent average for spinners, or actually a pretty poor average, I should say, with it being 32.18. So that's actually quite high for what they would like there. Nice shot there once again, just blocking it out. Babar Azam works it out to point. There's going to be another single. That will be the end of the 61st over. And now Pakistan sitting 138 for 2. It seems like they're really just, I guess you could almost say cruising, but not cruising at the same time. Cruising in regards of not losing the wickets, but not really cruising towards the target that they do need of 368. But for Pakistan from here, like a draw is a win. Like they were in a position where they were 0.9% likely to win this match. And now they're in a position where they're about 30% likely to draw it, which is just a huge turnaround for any side. Currently, Australia, they need to get a wicket and they need to get it soon, or else they will end up just continuing to bowl and bowl and bowl. And their tactic of trying to maybe wear down the Pakistan bowlers with their little 97 runs might actually be the backfire of the Australians. They hit the momentum, taking quick wickets, and also we've got their snail pace cruising. And there says Abdullah exactly right. They're not really accelerating, but they're also not losing the wickets, which is good news. But Mitch Swepson now once again going to be bowling outside of off stump, chasing the wider one, Babar Azam. So he did try and give it a go. Mitch Swepson, he's shaking his head. He's disappointed with the fact that he wasn't quite able to get the edge on that. That one turned and bounced quite nicely. I think it might have hit a foot mark and really took off for Mitch Swepson. I think that's what you got to do. You got to keep on putting it wide outside off stump and see how long till Babar Azam does end up just getting lured in. Nice shot. I'm back from Gan Tolke. And there as well says all in text. So on a different account, I do see. So it is good to have you back, mate. Currently, Pakistan still 2 down at this current point in time. 506 at the moment they are sitting on for the target that Pakistan will need to get to. And also we've got their Pakistan win this test, says Shabir. And if they do, it will be, like I mentioned, the biggest run chase ever. And it's going to be absolutely incredible if they can do it. And Australia, they will be regretting their choices heavily. I love the way you say Babar Azam. And there says all in text. Is it correct or do I get it a little bit wrong? I know that I get a little bit of a tongue roll going. So it might not be completely correct. But that was well bowled by Mitch Swepson. The wrong, and I believe it was 91 Ks. But Babar Azam just gets a little bit on it. Hit it to the leg side. So I'm back from Gan Tolke as well. So welcome back, mate. And yeah, it is good to see you once again. That one just skidded on low. I think it was the slider, in fact, from Mitch Swepson. He can't quite believe it didn't pick up the wicket there. And they are just waiting for their wicket. Is it coming soon, or will Pakistan bat out the rest of this day without losing one? It's going to be nicely cut away. Nice shot. Nice fielding, though, by Mitchell Stark. Good scramble there. And is able to cut it off. 139 for 2 currently. Shafiq doesn't get himself the run. I'm Norman. And there. Yeah, it is good to have you back, Norman, of course. As well, fielded by Mitchell Stark for a big man who's been fielding for quite some time in the test match. Also been bowling quite a few overs. Bowled 12 in this innings and also did end up bowling about 13 in the last, I believe. But once again, by Mitch Swepson, 1 off the over, and it is 139 for 2. And I'm Norman. And there it says all is ticks as on there. But currently 139 for 2 now. At this point in time, Swepson, he's gone for 39 runs off 18 overs. And also hello, says Amir as well. Welcome in to the live stream, mate. I hope you are doing well. Or is it Umaya? Hopefully I've said that correctly. Do let me know if I've got that wrong, and I will make sure that I do get it right. But is it Umaya? And also you've gone bald, as on there says all in text. I have a little bit in terms of I've taken the bucket hat off my head at this stage. I did actually say each wicket that Australia get, I'll put on a different bucket hat. They haven't got any yet. So at this stage, I am just showing off my hairline, which is not ideal at this point in time. Okay, at the moment, they are praising Pat Cummins for bashing the pitch with the hammer earlier on. They were saying that probably you wouldn't get too many captains who would be willing to do that. Although I feel like it's probably a little bit of making up that he's got to do after the decision that he made earlier on. But now Nathan Lyon. Nice shot there from Babar Azam. That's going to be at least 1. It's going to be at least 2. It's going to be close to the boundary cut off by Cameron Green. And they do get back for just the 2 runs. Good work by Cameron Green. I think he hit the umpire. Did the umpire see that one? Okay, I don't think the umpire saw that ball, and he actually got smacked with it. He said, you've got to be careful. You've got to keep the eyes open for the umpire. It was nicely done by Pat Cummins out in the deep. Oh, no, sorry. It was actually Cameron Green. And then from there, you said it right as well. There's Umaya there. And yeah, it's usually appreciate you being here, mate. Well, that's live stream. I am Norman. And yeah, I did assume when you did mention about that same place that Norman mentioned, that I did know, that I assumed that you were Norman, or else the chances of us having 2 people from a specific area in the pool are probably like 1 million to like 1. Well bowled by Nathan Lyon. Plenty of cut or plenty of spin on that ball. And they once again take the 2 runs. Good running between the wickets by Pakistan. That's already now up to 5 runs off this over for Babar Azam. Oh, there's going to be a bonus for them as well. Almost going all the way to the Baja, or sorry, going to the boundary, but Khawaja able to cut it off, and that will hurt Nathan Lyon. For a man who's already angry, having an extra run scored off you was thrown in. No one backing up there. Although no one was able to back up that wide. Khawaja, it went straight through his leg. And that is not good work from Usman, but he was able to chase it down, which was well done because it could have been extra runs against it. So it did go one more for Nathan Lyon. But Usman Khawaja did end up saving the extra run. Could have been dangerous. Like they're saying, he's allowed 1 error, Usman Khawaja. He's been sensational throughout this whole test match. They've got the man bat pad on the lead side. Also a first slip, and Steve Smith still waiting for this little edge that is yet to come. But anyone who is new to this channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be back with day 5 of this test match, because at this point it does seem like we're going to get a majority of day 5 in, and that is whether or not Pakistan can bat for the rest of the 108 overs that they will need to bat for, or whether or not it will possibly be Australia who are able to pick up that final 8 wickets that they are going to need. But yeah, if you are new, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to check out the Kiwi Lad Sport. We are going to be covering the IPL over on that channel. That is the link that I have just put in the chat. And yeah, we are going to be doing the IPL on there. Also, a couple other cricket competitions around the world, the World Cup over on that channel also. Be sure to give it a subscription as well. See done. And also, where are you from? I am from New Zealand. So pretty much we are sitting 12:11 a.m. In the morning here. So it is quite a late night by the time you get to the end of the session, but it's going to be a good one, that is for sure. But yeah, currently sitting past the midnight mark here in New Zealand. It still feels earlier though, I think. It's because these ones start at about 6 p.m. or so New Zealand time. And that will be the time that it starts tomorrow for us as well, around that 6 p.m. mark here in New Zealand. But yeah, do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, what is the time where everyone is at the moment? Do let me know. Because I know that local time in Pakistan, I think they're sitting somewhere around maybe about the 5 p.m. mark, somewhere around there as we currently sit. But also, I think they've got a couple other kind of time zones around Asia. I struggle with time zones. You guys who have seen the channel for a little while will know I'm terrible with my time zones, that is for sure. But currently, if we look here, they've got 99 overs left to bat here for Pakistan, and if they need 361 divided by 99 equals, they need 3.64 runs per over if they do want to go on and get themselves a win here. So it's still quite a hefty run rate for them. They've got 2 slips in play here for Australia, both standing right next to each other. So Mitch sweeps, and I would think you put it outside of the off stump with the way that they have got them set up. No, leg side-ish, just whipped off the pads by Shafiq, and that looks like it's going to be racing away for 4 runs. Easy runs there for him. And 2:11 p.m. Kuwait time. And there, and I was hello, Amish bro. Welcome in to the live stream for Shell. Hope you are doing well, mate. Currently, Pakistan doing extremely well. These two almost bringing up a 130-run partnership as we currently sit. Hit to the leg side from Shafiq, and an easy 4 runs. Pretty much a gift. So we've got the Archin has had 7:12 p.m. China time as well in there. So you guys must be about 5 hours behind us, I guess. Overall, I assume you are currently sitting on, it is the 15th of March there, Archin. Do let me know. I think it is. If I'm not wrong, but it's well done by Manas. They were showing quick reactions. Almost ended up getting a little edge, and Pakistan batting really well after stumble starting. Says Vishal, exactly right. And they are continuing to take balls out of this match. Currently, as we sit, we will go like this, divided by a certain number, which is going to be, not divided by, minus. They've batted 64 overs almost. Times that by 6. They've only got another 648. They're almost halfway through the overs that they do have to face here, Pakistan. And 4:13 p.m. in Pakistan there. And yes, it's the 15th here, says Ashin. So I guess you guys are 5 hours behind New Zealand overall. That's a very good ball from Mitch Sweeps. And it did get a little edge, but it didn't carry through to Manas Labuschagne, who was fielding with the helmet. Kind of a close slip roll. It's nicely bowled by Sweeps and getting that nice revolution on the ball. And also India, 4:44 p.m. in Australia can't afford to leak runs. Says MD, that is true. They can't afford to just be giving out freebies because, yes, they need 3.64 and over, but Pakistan are certainly a side that can do that. We haven't seen it throughout the test match so far or the first test match, but with the specialist short format players, although I do see they no longer have Iftikhar, which is also another player who is very good in short format for his batting side of it, but they have replaced him in this matchup, but still some very good batters to come in the lineup. I'm thinking through, you've got Muhammad Rizwan also next to the crease. I'm just going to have to make sure that I do say the right name here. It's well fielded once again by Mitchell Starc. He's just all over the place in the field at the moment, but he's just stopping everything that does come to him. And that is going to be just the dot ball to close out that one. But Azhar Ali, he has already lost his wicket, unfortunately. Alam, he was a man who didn't really get much of an opportunity. 0 from 1. And then Fahim can also bat pretty nicely for himself. And I mean, Azam, as you can see there, 36 runs, Afridi 19. The two down the bottom of the order can also score runs. And 3 days ago when New Zealand got into March 10th away, I was still in March 8th. March 8th, geez. That's pretty hectic overall. Like, you're almost 2 days, I guess, scheduled behind, which is really weird. Like, when you think about it, I always find time zones, like, I can never keep up with what the time should be in different regions as much as I want to. Like, I know that South Africa is sitting somewhere around maybe 12 hours behind us or somewhere around there, and Fawad Alam is next, and he scores fast against spin. And he is the one who has the straight sideways stance, isn't it? How he kind of stands straight sideways like that and then straightens and then plays a shot. He got very unlucky. He got an absolute screamer of a delivery from Mitchell Starc, got him LBW for the Golden Duck in the first innings, but I don't think we got to see anywhere near the potential that that man has got in that first innings. We didn't even get to see a scoring shot. So once he does get himself set, I think he is going to be a dangerous one for Pakistan as well. So theoretically, Australia, to really have a good chance of winning this test match, do still need to get out probably, I would say, maybe the next about 4 batsmen. You've got one of these two. You've got Alam, you've got Rizwan, you've got Fahim. And then from there, I'd like to think that they can slowly wear away at the tail. But the tail in the first innings actually faced 100 balls. So all they've got to do is leave them less than 100 balls to face, which you're looking at about 16 overs left, somewhere around that mark. And Pakistan could definitely go on for the draw. Maybe even the win, who knows. I'm excited for tomorrow, though. Should be a very exciting one because of, I guess, the stipulations, the fact that it keeps on going and going. And how many overs remaining today, says Umair. Oh, I said that different, didn't I? Compared to the first time, Umair, I believe it is. But currently, Australia batted 16 for their first little stage. I'm just going to quickly do the maths and see how many overs we had at the start of the day, because that will tell us exactly how many we should have left. Also, Babar Azam now looking for the 100. He was scored as well. And there says Vishal, or for the 100 here, was scored, says Vishal. But he's a very good batsman, Babar Azam, and he certainly held that first innings together as well. When it's only possible to be 24 hours difference between the future spots in the globe. When it's time-saving time, an hour is added, so confusing, yeah. Daylight saving always just stumps me hugely, like even for New Zealand, let alone like trying to work out right. So now that we're on this time, what's the time in England or South Africa or something along those lines? One moment, my phone has decided the wrong time to freeze. It's now trying to say that it wants to control my home, which is interesting. I don't think I need that. Right, this is what we want. So Australia, how many did they face? So day 3 Stumps. So they have faced 17 overs. So we've had 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've actually only had 6 for Australia. You have 2 for the innings changeover. So you go to 8. And then from there, you add the 64. So currently, they are sitting 72 overs gone in the day. They've still got another 18 to get through in the next hour and 22 minutes. So I'm going to put at 64, just written on my phone, so that I do know what we're sitting at. We'll go down to this one, new note, and it is at 64, 18 left. So that will put them through, at 17, or 72, in fact, sorry. So that'll take these guys through to, actually, it will take them through to a nice even 90. Okay, so 90 overs will be where we are sitting for Pakistan. No, that's not making sense. I got that wrong. But yeah, there's about 18 or so overs left in the day. And Aussie Test cricket at its best, says Archin. So yeah, 18 plus that will take us through to 82 overs with an hour and 10 minutes left. So 82 overs will be what we get to. So 18 more overs, but it is going to be Nathan Lyon bowling 128 as the current partnership of 252 deliveries. Nicely played once again. I once asked Alexa to turn off the light and answered, "Who's Alexa?" I'm Google. And Australia's made the bad call, but it has made the match interesting. That is true. This match, it could have been almost over by now. And I say that with the utmost respect for Pakistan's batting. It's just they were certainly, I guess, in a troubling position last night. And if they did end up batting again, who knows, maybe by now they'd be about 7, maybe 8 down, depending on how they went last night for the bowlers. But currently it has meant that we get to see a day 5, which of course, I'm not going to be complaining about one bit because I love myself. Test cricket, that's going to be racing close to the boundary, saved nicely by Mitch Swepson. And Aussie Test cricket at its best, says Arshin, exactly right. And it's just made this one just a little bit closer in this matchup. And it does mean that we do get a day 5 of it, which we do enjoy. I did mention about how once Australia get a wicket, I get a bucket hat. And if they get another one, I get to change my bucket hat. I might be not wearing a bucket hat throughout this whole live stream for this last stage. Trying to glide that one down to third man. Steve Smith fields it nicely, and Cummins is so to be blamed. Even a hammer couldn't give him a breakthrough, says Abdullah there. And the big thing for me is Cummins is going to get this, like the main part of the blame. But I feel like there's got to be another player who was talking to him, or the coach, or someone. Like, I don't think he made that massive decision on his own. And a part of me thinks it's the vice captain, Steve Smith, who might have been in his ear saying, like, maybe something along the lines of Marnus needs a bit more time at the crease, and also just try and really bat them out of the game, give us a spell for that one. But it just doesn't seem like it's quite worked out for them currently now. Oh. Okay. So I think the umpire has just warned Pat Cummins. Someone threw the ball from out on the boundary, and it was a very weak throw and bounced about 4 times, or maybe more than that. So I think that's why the umpire has said, like, don't be doing that just to try and wear down the ball. Like, just throw it properly. And somewhere JL or Justin Langer, that would be, is rolling in his grave, or beard from laughter, says Abdullah. Yeah, certainly. I don't think it's a decision that they would have made if he was coach. Overall, I think they would have definitely gone for that follow-on, put the pressure on, and just try to really just cement themselves as a massive winner in this game. Okay, so Hassan Raza, I think, ended up warning one of the players for throwing it in on the bounce. On the boundary, but I think they're saying about how they're trying to get the ball to reverse. They've still got 15 overs left here. Nicely played. Once again, almost stepping onto his stumps there, Babar Azam. Got lucky with that one a little bit, but sweeps, and he's gone for 43 runs. Hasn't got a wicket as of yet. He got Babar Azam in the first one, Kawaja, with a hat-trick of baggies. As on there says Abdullah, yeah, he's collecting hats at the moment. I assume he's got Marnus Lavishane. He's also probably got, I would assume, Alex Curie's. If they have Travis Head in there, he might get himself a quad on the head. Probably also got Mitch Swepson's now that I think about it. Because it would be more than likely that Steve Smith or someone would have maybe Alex Curie's. And also I've heard Stark need a rest because he bowled very fast in the first innings, so they decided to bat for a session, says MD. Although in that case, are you better off like just not like bowling Stark? Like, you've got Cameron Green who bowls 140, you've got Cummins who bowls 140. Do you just bowl those two, give them a few overs each, and then do what they did today and switch to spin for the rest of the day? I think that was the wrong one there from Mitch Swepson. Oh, okay, I think he's decided he wants to go from round the wicket here. So at this stage, if he does go around the wicket, I feel like that is a good way of looking at it because it will create a little bit of a different angle. Okay, we're just getting a change here. Mitch sweeps in. Now, this is his test debut, so he doesn't have a huge amount of experience on, I guess you could say, international stages for a test match, but he's going round the wicket, which is a big change. Maybe trying to get it into that rough outside of the leg side, see if something can happen. Get a little bit of variable bounce, variable spin. And at the moment, they've got the man in close on the bat pad. That is a good place for Marnus Labuschagne to be. They've also got the leg slip. I'm liking this a lot from Australia. It's more attacking than what we've seen already. Mitch sweeps in. About to bowl his first ball around the wicket. That's a good one. That's a very good ball. And Babar Azami tried to get the pad in the way of it. Of course, if it hits the pad, you can't be given LBW when it's down the leg side, but that spun right around the back of his leg for Babar Azam. How much did this miss the Stumps by? For Mitch sweeps and he's currently holding the ball. Oh, no, we didn't get to see it just yet because he was too quick back to his mark, but we will get to see that in a short moment. But this is a good play. Change the angle, create a bit of deception or whatever it was. That was a bad call by Cummins. I don't think Smith was behind this decision. Here's MD there. There's the other side of it that I mentioned about, which was like the only thinking that I could give it was like, and it wouldn't make sense if this was the case. And I don't think they should be playing for individuals in that regard. But for some reason, for me, like the only not really decent one that I could come up with, but one that I thought might have a slight thing to do with it was Marnus, like pretty much not getting too many in that first innings. Maybe he wanted a bit more of a bat just to give him his confidence back for the next one, but that would be like a really bad reason to do it. And Cummins is under bowling himself. Yeah, he hasn't really bowled too often, has he? Throughout this one. In fact, if I was to quickly go to the stats, which we will do now, we'll see that Pat Cummins, I mean, he certainly hasn't bowled too often. I don't know whether or not he's feeling the heat maybe or something along those lines. I know it's 32 degrees, but you think Australia would almost be used to that kind of temperature, definitely with the current time being in summer and spring. Sorry, summer and autumn, I should say, for us here in New Zealand at the moment. Or are we in winter? I don't even know what season we're in at the moment. I think we might be in winter. No, surely not. Must be in autumn, I think. I think we're in autumn. We'll go with autumn for now, just because I can't remember which one we're in. But one moment, we will go here. And Pat Cummins in this last inning so far has bowled 9 overs, 5 maidens, 19 runs. They're going to be economy, of 2.1. Only Cameron Green has a better economy. Nathan Lyon. Currently, Babar Azami is going to be back on strike after Shafiq does get himself the single there. Now, a lot of balls over the stumps and stump height as well. So there's been quite a few that haven't really been hitting the stumps overall. It's a possibility given Marnus is cricket nufty as well, says MD. Yeah, and I think that's why I, like, if that was the case of, like, Labuschagne, like, if it is to do with him, that's why I think maybe Vice-Captain Steve Smith might have had just a little tiny bit of something in the air of Pat Cummins, just because I know that him and Marnus are very close, and as a batsman himself, like Smith, he's been there before of getting those scores, and the big thing that you want to do is just get runs, and also with like Marnus losing his wicket, as soon as he lost it on 44, they declared, even though Khawaja was 6 away from his own milestone, because he was also on 44 at the moment. And also, how many chances of Pakistan to win? I will have a quick look at the odds once again. We will go like this, and we will go like this. So currently, Pakistan to win is 4% likely. The draw at 31, and Australia 65%. So they're still the favourites by a far margin, still over 100 overs that Pakistan have to face, but at this stage they've only lost the 2 wickets, and that's close. That's close. Babar Azam, I think, was just outside of the line. It wasn't going to be spinning back enough. And also, I don't know what those seasons you're talking about. Here in Kuwait, we have 9 months of summer and 3 months of a cooler summer in there, says Abdullah. And according to you, how many chances of Pakistan to win, says Session Singh. Okay, for myself, I think I'm still one moment. I'm going to quickly do some maths if that's all right. So currently, they are sitting with 172 minus 67 equals 105. Okay, so 353 divided by 105. Okay, they need 3.36 and over. So that's not actually a huge amount. It's gone down a little bit because they have been scoring quite freely in the last little while. So I'll give them, I'll be optimistic and say 10% chance. That's very optimistic, though, at this current point in time. Definitely with Mitch Swepson now bowling around the wicket. So I might go about 8%, somewhere around there, but it can certainly increase if they get through the rest of today, which is another hour. If they get through this, then it's certainly going up to around that 10 marking. And Mitch Swepson now bowling it way down the leg side. Nicely worked. It's nicely fielded as well by, I think that's David Warner on the leg side. So they decided to give him a big full toss down the leg side, see whether or not they could entice. It was Shafiq on strike. Then Highbrow says, Akhilesh, welcome into the live stream once again, mate. We are doing well. Pakistan currently doing extremely well for themselves. They do take the single. A nice, easy single there. And now Shafiq moves up to 63. Babar Azam on strike, sitting on 77. Okay, the scorer got very confused there at who was on strike, but it was Shafiq. Babar Azam actually only sitting 23 away. Cool, thanks from India as well. Says Session Singh. No worries at all, mate. Who do you think will be top run scorer for Pakistan? Do you think it will be Babar Azam or do you think it will be Shafiq? Do let me know. Just let that one hit the pad. No need to play at it for Babar Azam there. It's just getting him into trouble if he does go after it. I'd love to see a wrong-in from Swepson here because he bowls it very nicely. And also, you said your prediction always goes wrong. Please predict Australia to win, says MD. That is true. Yeah, I normally get it completely wrong, don't I? Down the leg side, trying to really get it to turn, trying to channel his inner Shane Warne. That's a wide. Oh. Bowling it there the whole game. Okay. It was a wide. It wasn't too wide, though. Also, Shafiq, there's his session in there. And also, sorry for noon as well, says Akhilesh. No worries at all, mate. And it's great to have you back. Yeah, Shafiq has been looking pretty strong throughout his innings. He's better for a long time as well. If he can face 300 balls, if Babar Azam can face 300 balls, it's not too many balls that they will have left at the rest of the batting lineup, including Rizwan. You've also got, I believe it was Alam. He did go out for a golden duck, unfortunately. The leg side, once again, just trying to play it. And Babar Azam not willing to take this one on. So that's why I want to see the wrong one. I want to see the straighter delivery that really lures in Babar Azam to thinking that one's going to spin a long way, and then he might consider just playing it out in front. That's better from Mitch Swepson. Almost straight enough that Azam can't get the pad on it, but that is going to be the end of the over, and it is going to be 155 for 2. Bubba forward. Are we the top run scorer? And there's his MD. Oh, okay, so you've gone forward in that one, which does actually mean that it is going to be possibly the next man to the crease, which will mean he'll get more than 63 runs, which is pretty awesome if he was able to do so. And also we have got there, I don't like Babar Azam's batting style. And he says, Akhilesh, is that for test match wise or just in general? Overall, do let me know. Because he's certainly an aggressive batsman. Normally he's sitting on 77 of 149 deliveries currently. And he's certainly, him and Rizwan, like T20 international, if you've got those two at the start of a game, like you are going to score plenty of runs. That is for sure. But currently 134 is the partnership between these two individuals with what has been a brilliant batting performance from Pakistan, a huge fight back. And as for Australia now, one session wicket less. As a frustrated for Australia team, it will be because every time that they have to bowl 5 more overs, they'll be thinking in their head, should we have enforced the follow-on? And as Pakistan work themselves further and further towards the end of this day, that will be going through the heads of Australia as well. Only another 55 minutes left today and yet to lose a wicket in this session and very early on in the last session for Pakistan. It wasn't, 2-session wicket less as well. And there says Vishal, although they did manage to squeeze one right at the start of last session, but it's been a good 3.5 hours or so since they did lose their last wicket. Also, day 5, first session will be crucial for Pakistan and their temperaments isn't up. Yeah, if they want to go for the win, we'll probably see it in session 1. We'll see a little bit more of a quicker strike rate, and also then second, it will be like, yeah, it will be pretty incredible to see whether or not Pakistan do want to go for the win. And if they do, it will just be one for the record books. And you don't understand cricket. Oh, you're crazy. He's a gorgeous player to watch. Says MD there. I think, is that to do with the maybe facing sweeps? And I know that it's one of those ones that from a like kind of viewing standpoint, when they do put their pad out and block out that one down the leg side, I think that might be what it was possibly in terms of the fact that he's not really playing the shot, but that's all you got to do when it's down that leg side. And also, who are your favourite Indian cricketers? Love watching Jasprit Bumrah. Absolutely phenomenal talent with the ball in hand. And also, I guess you could go with, I mean, I love watching Jadeja. He's just the all-round package for India. Virat Kohli, very good with his batting, but KL Rahul, I've also been watching closely lately. He is also very talented. And also, this is just brain dead or brainless cricket by Australia. Smith dropping sitters, now enforcing follow-on. They just don't want to win. I'm really disappointed. And that is fair enough because, like, yeah, it just seems from the get-go that they're making every bad decision that they could in this one, which I know sounds really harsh and critical of Australia, but there's just something that hasn't quite worked for them in this matchup. They seem to be, I don't know, it's almost they're too, I guess, safe or something. They almost seem like they feel like they had this one before they had it won, and now it's backfiring for them. You know, they went, we got 500 or we got 400 runs on the board. Let's just have another bat just to kind of, you know, just use a bit more time up, give our openers and also Lavishane a bit more of a bat, and then we'll send them back in. Okay, Nathan Lyon's also getting warned about something there. I think he was kicking the ball possibly again, just getting him in a bit of trouble. But currently, I mean, the big stage for me is going to be the last maybe 10, 20 minutes when Australia can have the option of taking the new ball. And also, Hamish Bro, Abdullah Shafiq, I like his temperament. Just 4th test match. He played a very fine performance to it here, says Vishal. And yeah, he's currently working his way towards that. If him and Babar Azam both get the 100, you work on the theory that that's another maybe 100, 150 balls faced by Pakistan. And they're almost getting down to only, I mean, they've got 618 balls left that they do have to face to draw in this match. If they do want to win it from here, they need 349 runs. So they almost need 1 run every 2 balls, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe about 3.4 and over, somewhere around that mark, if they do want to get themselves a victory. Anyone who is new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We're going to be back for day 5, all of day 5 on the channel, as long as it goes. And support like now Super Giant this IPL season as well. And it says Akhilesh, hopefully I've pronounced that not too badly. And did they take the new ball? Not quite. They've got 10 more overs or 11 overs till they are able to take it at this point in time. But yeah, it's hugely appreciate all you guys tuning in for these live streams. That is a link to the Kiwi Lads Sport channel for anyone who does want to check out our live streams that we will be doing on the IPL. They will actually be over on that sport channel, so be sure to check that out also. Now, Mitch sweeps them once again. They've got another man in close. Down the leg side. Oh, it was an awkward shot from Babar Azam, but it's going to lead to at least 2 runs. He almost chipped it straight over the top of his own stumps. Steve Smith fields it. Does throw it back in. He does get back for the 2 runs, but not a comfortable looking shot way down the leg side, and Babar Azam did decide to chase it for that one. Oh, that would have been a very quick catch from Alex Carey if he was able to get on it. I think it was a half chance. And MD, where are you from, man? And there's Akhilesh there. Currently, Babar Azam sitting on 80 of 151 deliveries, 20 away from his 100. And like they're saying, it's not going to be fun for Alex Carey because anytime Babar Azam decides he doesn't want to play at the ball, he's probably going to get smacked with it. Unfortunately, but Lanis, Lavishane in close, he was liking it. He thought that was worth a crack. And I think it was also Travis Head in close. He wasn't very excited. It's a better ball. Played nicely by Babar Azam and gets off strike. Now, this will be the first time we have seen the other batsman, Shafiq, actually on strike. 2 Mitch sweeps, and we'll see whether or not he is as composed and as patient as Babar Azam was, just waiting for the bad ball rather than going after everyone. I see there, that head of Marnus Lavishane. The shadow's putting it right on the middle of the pitch, right where the batsman's looking down at his own feet, which might be a little bit distracting at times, you would think. But now Shafiq, first ball, he's faced a little bit uppish, and I think you should stick to half sport for this channel. Maybe start a podcast, and there's his MD for that one. So half sport for this channel. I assume we're talking the cricket and rugby, because yeah, that's what the Kiwi Lads Sport channel is going to be. We're pretty much any sports that we won't cover on this one, and also ones that we're not sure about copyright. That was close to missing the bat, and also the pad of Shafiq. But yeah, we have got the likes of our Super Rugby Alpaki is actually going on over on that channel. Also the Cricket World Cup, because we did get copyright striked for our last Cricket World Cup video that we did on the channel. We decided that it is going to be over on there, and hopefully we do avoid any of that as well. Because one of the channels, it was actually another content creator on YouTube that decided they wanted to strike us down so that we couldn't do the game, so that they could. As I'm back, says Ryan, and also we've got the home row of tomorrow. First session to survive Pakistan, then definitely to chance drawn, or should be a miracle win and lost the test match. 3 options are available here, exactly right. All 3 are still on the cards. The win for Pakistan is the least likely at the moment, but if they survive the rest of today, they've still got a good chance. Currently one of the Pakistan medical team, I believe, running his way out, the physio. Yes, it is. And currently the umpire's just having a bit of a chat there. And by the looks of it, a little bit of a conversation out in the middle, probably asking the question about that ball that the Australians have been scuffing up just a little bit more than they possibly should be, I guess, is the way to describe it. But currently they are just getting the drinks break happening for them. Is this... Oh, I think he got hit in the gut. Oh, okay. It actually hit him in the helmet. So that is why they did end up having to hit him right on the grill. So that is why they are going to take a little bit of time to make sure that he is all right and that he can continue in this one. But we have still got 12 overs left of today. I don't believe we'll get through all of them, but we should get relatively close. Maybe another 8 to 10 overs throughout today. Definitely if they're bowling spin from one end and spin from the other. And Kiwi, if Pakistan score 250 today, tomorrow, maybe Pakistan will win. Although they do only have the 10 overs to be able to do so, so they need about 9 and over from here on out. So I don't see it happening for them getting 250, maybe 200 though. Might not be too far away. Mitchell Stark at the moment just having a bit of a laugh as he's trying to warm up. Someone must have told him a good joke, as he did end up going past. Oh, I think it might have actually been Mitchell Stark. He was stretching, and the physio for Pakistan might have asked if he needed a hand, which is why he did end up chuckling a little bit. I hope Australia win this game tomorrow, says Akhilesh. And at the moment, they are still favourites to be able to do so. I believe it's about 65% chance that Australia will win, 30 or so percent for Australia, or sorry, for the draw, and then Pakistan 5%. Now, 84.5 kilometres per hour, that ball going. Like they're saying, around the wicket, it's just a different angle that then cause a little bit of, I guess, indecision in the batsman. He gets smacked in the leg. I think that one almost dodged the pad as well. So I don't know how many times you want that to happen before he decides that he does have to try and play that sweep shot. But 70 overs down now, and it is going to be 160 for 2. Currently only another 112 balls left, flat pitch, doing the job continuously. And there's an up dust. But that's the thing. This pitch looked, I mean, it sounds weird to say, but it looked dreadful on day 3 and the start of day 4. There were cracks all over it. One of the commentators could fit his earpod kind of headphone in the pitch, in the crack. That's how wide it was. Yet something's happened now that all those cracks have become redundant. Like, they don't seem to be mattering. I don't know whether or not Australia maybe aren't finding them, or maybe like it just doesn't quite skid on the way that they're hoping. Pakistan needs to bat out this day without losing any wicket, says Shahid. And if they can do so, then they will be in a good position going into the last day. I'm excited for day 5, that is for sure. Nathan Lyon now on this one. Also going for that same angle with a couple of men on the league side. And bro, do you have any Indian friends commentary in Hindi language with you? Says Akhilesh. I do not. I don't actually think we have got any Indian cricket connections at this stage, I guess you could say. So who knows? Maybe that is something we could look at in the future, perhaps. Nathan Lyon, leg sideish. Nice shot from Babar Azam. Yes, no is the call. He does get sent back by the man at the opposite end, and Shafiq, I should say. As I give you Babar Azam and Abdul Shafiq will score century. And at the moment, I believe you, because these two don't look like they've been too troubled. This line is probably the most difficult. That one stayed extremely low, and Babar Azam's done brilliantly to hit it. If not, that was plum LBW. And also Irish Pro last world record chase for West Indies, 416 runs against Australia. Can history repeat tomorrow? Can Pakistan miracle win here, says Vishal. I mean, if they do, they've won this game, and they've won it with 19 more runs than the record in previous history, if they do so, which is absolutely just incredible for them as well. Currently, Shafiq on strike. Currently 7.4, or 70.4, I should say. So they have still got another 11.2 overs left in Hamish, sir. Please, your Insta ID says, and up one moment. I will go like this. Move that game over to there. And like the oopsies. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, it's not that button. I just opened a weird thingy on my computer that wanted me to code it. That wasn't it. Right, that is the Kiwi Lads Instagram. For anyone who is curious. We haven't actually posted anything on that Instagram as of yet, but we probably should at some stage. Would be a good way of doing it, I would think. But that is going to be the end of another over, and it is going to be 71 down now and 162 for 2. Scoreboard a little bit behind by the looks of it. It's not handling all the spin that we are seeing. It's going quick fire spin deliveries from all of the bowlers. And Nathan Lyon and also in Swepson, I want to see Labuschagne have a bowl. I think he is the one to watch out for. I think you go with Labuschagne from one side doing leg spin, and you go with Swepson from the other side doing leg spin. Do that combo, and I don't want to say I guarantee you a wicket, but I think you get one. Maybe. But saying that, I am, of course, just sitting in my lounge. They are out there on the field. So they are the ones who do have to try and get in the position of being able to get those wickets. I cannot get them for them, unfortunately. Babar Azam on strike to Mitch Swepson. 4 men and close. One at slip, one at leg slip. Just letting it hit the pad there for Babar Azam. You got to make sure you get that out of the middle of the pad, because if you don't, it's a bit of trouble. And also Australia have lost a golden opportunity to win in Pakistan due to senseless decisions. And yeah, it's just not great, I guess you could say, for them at the moment. No hat, no mum, sadness. There's Gareth. It is indeed. That's a nice sweep shot, though, from Babar Azam. Going to be cut off nicely in the deep by Stark. Does keep it to just a single, though. But yeah, pretty much the plan was going to be each wicket that Australia get, I wear a different bucket hat. As you can see, no wickets on this one. Leg spin round the wicket. A very negative approach. Says Shahid Khan. Definitely the line that he's bowling. I would like to see him go a little bit more middle stump towards off stump. That's better. That's a better line. It was on leg stump coming across a little bit, and at least he has to play that one. If you go too far down leg, you're just asking to try and recreate that miracle ball, but there's a reason it's called a miracle ball, and that's because it doesn't happen too often. But if you go on off stump, leg stump, get it really across the man and make him hit it out through cover, that's a shocker. Romit Swepson went way wide down the leg side, and I would have had that called as wide as well with how wide it went. And his mum will be back tomorrow. She will indeed. We will have her for the first session of the live stream, and also the second, I believe, we will have her visiting for this one as well. Okay, Mitch Swepson, he's starting to find a better line to Shafiq than Babar Azam. I think Babar Azam, you've got to go outside of the off stump. And also not good cricket from Australia and the decision. And then, yeah, they have seemed to make a lot of mistakes in a row. I guess they're all just adding up. It's like bad decision, bad decision, bad decision. That's a better one. That is a good ball. And it's gone outside of the off stump, going for the ball of the century. Yeah, that's the thing. And there's a reason it's called the ball of the century, is because it only happens once in a century, and it's already been taken. As of course, by Shane Warne, that was the wrong one, though, there from Mitch Swepson. It seems like the wrong one goes with quite a bit of off spin on it. Better from Swepson. Shorter, does end up hitting the pad, putting Shafiq under pressure, but that is the end of the over. 72 overs down, 164 for 2. 10 overs left now. So the only reason I can think of that they aren't bowling Labuschagne is because maybe they feel that they still need him in close. And other side of it, maybe because they picked Mitch Swepson as the spin bowler, he might get annoyed. And Cummins spoke about the pitch deterioration and uneven belts. It did not happen, says Gareth. It happened for about maybe 20 overs or so. It's actually how Cameron Green got his wicket of Azhar Ali, because he did end up trying to duck underneath it, ducked really low, and then it smacked him pretty much on the pad. Also, they thought it actually hit the glove first, then the pad, but he didn't review it, which they were rather shocked with in that regard as well. But there's still something in this pitch every once in a while, but currently I think it's dried out a little bit more. As Rotino is remaining of today's play, it is indeed. So they've got 40 minutes to get through. They should actually be able to do that, I would think. 4 minutes per over. If they're bowling some spin, bowling some pace, a good combination. Like normally 40 minutes or so, you would be able to get through roughly that. Maybe they get through 9, but I think you'd rush it so you can get through the last couple. Australia want to bowl as many overs as they can at Pakistan. They don't want to be missing any. Also, although I do feel the mighty Aussies are just 1 wicket away from winning in the game. So all hope isn't lost yet. And yeah, that's the big thing. If there is some sort of wicket here, if Babar Azam loses his, I think Babar Azam is the glue that holds Pakistan's batting lineup together. And then also Shafiq, he's been a rock. He's been a foundation for them. And look at that. Now we've got up on the board 100 overs to win. It has just updated. And also Swepson need a fat guy like Mike Gatting as well. And there says Shahid. But now Pat Cummins back into the bowling attack. Bowl short. Kind of medium pitch delivery. Babar Azam gets right in behind it. He has replaced Nathan Lyon now, 139. He's actually only bowled 9 overs so far, Pat Cummins. So he will be fresh and he'll be ready to go once again. Some more bowling. But currently, it's a very nice night there, or kind of late afternoon, I guess I should call it. And it is in Karachi. Pat Cummins from the pavilion end. Going to be bowling this one now at Babar Azam. Can he get that wicket? Captain to captain. Short ball. And Babar Azam once again gets on top of the bounce. Okay, it's a no ball now. Oh, that's one that I haven't seen too often. So pretty much Usman Khawaja, because he did end up going a little bit more to the side than he should have, pretty much because he's a tad behind. It does mean you're only allowed a certain amount of players behind on squares leg side, I believe it is. If I'm not wrong, because they've got the leg slip and also the bat pad. So it's something along those lines. That's a nice shot from Babar Azam. And off the back foot punch. And that is going to be racing away to the boundary. And he gets himself closer to the 100. And also now I'm the biggest fan of Hamish there. Love you, Hamish there. Says enough. Do appreciate it, mate. And yeah, we have got plenty more cricket, plenty more rugby coming up in the near future. So be sure to stick around. And if you guys haven't already, be sure to hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to check out that Kiwi Lad Sport channel that I mentioned about. It's nothing more than a back foot punch there from Babar Azam, but he just times it perfectly out of the middle of the bat and does lead to the boundary. And good fighting spirit shown both batters. Australia was now going to shell here, or going into the shell here. Do not any good thing for Australia sides. And today has been a bad day, bro. RIP Oz, 3 days before my birthday. And that was close to a run out. Although he's all right. And also, I wish I could have a drink and get drunk in there, says Jay. That's the thing. Like, thinking about what went wrong. Of course, we're talking about the game here, not your birthday. I'm hoping you do have a good day by then, of course. Be sure to pop in. We'll wish you a happy birthday. That was a good running moment between the wickets from Australia. Babar Azam taking unnecessary risks. That's true. You don't want to end up getting yourself run out at this stage. But yeah, Australia, it's just seemed to be so many things that they could have done right. They decided not to. Overall, unfortunately. Pat Cummins now bowling nicely. Okay. They've actually mentioned that Babar Azam and Shafiq seem to have now just flicked a switch that says, we want to keep on accelerating. Now talking about our dog, mate. His name is, sorry, I thought you were talking about the Australians. I feel really bad now. I'm sorry about your dog, mate. Sorry, I thought you were referring to Australia as in Australia in the test match rather than your dog. How old was your dog, Jay? Do let me know. And also, still got day 5. How's the pitch? And there's this NZ guy. That one stayed a little bit low. And all good, says Jay. Yeah, see, I thought straight away that it was talking about the fact that Australia made the wrong decision in this one, and I thought it was going to be the draw. Yeah, sorry about that. Overall. Yeah. 3 days. So your birthday, is your birthday same day as Henry Samuel's? Is it on Friday? Or is it on, I think it would be Friday, wouldn't it? As well. Partnership currently sitting of 149 off 308 at the moment. At 170 runs for Pakistan. They're building up very nicely at the moment. Current run rate of 2.33. Round the wicket for bat comes right in behind it. For Shafiq, gets over the bounce, and that is going to be the end of the over. The partnership moves up to 310 balls between these two individuals, and it is going to be 73 overs down, 99 overs to go now for Pakistan to be able to go on and get themselves a win. They still need almost 4 runs per over, 14 years over, or almost 100 and dog years. He lived a long life. Friday as well, says Jay. That one. His dog years are certainly there. How similar are they to cat years as well? But 14 years, I guess if he lived to 100, was a pretty good spell, or very good innings, I guess you could say. We are talking cricket terms, but what type of dog was it? I don't know whether or not you want to talk about it, though, of course. So if you don't want to, you just say overall. But what type of dog was he? Let me know. Also, now they are trying to bounce out 2 set batsmen. Are not complaining, says Shaheen Khan. Although Mitch Swepson looks like he's going to get another opportunity here. So the partnership outscored the entire first innings, something the Aussies didn't expect. In fact, I feel like are you a Rottweiler kind of guy, Jay? I feel like you're quite, I imagine you as like a tough as nails man, like just a unit of an individual. So I feel like you would have a Rottweiler or a Bulldog or something like that. And also the pace men off. They just don't seem to be able to find that line. I'd say Cameron Green actually looked probably the most dangerous, followed by Stark and then Patrick Cummins. ICC should legalise ball tampering to bring some life on these dead highway-like pitches. Although that's the thing, there was life in this pitch earlier on, and it was going all over the place. Like the cracks it was hitting. You should see that dismissal that we saw for, I believe it was the other opener, wasn't it, for Pakistan? The ball should have bounced about here, and it bounced down at knee height. So he ducked under it, and new ball in a few overs. That is true. So maybe there will be something in it for the bowlers right at the end of the day. And Kiwi Pakistan will try to score today 260. Tomorrow can easy chase, says Ryan. Although I don't know whether or not they'll quite get up there. And also we have got there was kind of like the dog off the movie Turner and Hooch. If you've seen that movie, he was a big boy in there. Right, I'm going to have a look. Turner and Hooch. A relatively old series. Oh. It's a French Mastiff. Okay. See, that's the thing. I suck at like car brands and dog like kind of breeds. My 2 things that I'm terrible at. Oh, and time zones, if we want to add to the list of things that I'm not very good at. Technology, I'd say, also could slot in there somewhere. As well, and also Swetson as well. And well, says Shaheen Khan. He is starting to find his line, but that's a 150-run partnership between these two individuals. 150 off 315 balls. And my God, the partnership is still going, says Danny Lewis. It is indeed. And if I got this right, new ball in 17, says it is from NZ guys. So it will be new ball. And actually, they do get it in 80 or 80 overs. So they've actually only got another 6 overs before I don't clap. Anyways, back to the cricket. As this match is drawn, then Cummins needs his checked. Yeah, there's certainly going to be a lot of angry people with Pat Cummins, as there really should be. Like, we've spent the whole day pretty much going with our conspiracy theories of why he's done what he's done, whether or not it was someone in his eardrum, whether it was the coach, whether it was the vice captain, Steve Smith, where it was Marnus just talking and talking and talking. We're trying to work it out, and we still can't. And the decision-making throughout the game is just not being great throughout this whole match from Cummins. And I don't know why. Like, normally, like, he's not terrible with the decisions, but he's also not the best at times. But for some reason, this one is just not working, and I'm still learning what to fight. As on there says NZ Guy, and yeah, Pakistan certainly fighting hard, and also not Cummins' fault entirely. Steve Smith and coaching could be blamed. And yeah, I personally do think Steve Smith had something to do with it. Like, which sounds like I'm just trying to find someone to blame, but it just kind of makes sense in my mind. Like, I'm putting on my Scooby-Doo brain here and going like, Steve Smith and Marnus are very close. Marnus gets a duck, so Steve goes, maybe we should give him another bat. Once he goes out in that next innings, then Steve Smith would be the next man into the crease. Doesn't go out there, so instead Australia declare. When Kawhi just sitting on 44 not out. PCR test guy to be blamed too, shoved it up his brain and caused him brain damage. And also, how can you blame the coach when the coach is not on the field? Says Jay Hayes there. And yeah, because that's the thing, Warner was not impressed. He was angry. David Warner, like, you can tell just from the fact that normally when David Warner knows he's going to bat, he spends about the 20 minutes or so before just practicing. But they're showing the drop of Steve Smith. That was so long ago. I believe it was Shafiq. And a run-out opportunity was the other half chance that Australia have had. Also a couple that went just over the head of the man fielding at mid-wicket. But yeah, it's a weird one because like everything leads to like no one knowing apart from Cummins and maybe one other person. And also we have got there Scooby-Doo, Low, are you Shaggy? You look like him a bit. I feel like I'd take Shaggy in terms of like my appearance. Maybe my cat can be Scooby-Doo even though he can't talk very well. He tries to like meow every once in a while just to let you know where he is. That's a great shot from Babar Azam out through mid-wicket. And that is going to be an extra 4 runs. But if Pakistan win, everyone says he should have batted longer in the second innings. Says Gareth, and if Pakistan win, then they deserve the win. I actually hope they do come close to a win, says Jay. And the big thing is, if Pakistan do win, like, I guess it will depend on how easily they do it. Because when you think about it, we're currently sitting, like, they're 329 runs behind. So you take away the 100 or so, they still need another 229 at this point. I feel like I do look a bit like Shaggy, though. I could probably do the voice. I'll try my best at some stage. But I feel like at the moment it would just be cringy because my voice doesn't sound great. Do I do it? Maybe. How does he sound? Zoink. No, that sounded like I was being squeezed. Zoinks. Does he say zoinks? Who says zoinks? Zoink, Scoob. No, that's not good. Oh, my voice needs to come back. That was absolutely dreadful. That's a lot, says NZ Guy. It is a lot. I don't think Steve Smith will enforce his thoughts and Cummins if Cummins doesn't ask for it. Yeah. So it's hard to tell, but I know that Cummins, whoever's talked to him, if anyone has talked to him, like, I don't think he will say that it was anyone else's fault. I feel like he's the type of guy who would say, yeah, it was me. It was all me. I'll take it on the chin type thing. Currently, he's looking tired. The coach, the coaching box, zoinks. Who says zoinks? What's wrong with my voice when I go zoinks? I think it's because my voice is almost gone. And I just go zoinks. It sounds like if Scooby was squeezing Shaggy big time. Zoinks. Just taking all the air out of him. Hit to the leg side. And just the dot ball. Once again, but that is the end of the 75th. 5 overs away. And Cummins as a bowler. I probably wanted to rest as well, says Gareth, for that one. And yeah, I think that is the most, I guess you could say, logical one that we've come up with in terms of why they didn't do, like, in terms of, like, why they did what they did. It was the case of fatigue type thing. And also, Australia may have lost golden opportunity for the unnecessary decision. And I hope Australia loses. It was actually served them right for being cocky, declaring for 97 the most stupidest decision ever. And the big thing is, like, 97, you could have got that at the end of day 5 if you really needed it. Like, I'd like to think Australia, even if it's a tough pitch to bat on, can still manage somewhere near 95 at the end if need be. You know, and sound more like Smeagol version of Scooby. And they're that was a bit down the leg side, almost a rut-row moment. That was my Scooby-Doo. It doesn't work when your voice is almost gone. I feel like you need, who's the character that always sounds like they've almost lost their voice? You got to think about that. That's my brain working. At the moment, you can probably see the smoke coming out of my ears. But Pakistan, 5 away from the new ball. Now, the big thing here as well is it's 7 away from the end of the day. So do Australia use 2 overs? And tough battle. And there, says NZ guy, it certainly is. These two sides working hard. Are they in Gollum? Is he, wait, what one's Gollum and what one's Smeagol? Gollum. Who's Gollum? Who's Smeagol? Smeagol's my precious, isn't he? I think. Mate. I can't do voices with no voice, sadly. It's sad because normally I'm not too bad at impressions. That's gone up in the air. It's hit the pad. And they went up as 1 for the morn, or 1 in the morn, says NZ guy. That is also true. So I'm probably not able to blast it out as loud as I normally would with sleeping parents. I was like, I got to score these 97 runs in the last 15 to 20 overs. Exactly. Like, worst comes to worst if they did need it. But then the question is, would they have even needed to score them? Because Pakistan were in a tough spot. They were losing wickets flat out last night in ideal bowling conditions for the Australians. They had found something that was working, and they decided not to chase it. Sweeps in now. Leg side shits at him on the back thigh, I think it was. There for Babar Azam, who's sitting on 96. And also, we've got there, I've used Curio Kislev. It sounded like a cartoon character, Muttley, as well. It also kind of sounds like, in the most respectful way possible, kind of like a jug boiling. You know, like that. Oh, I can't do it, even. No. It's kind of like, it's not high, but it's like, no, it's not going to come out. But it's kind of like, that wasn't it. That's not what he sounds like. And other stats live, they are. So pretty much that is how we are sitting currently in this match. There's still 97.2 overs to win here for Pakistan. Down the leg side, good turn. Mitch sweeps, and I'd like to see him put that a little bit further outside off stump. See if he can lure in Babar Azam to try and go for the big shot. He's on 96. Some batsmen do love to be able to get themselves just the runs in a hurry when you're in the nervous 90s. Also, bro, where are you from in Australia? I'm actually from New Zealand. So a little bit across from Australia in the South Island of Australia. Oh, sorry, South Island of New Zealand. Down the leg side, almost chopped it onto a stumps. Mitch Swepson's gone down. He can't quite believe that one didn't hit the stumps. And Babar Azam now moves himself up to 98. And also, Kiwi, where is your mum? It is currently 1:07 a.m. here in New Zealand, so she has gone to bed. So she's done well to stay up till the 10:41. She has got work tomorrow, but she will be joining me for the next live stream. So, geez, that's close. And also, we're going to keep Pakistan will score 260. Unless Bro says Ryan. Although they have only got another 6 overs to be able to do so. And also, please let me time. And there, so we are 1:07 a.m. at the moment. Babar Azam just having some Gatorade. Get himself repaired. Getting some electrolytes in the system. He's just, he'll get the stitch if he drinks it that quick. And that's the thing. Hydration will be so important for not just Pakistan, but also for Australia. You're playing in 30-degree heat. And yes, that is something that the Australians are relatively used to, but also, I guess it's a different heat in Pakistan than what you see in Australia. Still 4 overs left until the new ball is available. Currently, they still need around that, maybe 3.45, somewhere around that mark per over. But Pat Cummins, 6 overs left in the day. We have 2 overs with the new ball if they decide to take it straight away. Let's hope Pakistan finishes the day without losing any more wickets. Day 5 will be fun to watch, says Shahir Khan. Definitely with 8 wickets in hand. And I'll say this is why we call it a test. Says NZ guy, it certainly is. And also Kiwi Babar Azam, almost in century. He's sitting on 98 at the moment. Needs 2 more runs. If he can do so, then he will be able to get that century before the end of the night. He should be able to, I believe. And also 5 days of cricket, says NZ guy. Exactly right. 5 days, 450 overs, 2,700 balls if you want to get more specific. And it's a test, says NZ guy. And also cricket is an art, isn't it? Says Danny. And it's very tactical. Like some people who watch it, they just go, they're just running in, they're bowling. Like, why don't they just hit every ball for 6? Why don't they just try and smack the face off the ball every time? But it's a little bit more to it than that, of course. And we're going to get to see that on day 5. Maybe Pakistan do go out and try and absolutely smash this ball around the park early on in day 5, try and work themselves into a winning position. Because at the end of these next 6 overs, we will look at the percentages in terms of how they are going. It's going to be nicely bowled by Pat Cummins. The target of 506, though, the second highest run chase we have ever seen, or the first highest run chase currently, is 416. That was Australia and the West Indies, and that was way back in the day. So it's been a while since we have seen that. That one piece of here really annoys me, and now I'm all blurry. There we go. That's fixed 200 for Babar Azam in the match, and that would be a captain's effort and a half, that is for sure. You'd have to give a man of the match, I would think, ahead of Usman Khawaja if he goes on and gets himself a double century. Pat Cummins now, nicely played once again, getting the easy single for Shafiq, and now Babar Azam will have the strike for the final 3 balls of this Pat Cummins over. So with him bowling just before we get to the new ball, it makes me think either he is going to be just warming up a little bit, so he's ready to go for 2 quick burst overs with the new ball, or he's going to be giving it to maybe Cameron Green, see what he can do with a new ball, a new shiny cherry, as they like to call it there as well. Anyone who hasn't already, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. We are currently sitting on 97, so we're getting extremely close to the 100, like Jay has mentioned. So yeah, if you have not, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Please not predict anything now. He's on 99, and there, although he's on 98 for myself. So he must score a single coming up relatively soon, I assume, in that regard. But the pressure will slowly be increasing for Babar Azam. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would lose too much composure. In the first innings, he did end up losing his wicket. That was because they didn't really have too many options. And also Kiwi Mitchell-Starc will use the no ball. So yeah, he's one end, and I feel like it's probably Cameron Green from the other, I guess, if Pat Cummins doesn't want to continue his spell, which he hasn't really bowled huge spells throughout this match. So maybe he was just saving himself for the last burst of the day. Big no call from Babar Azam and blood for your country. And there says NZ guy. 142 Ks, Pat Cummins. I think this was his tactic. He was waiting till the very end of the day, send himself out there to bowl and just give it his 110% fight for every last little bit of speed that he can get on the ball, and see if he can somehow get Babar Azam out. And do subscribe as well by the order of Peaky Blinders, says Mohammed. So yeah, if you guys haven't already, be sure to leave a like and also subscribe. He will be nervous, and there's his NZ guy. He will be, although some players are better at hiding it than others, and Babar Azam is one of those guys. He just never seems to be too caught up in the moment. Almost chopped it onto his stumps, but he will end up getting the single, and now moves up to 99. And that is going to be the end of the over. 77 down and 184 for 2 at the end. But that was extremely close to Babar Azam, chipping it onto his own stumps, which would have been the death rattle and a half. To hear those, just to hear those bails go flying on 99 is not fun. That is for sure. But currently, Pat Cummins almost, it stayed low. And you got to make sure you're watching out. I feel like there's going to be one that bounces way up. And also, we have that face again. And there it says NZ guy. And yeah, he is back on strike for this one. We have got a spammer from PSL and there, which would, of course, be Pakistani Super League for that one as well. And also, we have got there, you don't say, oh, well, as much as you did before, says Ashid. I've been working on it slowly. I've been kind of trying to creep it out of my words, but I do still say it a lot. But we're working on it. Slowly but surely, we are creeping it out of there. But now Babar Azam, still another 17 minutes left of the day, so still plenty of time for Azam to get one run that will bring him up to the 100. But it's going to be Mitch Swepson. Does he bowl it down the leg side, or does he bowl it outside of off and try and entice him and to go on for the big shot? But Babar Azam, the crowd getting behind him, a home game here for Azam. What can he do? First ball to be bowled by Swepson down the leg side. Oh, he thought about putting the pad out. And also, have you tried yawning for a wicket? I haven't actually yawned in a while. Maybe that is the case. Also, cricket is an insect. That is true. And they do make plenty of noise, bit of chirping. Not a lot of chirping coming from the Australians at the moment out on the field. And it is a game. And there's his NZ guy. Now, Babar Azam down the leg side does just play the block. No run called. Once again, and Swepson's putting it right in the spot where Azam does not want it, whether or not he does need to use his bat or the pad. Currently getting extremely close. What can he do? That man's got a giant can on his head, as in like a giant drink can, that is. Lead side, he hits it in the air. It's going over the top of the fielders, and that is going to be the 100 for Babar Azam. It's racing all but to the boundary. I think David Warner might have been able to save that one, but Babar Azam does score the century. And I was looking at that century already, and also 100 on the cards. It is indeed 100 for Baba. And also the hydrate. And yeah, but that was brilliantly batted by Babar Azam. Here's his 600. Gonna have a drink. It is just water, but it's still got the same effect. Well batted, Babar Azam. And he is certainly helping his side have a chance of being able to get themselves back into this game. And Babar Azam says, but, and when they needed him, he stood up in emphatic fashion for Babar Azam. The whole crowd on their feet. They're just checking this one. I wanted to see whether or not he did manage to save this one. He did. Very nicely done by David Warner to be able to keep that one, and claps in there from NZ Guy, and also claps from Danny Lewis, and well done from Abdullah, but brilliantly done. And Waimate Water, as I says, Danny, it is. It's a bit rough, the Waimate Water, I'll be honest, and boundary check. They are just checking to see this one. I don't think this is the angle that they need. I think Warner was fine, but it's more of the case of whether or not maybe the ball was then after that. No, that's fine. It's more of the case of whether or not when he stepped back in the field of play. Like, that's not touching him there, Warner. I think that's going to be completely fine. Very well fielded by Warner, and boundary check is 2 runs. There's Ryan. So, yeah, they are just going to give him the 2 runs for that one. But Babar Azam, it doesn't matter. He's up to 101, 20, 50, and 600. Bad conversation or conversion rate for a class player like Babar Azam, says Shahid Khan. Also says Waimate Water, not fresh. And then says Danny Lewis, nah, it's just associated with growing a 6th toe. Like, not literally, like we don't have 6 toes like on 1 foot, but it's more just like people from north and south like to say that you don't drink the Waimate Water, even though like it's pretty decent. Like, it's not actually bad at all. I think it's one of the better water sources around. But yeah, so the more you know. Currently now Babar Azam moving up to 180. Oh, sorry, not 180, 101 at this point in time. 2 balls left for Mitch Swepson way down the leg side. Just lets it hit him. That one spun quite nicely. I think it may have hit in the rough outside a leg stump. Currently now he's staying out there for a long time. Babar Azam. Test versus Australia. He's got an average of 38. And this was his 2nd 100. And also we have got there, which country do you belong to, brother? I am from New Zealand. So it is currently sitting 1:17 a.m. here, but I was certainly not going to miss the opportunity of seeing Babar Azam bring up his 100, and Shafiq, maybe we get to see it tomorrow, that he gets to bring up his 100 also, perhaps, but currently only 94 overs left, 3 day for the day, as also I assume that is 3 overs left for the day maybe, but we have still got another 4 left now, 2 overs till we get to see the new ball. Will they take it straight away? I believe that they will have to. They pretty much have no option. This ball is not really treating them nicely. We've actually shot up to 500. Or sorry, not 500, 105 likes. So thank you all very much for that. If you're new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and subscribe as well. Just hugely appreciate you guys all being here. I feel if Baba stops playing T20, he will score a ton of runs in ODI and Test, says Shahid. But yeah, I guess it's one of those ones that Babar Azam, he's certainly a short, like kind of short format player. Same with Muhammad Rizwan, same with Iftikhar, and quite a few of the other Pakistan players. But I think that aggressive nature can be a benefit and a curse at the same time. Like you mentioned, the conversion rate's not too good from going to 50 to 100, but I think a lot of those have probably been the more recent times that he has been able to bat a little bit longer due to his experience in the short format and just getting a little bit more time with the bat in hand. Congratulations, Babar Azam, 100. Yeah, very well batted. And I love you, brother. But your cricket team cheated neighbour country last year, as I says, but I assume that is Australia? We're talking Australia for that one. Last year. Who's last year? What happened last year? Was that for the World Cup final? No, I don't think they didn't cheat in that one. What one are we talking about? Do let me know. And now currently Shafiq is going to be on strike 66 off 218. Now ready to go for this one. Once again, you need to keep your composure. It's easy to go, we've done all this hard work. It's just relax for the last few overs. That is when you lose your wicket, when you do end up losing that concentration. for just the total of, like, that's the thing. Currently, we don't have many overs at all. And also, have you seen a Will Wombat? I have not seen a Will Wombat. And also, he's actually talking about New Zealand skipping tour or touring Pakistan. And there it says we're seen for that one. Might be, is it? But your cricket team cheated neighbour country last year. Oh, so he might be. Are you from India? Baha, I assume that is. Yeah, I feel like it would have been awesome to see that tour. Hopefully, New Zealand do have the Pakistan tour coming up soon. I know that I think England are also considering going back soon. I'm talking about Pakistan, brother. And there says, and also no one can cheat against Australia, says Gareth. Well, that one. But yeah, I think we are supposed to be playing them later this year, aren't we? For Pakistan, and hats off to Shafiq. He is playing a class innings. Oh, wait, did we play Pakistan? No, we play them at the end of the year for the Boxing Day test, I think, if I'm not wrong. But I could have that round the wrong way, perhaps. But Nathan Lyon now straight down the ground. Once again, forward defensive. And this will be the last over, or second last over, in fact, before we get to see the new ball. Now he has finished at AA, says Ali Hills. Welcome in to the live stream. Hope you are doing well. Currently, Pakistan doing very nicely for themselves. These two bringing up a 150-run partnership a little while ago and now continuing to just build on this classy performance. Azam recently being able to bring up the 102, and don't you get bored? As I always says, Wasim, I assume that's for test match cricket, I assume. Maybe? Is that what it is for? But yeah, nah. Like, I just love watching test match cricket. And I think the thing that also makes it a lot more exciting is, like, no matter what time of the night, no matter what day it is, like, you guys are always here in the chat as well, just to well and truly just take it to the next level. And Stark to Shafiq, no run. A very full delivery. Shafiq defends off the front foot. As well, says a hail there. Getting the jump there for that one. So is it Mitchell Stark now getting the ball? I guess they're giving him an over first. And I was like, what about Shahid Afridi biting the cricket ball like it's an apple? Or don't you talk about that, says Jay Hayes. Oh, that one as well. But currently now it will be Mitch Swepson. 2 slips and a back pad at the moment. Swepson going back over the wicket, so changing up his angle. I actually thought they might have gone with Swepson round the wicket, Labuschagne over the wicket, and try and just get them a bit confused at who's spinning the ball, like how much, I guess. But Swepson has been put in a shift currently, bowling 26.1 overs at this point in stage, at this point in time, I should say. Great stream, says NZ Guy. Thank you very much, mate. Hugely appreciated everyone being here. And like I mentioned, we will be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow night for the start of this matchup between Pakistan and Australia. Should be an exciting one. Day 5, Pakistan have certainly put it all together for this day. They've almost gone 80 overs. Lovely commentary I am watching from Kashmir, India, occupied as well. And it says, but I do appreciate you being there, mate. And also other days when Pakistan used to get reverse swing 15 overs in, says Gareth. Nicely played once again from Swepson. Bowling 90 Ks. Wondering whether or not he'll drop one a lot slower. And also, don't you Wombats? And now, don't you Wombats? I haven't seen a Wombat. I've seen a Wallaby. We've got a few Wallabies around, which is probably the more likely that I do see. More than likely. And also what's the plague? Is that the plague? Hazel? I assume that is the... I am confused, definitely. But we got Wallabies, if that's the question, which I don't think it is for that one. But currently, Pakistan still just a little bit longer that they do have to bat for 2 more balls. In fact, it's actually only going to be 1 more ball after this one from Swepson. It's blocked out. No, it's not. He misses it with the pad. And that will be now 1 ball left for Swepson of this over. And I was like, I got it wrong. And there says NZ Guy. And I was like, ask Uncle Google. And there says JA. That is a good place to find information, as long as you find the right sources, or else you could end up with anything. As well, but Swepson final ball. Thought they missed the bat, but it did hit it straight in the middle. And that will be 80 overs down right. Australia can now take the new ball if they so require and decide to. Which I think is a given. They have to take the new ball here because nothing's happening with the old one. Currently bowled total of 80 overs. And Wallabies, sorry, in there says NZ Guy. Yeah, we have got Wallabies around the place. Normally they are kind of through the gorge, a little bit out of town, and also some at the local park. And also Pakistan will win if they bat out the 5th day, says Shahid. So currently, if we do some quick maths in my head, they still need about 3.7 per over. And New Zealand Guy Google Ram Ranch, you will like That song, says Jay with his smiley face. Who is it now? Cummins. They've got the new ball, and they've got 2 overs to try and do something with it. The new ball has been taken. 2 overs left of the day. They're actually going to get all the overs in, which is quite impressive. The 2 for the changeover, and everything else has worked out for them overall. But now you've got to have slips. You've got to have a gully. You've got to have people in close that you feel can help you get a wicket here. But Pat Cummins, he hasn't bowled a lot today. Only bowled 12 overs. And also, which is your favourite team after New Zealand, says, but, that's a tough one. I love watching a lot of test match teams and also T20 teams play. So picking a next favourite's difficult. I should say Australia because they're the next closest, but I enjoy watching the West Indies play. England, another good side to watch. Pakistan, India, both have plenty of passionate players. That's come off the edge there. Leading edge of Shafiq. Does go down for the single. Which other countries did I miss that I normally watch or really enjoy watching? I don't think I said South Africa. South Africa, a very good team to watch. Bangladesh as well. So pretty much all of them, to be fair. I'm very, unpicky when it comes to who my teams are that I love watching. And even while watching a New Zealand game, I can remain impartial. Favourite test team, says Shahid. If I didn't say New Zealand, I would get myself in a bit of trouble because I am from New Zealand. But luckily, a lot of our New Zealand viewers have probably gone to bed by now, other than NZ guy. Straight through, almost. How has he kept that off the stumps? Babar Azam just got an absolute ripping delivery. Not only did it come in and hit him on the bat and then on the pad, it somehow missed the stumps. That was massive for Pat Cummins. This ball took off. He just traps it and it all but ended up hitting the stumps. Instead to trap out the perfect Yorker. They're saying there's a little bit of reverse there for Pat Cummins. Jeez, that was an absolute ripper of a delivery, and I have no idea how Babar Azam has kept that one out. It's on the off-stump shot, but it goes straight out to Marnus Labuschagne, and also that one went down too good, Jay. And I was like, there says NZ guy as well. But Babar Azam, they are just showing when he was able to bring up his century, he was ecstatic and great bowl. And there was, phenomenal stuff. And 1 over left, says Ryan. Well, we've still got a couple more overs of this one, of course. Or a couple more balls of this over, I should say. But all of Pakistan getting on their feet for Babar Azam, who's really put in a shift for this matchup. Like whether it was the first innings, whether it was the second innings, he's got himself plenty of runs. Nicely in behind the ball, trying to soften up this hard cherry that the Australians are now bowling with. Now, 189 for Pakistan. So going to be relatively close to that 190, 195 mark by the end of the day, I would think. And it does mean that they still need to face another 90 overs in the final one. I want to watch this live now. This is NZ Guy. I can recommend Stan Sport might know. They might actually not have it. Pakistan's YouTube channel do have the highlights of the game and love a great fight. Says NZ Guy in Pakistan. Kiwi Pakistan will score 260 tomorrow. And there, I can tell by your spelling. And there's Jay Hayes. That one's gone outside of the off stump. Left alone by Babar Azam. And it's just the 1 ball left of this over. Then we've got 1 more over left. 6 balls left of the day. And then it will be 90 overs, 540 balls tomorrow. That will be what is taking place. And it should be a very enthralling contest. It seems like it's going to be closer than a lot anticipated for this match. And drinks and all, says NZ Guy there. And Babar Azam now final ball of the first. Pat Cummins over with the new ball. 12 ball, well played though by Azam, and that will be the end of the 81st over. See you tomorrow, says Shahid Khan. So yeah, we have got 1 more over, then we will be returning for tomorrow for another day of cricket, which is going to be very exciting. We've also got a few Super Rugby videos coming out in terms of the lineups that are being announced for the teams. If the games are taking place, those ones are also a little bit 50-50, and depending on whether those take place will depend on whether we do cricket for England versus West Indies or whether we are more going to be based around doing the Super Rugby. We've also got the Six Nations. I got quite a bit of work to do, I've realised now, for the week. So we have to get that all sorted, I would think, by the end of tomorrow, just to give myself a bit of a chilled out weekend. And also I'll watch BBL, only Brisbane Heat. And there it says Ryan, and also loving you guys in the chat. Says NZ Guy. Yeah, it certainly brings the atmosphere into a cricket game, like having you guys here as well. Like, it's nice watching cricket, but it's even better watching it with, like, everyone here. I love it. Shafiq now, 168 runs off 358 as the partnership. And also we have got there, you guys are awesome. That's a lot of work. And this is NZ Guy. Yeah, there's quite a bit to do tomorrow overall, but it should be all right. Hopefully I can get them all edited and sorted out before the cricket starts, and they will be able to come out either before or maybe Thursday. And Lion doing which is a big call. Give it to Nathan Lyon because, yeah, interesting. They've just gone with everyone around the bat, though. They're hoping to try and get themselves maybe a cheeky, maybe cheap wicket. It's going down to the leg side. They did get the 2 Pakistan, sure, because it will be getting another half hour more tomorrow in there. And that's the thing as well, with the fact that we've got 90 overs left that they will be able to play. They should be able to get through that in regular time in the test match. Definitely if Australia are bowling so many of their spin options, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Also, Lions bowling what? Get bowling on. This is Jay. And I'm surprised they haven't gone with Mitchell Starc, because Mitchell Starc, they haven't bowled him for a little while, so I don't know whether or not he's got some sort of injury, but him with a new ball is normally a lot more dangerous. So maybe they've decided since it's only one, there's no point warming him up just to bowl one, is the only thing I can think of. Maybe they've just gone, yeah, there's no point warming up. Cummins made sense because he was already bowling from the other end, but Starc they will probably open with tomorrow. And then Cummins from the other end and have those 2 quicks. Then you've got Cameron Green, who's probably been underutilized so far. And also day 5 will be good, says NZ Guy. It certainly will. And there is going to be plenty of action happening for day 5. They need still 8 wickets to be able to win at Australia. Pakistan need 314 runs to win. Nathan Lyon still got 2 more balls left. That one's gone down leg and is whipped away for the single there. 2 balls. 2 balls left. Babar Azam, can he close out the day for Pakistan? Abdullah Shafiq at the other end. He's been great. He's been very solid. And he has faced 226 balls. But now Babar Azam facing it, keeps it out. 1 ball left of the day now. Can Nathan Lyon, I should say, bowl a miracle ball here and get the wicket of Babar Azam? That would change momentum completely. See Kiwi bye as Aziz run there, so we will see you later on, mate. And now Babar Azam ready to go. Plays it off the edge. Does not get the single. The last day he gets arrested, as Aziz NZ Guy, but that will be the end of the day of play. And after 82 overs of batting, Pakistan only the 2 down, 192 for 2. Babar Azam bringing up the 100. Shafiq has been able to bring up 71 at this point in time. Both men batting out for 200 balls almost. Does get the round of applause from his teammates for that one. As our cheers, mate, says JAs and also Pakistan, I will survive on day 5. And they will get extra half an hour to chase, says Bart there. It should be exciting to see exactly how it does go. A long time, says NZ Guy, for that one. But currently what I can do for you guys is go like this, and anyone wondering about odds. As you can see there, Australia 61%, 34% chance of the draw, and 5% for Pakistan to win. The big thing there for myself is Australia were 90% likely to win. The draw was like 10, and Pakistan was 0.9, 0.5 at times as well. And now they have been able to just fight and fight and fight in this one. And Babar Azam and also Shafiq have put them right back into this game. And I believe the run rate will be somewhere around that kind of maybe 3.7, 3.8 mark for tomorrow, which is definitely doable for the talent that Pakistan have got left. But nonetheless, I do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you are new to the channel, be sure to leave a like and also subscribe. We have also got the Kiwi Lad Sport channel if you guys do want to check it out. And that is going to be another chat. And why would they get an extra half hour? There have been no stoppages due to rain or light. And the SSJ for that one. So, yeah, they're actually getting through very nicely in this test match. So, as long as they've reached their 450 overs, I believe that will be the end of it as well. And they have, yeah, in it there, as says NZ Guy. But nonetheless, thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you all tomorrow at 6 p.m. for day 5 of this exciting